certificate of highway mileage for the year ending February 10th, 2020.
Second.
That's weird, it's 2020.
Oh, is that what it says?
Yeah.
It must be a typo. I just got it the other day, so.
For the year ending 2021.
Yeah, we're done. In a month. Okay. Moved and seconded to sign the certificate of highway mileage for the year in 2021.
Yeah, it is 2020. It's a certificate as of this year,
This current year.
this current year.
Before.
So it would be 2020.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yep.
My fault.
So the year ending 2020. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Mhm.
We need 2 more signatures. So the solid waste article, we kind of got ahead of ourselves, and do we have everything squared away on that? Okay.
Yep.
We
We all agree on 100,000.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good, kind of got.
Yeah.
You have to come through and approve the whole warning.
Yep.
Okay, policy to bill for emergency services discussion.
Mr. Chair, if you're all right with that, I would invite the fire chief up. He has some information that he has gathered.
Absolutely, come on up. And Tom Goddard is Putney, okay.
You said 200?
200, yeah. And then for smaller apparatus, 75, which I would assume would be brush truck, rescue. And then they have an ATV, which is $40 an hour. And $30 for personnel per hour.
Okay.
You said 30?
How much is personnel?
30. And that's the only one I've actually got any information from as far as for pricing, for stuff like that.
Okay.
I've only got one copy because I just got it tonight, but Dave Andrews, when he was doing this, he went and did article definitions, which cover anything from alarm activations to non-permitted burns. And stuff like that, and just basically breakdowns of everything. And my understanding is the town treasurer would be doing,
It's undecided.
or, okay, so I guess that's pretty much what information I have other than what we could steal from here.
Did Dave write up a policy, like a?
Well, yeah, he did, he named it Vernon Fire Department Service Reimbursement Ordinance.
Okay.
Do you happen to have that electronically?
I don't, I mean, I could pass this along and
Okay.
make copies of it. I mean, I know, obviously, we're not making any decisions tonight.
Yeah, it'd just be good to have that as a basis as we're reading through it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's some stuff in here that, like, for the billing purpose, that we wouldn't use, because I don't really think that I do the billing.
You don't want to do the billing? Don't blame you.
But yeah, certainly I can pass this along.
Yep.
And then make copies of it, and then, I don't know if Chris wants to meet with me or whatever, me and Keith, and we can kind of go through, throw out what we don't want, save what we want.
Sounds like a plan to me.
When do you want to do that?
I'm pretty much open except for Wednesdays, so.
All right. It'll have to be sometime next week.
Yeah, no, that's fine,
Okay.
that's fine. So,
We've got more copies at the house.
yeah, we'll just spin off copies of this,
Okay.
so.
So we want to throw that in these guys' court and talk about it down the road? Is that where we're at?
Go do that.
Is that-
Yeah, I'm still curious what, now you said you had spoken to Tom as, oh, Beth, right?
Beth, yeah,
So,
threw me over at Beth. They do it much like Guilford does. Whereas they'll go for billing insurance. They don't do medical in Putney. But she's the treasurer of the fire department, so she handles all of that billing herself. They said that they don't go chasing down people who can't pay for it or anything, but she was talking more about the structure of it, and that's how they do it. But we don't have the fire department doesn't really have a treasurer. Take that role. So
No,
go ahead.
which we had discussed at the last meeting, but, so I guess the first place to start would be to have you look this over and compared to the other things that you had seen or the other information,
Okay,
and
if you want.
then we can certainly take it from there if you're okay with that.
Absolutely.
I mean, it doesn't matter, I mean, it's all, a lot of it's just, I mean, pretty much, you know, like the following types of occurrences and incidents within the primary coverage area of Vernon Fire Department are eligible for reimbursement per this ordinance. Malicious incidents, nuisance incidents, motor vehicle accidents, hazardous materials, non-permitted burns, permitted burns, out of control, wildland fires caused by negligence, special events, technical rescue. I mean, a lot of it is, it's pretty much here, we can just mold it, you know? But like the technical stuff, like the billing aspect, like I forwarded you Guilford's billing form.
Yeah.
You know, so we just have to.
Which I think I sent that over to you as well, the one from
A form?
the way that Guilford bills.
Yeah.
I believe I forwarded you that email.
I think you do.
Okay.
So I mean, it's just, realistically, it's the money per hour of apparatus personnel. Do you want to charge higher for a piece of apparatus versus $30 an hour for personnel? It's just that stuff that,
Okay.
I mean, maybe we can get a copy of what Putney and Guilford do for, you know, their ordinance or their
I
billing
asked,
stuff.
I asked for, they don't have, Putney doesn't have like a written policy because the fire department does it through the fire department, so it's not like a town.
Well, I'll connect
Okay.
with Tom Goddard and give much more information than I can from him
Yeah.
on this.
That right there sounds like a great start, because it sounds similar to everything that I've seen. So it's
Okay.
really a matter of deciding
All right.
who's gonna be responsible for billing, if, you know, what your protocol is. Are you gonna bill if they don't have insurance, that kind of thing you need to decide, and what you are actually gonna bill for, you know, and how that works.
So, yeah.
So
we'll
that's,
set
those are
something
really
up.
big.
Yeah.
things.
Next week or so. When is our next meeting? What's the date on that?
21st.
That is not gonna help me at all.
No, it is not. That's
21st.
It's the
The picture is fair,
21st,
though.
right?
Yep.
Do we want to look at the first meeting in February, or do we want to put it on the end of this month? What do we want to do?
Up to you guys. If you think you can have it done for the next meeting, let's do it. But if you need the extra time, let's do the first meeting in February.
Sounds like you got most of it. We're just gonna make some edits.
Yeah.
If you can do it in 2 weeks, let's do it. And if
Yeah,
not,
let's do
then-
that. Let's set something up sometime next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll put it on the agenda for the 21st to continue the discussion with more and better information.
More better.
More better information. Okay. Travel reimbursement policy, we made some changes to it. We got notes back from the town attorney regarding portions of it.
I agree with you.
And it was really just that one thing that.
Yeah, that was it.
So,
So striking C out of that travel reimbursement policy, I would accept a motion to,
EC?
EC.
Yes.
yeah, sorry, EC, yeah. Motion to accept the new travel reimbursement policy, striking EC.
second?
I'm
Oh, I
accepting
thought-
motions,
oh,
I'm sorry.
So moved then. How's that?
That's perfect. Now I need a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the travel reimbursement policy, striking letter E, letter C. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay.
Can you make another motion, please?
Sure.
That this will become part of the personnel policy, that's where this is, it resides, that
Sure.
it's not a standalone policy.
Okay. So,
Yes, make another motion to put that, that it's going
I'm-
to be a part of the personnel policy.
I move that the new travel reimbursement policy become part of the employee
Personnel
personnel
policy.
policies.
Yep.
Second.
Okay.
So moved and seconded to accept the new travel reimbursement policy into the personnel policy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, very good. Do you have a question, Bronna?
As chair of the library board, I will see that we also vote on this. Isn't that what I have to do?
You can.
You guys have to, yeah, you guys make your own policy in that respect,
But some of it most of it we also go along with the towns.
Sure,
So
if you want to
we will
integrate
have that
the policy,
discussion.
you are more than welcome to do so.
We will have
And-
that discussion at some point.
Yeah, you can get a copy of it from excuse me, sorry,
Thank
from
you.
Michelle,
Thank you.
and so you guys can have it all written out. Ordinance enforcement, appoint enforcement officers, so we talked about it. We're reaching out to everybody that was on that list that we pared down, and so who do we have left?
We have heard from Jesse Jobin, the animal control officer, JJ Wielden, fire marshal, Todd Capon, fire chief, and Keith Franklin Jr., the assistant fire chief. As of right now, those are the only people that have told me, yes, we want to do it. Mark Snow has not said yes or no yet. He's the last
Dave
one I
Walker
really-
said no, right?
He said no.
Okay.
There's four: Jesse, JJ, Todd, and Keith, right?
Yes. You read it fast. Sorry.
All right. So do we want to appoint those four officials, or do we want to wait to get down through the list? It's up to you guys.
I think we ought to table it and wait.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We're done with that. Public participation on non-agenda items only. That's you.
Okey dokey. Do you want me to come up to the microphone to speak or here?
You can stand right there.
Okay, great. So I have some general questions about what is required to be a select board member?
You have to be 18 years old.
Okay.
Resident of Vernon.
Okay. And you have to be I'm sorry,
Resident of Vernon.
resident of Vernon. To be a resident of Vernon, what does that mean exactly?
You reside here.
You'd be able
Okay.
to vote here.
You vote here.
So you vote here and you reside here. So residing is sleeping in Vernon. Okay. So it wouldn't just mean paying taxes or bills in Vernon, but you actually have to sleep in the town of Vernon as one of the main requirements to be on the select board.
I believe so.
Okay, just checking. So if you even have a mortgage in Vernon, but you don't live in Vernon, doesn't count. Okay. So if a select board member is currently on the board who doesn't live in Vernon, what would happen?
It may be, it just, but was living in Vernon when they were elected?
Yes.
Well, if they just like went to Brattleboro while their new house is being built, so they plan to return, it might be something like a voter.
Okay.
You know, like if you go away to school and
So
you're
it'd
gonna
be a
come back.
temporary dwelling while something else is happening, but the
Yeah.
intent is to come back to their property in Vernon.
I would think so, but I would
Okay.
check that. before
Okay,
I
so you would check it.
Do it.
So, and if that's not the case, what would happen?
They would probably recuse themselves.
They would
themselves.
recuse themselves because that would be the right thing to do?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, I guess that would be my last question that I have for the select board on this. On this particular issue. Yes, I did want to follow up, however, with some questions that I have that happened during the executive session at the last meeting. So I don't know how you would like me to proceed with that part.
Probably. What do you think?
If there are questions regarding the executive session that we had, then we need to go back into
We could go back
executive
into
session.
executive session.
Okay.
you want to do that tonight?
Sure.
You want to
Sure,
do
while
that
I'm
tonight?
here.
I don't care.
Okay. Now I have to write this and say it too.
Okay with that?
Point me, point and I'll read.
Okay.
Just point and I'll do it.
I think this would be this one here,
Okay. So, and this is just a one.
just a one.
Okay, so I move that we go into executive session with
Melissa.
Melissa Allen and the town administrator
Yeah, sure.
for discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the access to public records law, 1
Okay.
VSA 313A6.
Because I think that's what you were talking about, where you weren't sure if they were exempted or not.
I just wanna see what's being done by the select board based on what we talked about last. That's really where I'm going. So
Oh.
I don't know what you call that.
Well, it still
just been
pertains to
taken care of.
records and documents.
Okay.
Yeah, it pertains to records and documents, so,
Okay.
okay. Give me
Okay.
a second, give me a second.
Second, sorry.
So moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed?
Okay.
We are in executive session at 8:31 PM. Okay. We went into executive session at 8:31, out at 8:44. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You pretty much have all the correspondence, and we pretty much discussed everything that I've been working on the last 2 weeks. I'm in the middle of annual reports and town meeting stuff, so I won't sleep a lot.
Okay. Upcoming select board meeting on January 20th, 1st, meeting on February 4th, and local government day is a possible training on February 13th. You can register at vlct.org. We are adjourned.
When's it?
That's on the 13th.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out tonight. I know you're all hardy Vermonters, I assume, so no worries about coming out on a relatively cold November night in the dark. I'm being told that you can't hear me.
We do like.
How about that? All right. So my name is Chip Conquest. I'm the co-chair, along with Laura Sibilia, of the Rural Economic Development Working Group. We're the ones hosting this hearing tonight. I'm glad to see all of you here. I was just going to say there, if we have more people than chairs, just please help yourself to the chairs there in the back there. You can sit at any of the tables or just pull the chairs down. We're going to get started here pretty quickly. I just wanted to make a couple of thank yous. One to Mitzi Johnson, who wasn't able to come tonight as Speaker of the House, but she has been a very supportive for our group and allowing us to do these hearings and really just being generally supportive of rural economic issues in general and helping us move forward with some of the legislation that we've proposed over the past year. So a thanks to her. And a thanks to you all for coming out. I know it's we've tried to figure out what a good time of year to do this would be. And I know there's always challenges for everybody with busy schedules, but I really appreciate the fact that you all made time to come and talk to us. So if you haven't been to one of these hearings before, you're going to come, we'll call your name, and I'll also say who's next in line. Come up and sit at the table. We have a microphone up here for you to use. And we have a 4-minute time limit for now. Peter's going to give you a sign when it's time, when your 4 minutes is up. And if you're unable to get all of what you wanted to say done in that 4 minutes, we would encourage you to email us your testimony. Actually, we'd encourage you to email us your testimony if you have it in that form anyway. The place to email it is to Charlie Kimball, and so like everyone else's Ledge email, it's ckimball@ledge.state.bt.us. You can find that on the legislative webpage if you don't remember it. So again, please email us anything you want us to be looking at, and we'll share it among the entire group. And as we said in our announcement, this is really what this hearing is, one of the things that's going to really guide our work in the legislature around these economic development issues for this upcoming session. So please send us all of your thoughts. In a minute, I'm going to ask folks around the table to introduce themselves. We actually have a really significant number of people in the Rural Economic Development Working Group, as we call ourselves. There's close to 30 of us. Not everybody was able to make it tonight, but I'll have the people that are up here introduce themselves. And is there anything else I needed to say? All right. So with that, I think we'll get started. So just a reminder, when I call your name, please come up, use the microphone, and I'll also let you know who's following that person. So, you want to introduce yourself, and we'll work our way around the table.
Okay, I'm Scott Campbell. I'm a representative from St. Johnsbury. Anything else you say?
What committee you're on?
Oh, and I'm on Energy and Technology Committee. Peter Conlon from Cornwall, and I'm on the House Education Committee.
Hi, I'm Sarah Coffey. I'm from Guilford, and I sit on House Corrections and Institutions.
As I said, Chip Conquest, I'm actually from Wells River, Vermont, and represent Newbury, Groton, and Topsom, and I'm on the Appropriations Committee.
Laura Sibilia from Dover, and I'm on the Energy and Technology Committee.
Kelly Payala from Londonderry. I represent Londonderry, Weston, Jamaica, Stratton, and Windhall, and I sit on the Human Services Committee.
Randall Zott. I represent Barnard, Pomfret, Queeching, and West Hartford. I'm on the House General.
I'm Lucy Rogers from Waterville. I also represent Cambridge, and I'm on House Healthcare.
We have another member out here.
And hi, I'm Emily Kornheiser from Brattleboro, and I'm on the Commerce and Economic Development Committee.
Yeah. And I think Sandy Haas is somewhere in, right there in front of me.
Sandy Haas from Rochester, also representing Bethel, Stockbridge, and Pittsfield, and I serve on Human Services.
I think that's the only member in the audience. And would the Lieutenant Governor like to introduce himself?
I'm David Zuckerman, Lieutenant Governor. I have a farm and am passionate about our rural economy, so I was curious to hear your thoughts. And
thank you for
coming holding the hearing. And I think Representative from Sanders' office is also here.
And Lady's office.
And Lady's office?
Yeah. Yes, I think. Holly's here too.
Okay. Thanks. All right, so so we have Alan Robertson up first, and Kathleen Warner after that. Oh, sorry.
Dangerous, first person. My name is Al Robertson. I'm a woodland owner in Sheffield, Vermont. I'm secretary of Vermont Woodlands Association, and also somewhat responsible for helping with policy in VWA, our organization. You should all have my testimony already. It was emailed to Mr. Kimball several days ago. So to paraphrase, you're going to read, when you read the testimony, that we feel there are a lot of new ideas and technologies that are available to improve the wood products industry and forestry in Vermont. We have reservations about whether any of that would ever happen because of Act 250. We feel strongly that Act 250 has been very, very good to Vermont in keeping its rural and forestry environment. But unfortunately, the last few years, some of the very things that have been good for Act 250 and keeping development under control have also stymied development of the forest products industry. One of the things you'll see in the package is a handout from the Eckley sawmill in Germany. It represents a very, very small micro plant that produces power and also uses waste heat to heat the local community. That's typical of the kind of things that you'll see in our submission that included cross-laminated timber, biochar, increasing use of biofuels, and combined heat and power facilities. But again, there have been numerous attempts to fix Act 250 over the past few years, and yet it's never happened. And I say fix because we don't want to disturb what works. What we want to see is the same respect for the forest products industry as we see for agriculture. Right now, if a farmer builds a barn, he doesn't have to go through Act 250. But if a sawmill needs to expand, or if a new sawmill wants to come into existence, sometimes the hurdles are just so overwhelming that it just doesn't get done. Same thing with energy facilities. So there are things that need to happen in Act 250 to make it better for the forest products industry, and we were hoping that would be something that your group would be looking at. Specifically, there are two bills right now in front of the legislature, S104 and H197. You'll probably hear about those later tonight. That do a lot to resolving the issues that we've identified in our testimony. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you very much. So Kathleen Warner and Brian Sheldon.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Kathleen Warner, Executive Director of Vermont Woodlands Association and Vermont Tree Farm. I am also a member of the Working Lands Board as a woodland owner and tree farmer representing woodland owners. But Vermont Woodlands is a member of the Working Lands Coalition. And I feel like I need to say that I'm speaking for the coalition side tonight, not for the board. I've been involved with the Working Lands Initiative since 2012 when it first came to the House Ag Committee, which is now the House Ag and Forestry Committee, after a wonderful change of focus that included forestry. I guess nobody here tonight is from House Ag and Forestry, but I know I have friends there.
Representative Partridge would have been here.
Okay. Thank you. This was really, Working Lands Enterprise Initiative was a cutting-edge proposal when it came to the legislature. It was designed to assist businesses that rely on the working landscape of farms and forests. I've actually been asked to present information about Working Lands Enterprise Initiative in other states and at a national conference. It really is a flagship program that Vermont developed that signals a willingness to invest in economic development across the working landscape. Each year, the coalition comes to the legislature with asks for additional funding because we know what a difference it makes to have that funding on the ground. The grant requests every year overwhelm our capacity, and so we often need to turn down good proposals. Now, we know that the working group supports the Working Lands Initiative, and wouldn't it be amazing if it were funded at $3 million annually and we didn't have to fight for that year after year? That would just make such a difference. It would foster so much innovation and diversification across businesses that would lead to market and supply chain impacts for farm and forest enterprises. Now, this program has really been the best rural economic driver for working lands businesses throughout the state, and it can continue to drive the rural economy if adequately funded. Now, I know I'm often preaching to the choir. You know, we do that a lot in forestry. But it's just important for me to underscore how critical these investments are for forestry and wood products businesses. We are really counting on this continued investment in working lands businesses that keep our forests working.
And just when you come up to testify, unfortunately, you have to hold the mic sort of right in front of your mouth in order for everybody to be able to hear. So please do that.
So, I'm Mike Greenville.
You really do need that.
I guess right up. Okay, we got you. So, I'm a resident of Lincoln, and I'm the owner of Maple Landmark Woodcraft, which is a woodworking business in Middlebury. We craft small wood products. Business I started 40 years ago. We currently have, we employ 39 people. And I appreciate the attention that is put to the Working Lands economy. I sat on the Working Lands Enterprise Board in its first 2 years of existence. Got to be one of the people who kind of helped break in that process, which is arduous. I wish I had some brilliant ideas for you. I have just a few points I'd like to make. The first is about the Working Lands Fund. I've always been bothered when I was on the board and since that it seems that there's a lot of overhead that goes into running that, and which it doesn't bother me about the overhead. It bothers me that there's a lot of capacity. If there was more money to give, it wouldn't cost any more to give it out. It'd be a more efficient use of funds. So the extra money you put in can go right out. And I didn't explain that very well, but I think you get it. Also, perhaps a more flexible schedule for awarding the funds. Business happens fast and quick, and opportunities come and go, and the annual schedule of things just seems that it makes it difficult. Applications are only taken once a year. It takes 4 to 6 months for the money to be awarded. There's a lot of time delay in that. For me, as to my business, I'm just going to offer an anecdote to kind of call attention to concern. Is that I've always been proud of my business and dealing as local as possible, and I've always focused in having a short supply chain, and I've been fortunate that the lumber that I buy, and I buy 125,000 board feet a year, so it's not a huge amount, but it's no small amount. It comes from local mills. We offer health insurance. We offer Vermont Health Connect plans, and our premium increase for 2020 is $27,000, primarily because of cost shifts. I already spend more money on health insurance than I do on lumber. What am I to do when I don't have both $27,000 and a cost of living pay increase floating around in my back pocket? Last week I took delivery of a trailer load of lumber from Maine. That load of lumber saved me $6,000. So instead of $18,000 worth of money to Vermont mills, I sent $12,000 to Maine. That bothers me a great deal, but I have to maintain my business. I don't have a brilliant thing there, but this cost shift in the health insurance is just crazy. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable years ago, and it's just worse now. So that's primarily what I have to say. I would like to be sure that you spend time on good legislation, not soundbite legislation. Be sure that it's funded, so there's proper guidance, compliance, and enforcement. I'm involved in several bits of legislation that don't have that, and it makes it real difficult to do business. So, thanks.
Good evening, folks. So my name is Jordan Giacconi. I'm the new public policy manager for Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. This is my 7th day on the job, but it's a real pleasure to be here, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to testify. So as many of you know, VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policy. Oops, sorry. Thank you, appreciate it. VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policies that support workers, communities, and the environment. So really advocating around a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. We have members of every business size and every Vermont industry and sector represented, and also represent industries from every county in the state of Vermont. As of 2019, more than half of our members represent small businesses employing fewer than 50 full-time employees, and about a third of our members represent businesses retaining less than 20 full-time employees as well. Many of our rural businesses that VBSR represents are interested in climate action, not just as a moral imperative, but also as an economic development opportunity. Investments in weatherization, efficiency in electric vehicle infrastructure, and divestment from imported fossil fuels would yield significant benefits for rural and low-income Vermonters as well as ratepayers writ large. From winter recreation and local food production to our drink-driven and tourism economies, climate change represents a very significant threat to the Vermont brand, way of life, and rural economies. So with that, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify and for all the important work you're doing to support our rural economies. And we'll encourage you moving forward to continue to engage in advancing key legislation such as the Global Warming Solutions Act, but also turning your attention as well to the forthcoming Transportation and Climate Initiative to ensure that these rural communities are represented fairly and that we don't leave folks in the lurch as we move forward toward a greener, more climate-friendly future for the state of Vermont. So again, thank you all. I look forward to working with you and wish everyone a good night.
So I just want to say, first of all, good evening, everyone. Hi, folks. It's great that we're all here. My name is Nick Richardson. I'm the president and CEO at the Vermont Land Trust. I've been in that role for about 2 years. It's a real pleasure to be here with the Rural Caucus this evening. You are our people, and we are deeply connected to rural lands and working lands all across this state. We have relationships with 2,000 parcels and about 1,800 landowners who are farmers, foresters, working these lands, stewarding them on behalf of all of us. And so it's a real pleasure to be here with you this evening. I do have a couple of points I want to emphasize in the legislative session to come, but because we hardly ever look back and say thank you for the work that's come before, I just want to commend the caucus on the work you did last year. Particularly the expansion of funding for the Working Lands Enterprise Board. Kathleen Wanner spoke, I think, really eloquently to that. It's an important pillar of how we support the working landscape and our rural communities in this state. And it is a very innovative program. And along with a very strong support for conservation, low-income housing, and other key programs that really invest in rural communities, it's a part of what makes Vermont work. And I think it's a really important program. The regulatory relief was also, I think, really critical, and has been described around supporting common sense changes that will allow businesses to stay in business. Our working landscape really needs that right now, and I'll say that for the Vermont Land Trust, which has conserved 11% of the land in Vermont, 2,000 parcels, almost 700,000 acres over the last 42 years, we're recognizing, right, that as important as that is, we need to be doing more in order to make this working landscape work and our communities work. And so we're asking the question, what does Vermont need from us today? And the answer to that is different than it was 30 years ago. And it's about getting the next generation of farmers onto land in Vermont. We've done 100 farmland access projects over the last 10 years, working with, in fact, with many folks in the room who are great farmers who are connecting with their communities, investing in our rural economies. We want to expand that work going forward over the next 10 years to get 200 to 300 new and beginning farmers onto land in Vermont. We're working with landowners to participate in forest carbon offset projects, and there's been a great working group that's been working throughout the course of this last summer and fall to deliver some recommendations around that for policy changes, and also just what are the things we can do as a state to promote access to forest carbon and forest carbon offsets for more landowners. That's something that we would really support and appreciate going forward. This state needs more from us from all of us than it's ever needed. And these working landscapes that we participate in, that are such an important part of how we feel about this state, the connections that we have here, the community that we have here. They're really under threat. And I think it's important for all of us to be thinking outside of the box about what it is that we can be doing to support our rural landscapes. The Vermont Land Trust is here. We're all in. And we're going to be looking very creatively at new ways to participate. And we really appreciate the Rural Caucus, the work that you're doing, and I want to be a partner with you. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Amanda Carlson. I'm the town administrator for the town of Coventry. So on behalf of the small municipal towns, I know there's a lot of effective tools that you've created for local government to support the businesses. But that information doesn't always reach the small towns. These towns are dealing with one person and the select board member that's been there for 30 years. And they don't always share that information around. So to make sure that they understand what's available, I'd love to see state-supported or run regional workshops or meetings that would allow some of that one-on-one interaction for these towns to understand. To learn best practices for supporting local businesses and what they can do in their small communities. It's not always on a large scale. It's not always, the big projects. Sometimes it's those small ones that need the most help. So for manufacturing, are there case studies and what funding is available and the permit process and where to start so that the municipality can assist someone looking into that. And on outdoor recreation economy, understanding what's proven to work and what are the pitfalls or what policies. We don't always need to recreate the wheel. It'd be nice to know kind of what is available. And also, sometimes it's really hard to find out what funding's available because they're all available in different places. And you don't know, and you have to just keep searching and hope somebody tells you which website or what agency to look at. It'd be nice to know where you can go for what funding and what's available to the small towns out there. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jenna Kolaski. I'm the Community and Policy Manager with the Vermont Council on Rural Development. I'm also the President of the Vermont Community Development Association Board, and I live in Huntington. So thank you for providing this forum. VCRD is a facilitator of public process. We facilitate conversations at the community level, and then we kind of add up what we're hearing in communities across the state, and we also facilitate statewide discussions as well. On the community and economic development side, through our community visit program, we've worked with about 70 different towns around the state on facilitated discussions to invite the whole town together, line up what's most important, set priorities, and then help to connect to resources. And we also provide coaching and leadership training in support of that work. And I thought, and just where we've worked in recent years, we've been in Montgomery, the four-town region of Royalton, Sharon, Stratford, and Tunbridge, Greensboro, Pulteney, Westford, and now we're working in Rockingham and Wheelock. I thought it might be helpful just to share, when we work with towns, we don't know what's best for them, but we listen and we learn, what are the issues they're grappling with today. And I thought it would be helpful just to share a few things we're hearing in every town we're working with. We have communities lining up task forces around broadband and cell connection. Every town we're working with these days are setting those up. Traffic, streetscape, walkability, and bikeability, as well as trails and outdoor recreation. Most towns are setting up around some kind of economic development committee or even looking for funding to build staffing into their town structure to support economic development and small businesses. And then certainly in recent years, every town is prioritizing water and sewer infrastructure. They come into the room thinking about housing and attracting young people and supporting businesses and realize that to do that they need the infrastructure to support that vision they have for their community. So community leaders are working hard on these things all around the state, but it's tough work, and we see success where they're able to connect to resources and technical assistance that they need. And so there certainly have been some programs over the last couple of years that have supported many of those things I just listed, and any support in those areas are critical. On the state policy side, we facilitate the Climate Economy Action Team, a group of large and small businesses and organizations unified around the belief that Vermont can be a leader in developing rural solutions to climate change. Their priorities this year will be around the Transportation Climate Initiative, around liberating efficiency utilities to kind of do their work where significant financial and greenhouse gas savings could be realized, so extending services from electric efficiency to thermal and transportation efficiencies. CEAT, the Climate Economy Action Team, recognizes that this could help to increase affordability and savings, especially in the most rural areas where residents shoulder a lot of a much higher energy burden. And then finally, the Working Lands Initiative. You've all heard a lot about the importance of the Working Lands Enterprise Fund. We facilitate and convene the Working Lands Coalition. And the coalition certainly thanks you all for your leadership last year in authorizing the largest investment in that fund to date at over $1.5 million. And the coalition believes that they'd love for that to kind of become the base funding for this work in an ongoing way, and in fact increase that over time with a goal of ultimately $3 million to meet the needs of businesses that are critical to protecting and promoting the future of Vermont's working landscape. And of course, you've heard tonight all the ways that that can support and grow the rural economy as well. So thanks so much for the time, appreciate it, and I will submit this in writing as well. Thank you.
I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second here, because the last two speakers reminded me of things that I was going to say when we started and forgot. I've been doing this for 11 years, and I still get tongue-tied in front of a crowd of people. Earlier this year, our group took a bus tour of southern Vermont in order to do the same kind of thing, listening to her, that Sarah organized, and it was a great thing. It was the first time that we've done it, and one of the things that we came out of it with is, wow, this is really great. We need to do this more. We need to keep getting out to other parts of the state, because I know not everybody can make it to Montpelier on the night when we have the hearing. So we probably won't do another one this year, but next year, maybe we'll show up in your neck of the woods. The other thing I wanted to say was BCRD, that Jenna works for, has been very helpful in helping us get the announcement out, and I forgot to thank them for that when I started, so I really do want to extend our thanks to them.
Hi, I'm Bruce Hennessy, Maple Wind Farm in Huntington, Richmond, and Bolton, Vermont. Running that with my partner, Beth. We produce 100% grass-fed beef, pasture-raised pork, poultry, and eggs from poultry, of course, and run a small USDA poultry processing plant that was funded in part by several Working Lands Enterprise grants. We feel like we're the poster children for Working Lands. We've had a tremendous amount of support from that organization and from partners with that organization, Vermont Land Trust, Vermont Housing Conservation Board, NRCS, I know works in there. So we've taken full advantage of those, and somehow we've gotten the word, maybe because we've been the squeaky wheel asking for help for all these things. So I'm here in support of Working Lands, in support of increasing that investment, and also to ask the group to consider adding payment for ecosystem services into the mix. When Beth and I first got started, we thought it would be enough that if we worked really hard, we had a good resource base, if we were reasonably intelligent and diligent, that the business would just be successful. And the truth is that you can be all of those things and it still won't work out. You still need support. There's a tremendous amount of barriers between small agriculture and profitability. And even though Working Lands has been a big part in helping us solve those problems, we need to go further for us to stay in business. I was encouraged to hear that the gentleman in Wood Products was able to pay health insurance for his employees. We're not able to pay health insurance for our employees. And that's a major problem for them, and it doesn't feel good for us either. It's very hard to even pay, well, some would consider a living wage, and others would consider not a living wage, at least in Chittenden County, right? So I want to tell a story at the end. The last thing that we received through Working Lands was a 50% grant to attend the ranching for profit. We like to call it farming for profit, but officially it's called ranching for profit. That a number of Vermont farms were able to attend last year. And that is an ongoing and continuing program for us. It's a 7-day farm business boot camp, essentially. That's the initial course. And then you have an opportunity to continue on in a board of farmers from across the nation and continue to work on your business and develop and realize many of the things that we need to do to be profitable and also build soils and add to the health and welfare of our community. And I just want to encourage a real focus on those really long-reaching and far-reaching programs for the Working Lands Group to help farmers really go beyond just that hard work and core intelligence to true financial literacy and the ability to become viable farm operations. And again, a deep thanks to all of you for that opportunity.
Good evening. I'm Christine McGowan from the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and I coordinate the Vermont Forest Industry Network. The network was established in 2018 to help support and strengthen our state's forest and wood product sector, and now includes more than 150 people and organizations involved in Vermont's forest and wood products industry. I'd like to start by thanking you for your support of the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. The Vermont Forest Industry Network's creation was a direct result of research commissioned by the Working Lands Enterprise Board's Forestry Committee back in 2015, and in the years since has increased awareness about the value of our forest and wood products industry to Vermont, and has embarked on several projects to expand or create new products for forest products, new markets for forest products and wood products. A few facts about our forests. Vermont is 76% forested, and 80% of those forests are privately held by small family woodlot owners. Historic land use patterns have left us with a considerable challenge. After depleting most of our forests for more than 100 years ago, much of what has grown back has not been well tended. So in a typical Vermont timber harvest, as much as 3/4 of what is removed is considered low grade, translate low value. Up until recently, that low-grade wood had a healthy regional market in pulp used to make paper, but for a variety of reasons, one of which is probably within arm's length of everyone in this room, we've seen a sharp decline in pulp mills in our region, and that's had a ripple effect on the entire supply chain. 2 years ago, several Vermont loggers were stuck with wood they couldn't sell and expensive equipment they could no longer afford. Many of them parked their skidders and were forced to find other ways to make a living. Meanwhile, most of the sawmills that used to be economic drivers in so many of our rural towns have disappeared. Some couldn't compete with newer, bigger mills across the border in Canada. Others have struggled with the constraints placed on them by state regulations. Those that remain are faced with the reality that their owners are not getting any younger, but their younger successors are few and far between. So when a sawmill closes its doors, it's unlikely we will ever get that infrastructure back. Despite these challenges, Vermont's forest and wood products industry still represents a significant economic driver in our state, generating $1.4 billion in economic activity and providing 10,500 Vermont jobs. When you add forest-based recreation to the mix, you add another 10,000 jobs and $1.9 billion in economic activity. Take our wood heat sector. When Vermonters heat with wood, 78 cents of every dollar is retained in the local economy. Compare that to only 22 cents retained when we use fossil fuels like heating oil and propane. Some people worry that increasing the use of wood heat means we'll cut down too many trees, but the fact is we're harvesting less than half the net growth in our forests. The reality is Vermont is losing more than 2,000 acres of forest land per year to rural and suburban development, not forest products. Some worry that wood heat is bad for our climate, yet a recent life cycle analysis of pellets made and used in the northern forest region shows that from day one, using wood pellets for heat reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 54% compared to oil and 59%
Point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 353rd edition of Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell. In the flesh.
In the flesh.
We're recording this on the 9th of January, and that being the case, this is news from the 2nd through the 8th. And I will make an appeal for funding. We still need a few dollars to pay our dues for this year. If you'd like to, you could go to brattleboro.tv.org and donate. Best way to do it is either by PayPal or by credit card. And when you do, when you fill in the amount, go down a little bit on the screen and you'll see a thing that says, that it looks for comments, and just say it's for Energy Week. And that way it'll get credited to our show. Also, I should explain that this show is based on my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com.
The best of the blog.
It's the best of the blog, which is not the best blog, but anyway, I go online every day and get the news that I find on energy and climate change, and I put 10 to 15 articles, synopsis for each, and the links to the original article online, and those go up on my blog, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the calendar to go to the date that the item that we read is. We will start on the 2nd of January, and about every third item will go forward a day.
Well, some of these are worth looking at.
Yeah,
Matter
some
of
of
fact,
them
this week, a particularly large number of them
Yeah.
are. And you wouldn't be disappointed if you looked them all up. Because some of them are really in-depth. Very informative.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, should we start?
Yeah, might as well.
We
start
have
with
an
the first
item
one
from
here. We got a picture coming up.
KSHB.
We got a picture,
We have a
and I'm
picture
going to try
of
to get the
Smoky
picture.
Hills Wind Farm.
Is that Smoky Hills? There's no hills.
I know. No, what can I say?
Well, that's Kansas.
I knew a girl who came from southern New Jersey, and she told me that if I was in the town that she lived in and wanted to find where she lived, all I had to do was ask people where the hill was. And the hill was a rise in the road of about 6 feet.
Well, let's move along with this one. We're in Kansas already.
We're in Kansas. There
And
we
it
go.
says that Kansas's embrace of wind energy helps it reduce CO2 emissions.
Kansas. Kansas has been able to reduce CO2 emissions for the 10th straight year.
Well, that's encouraging.
Isn't it? Largely due to the rapid adoption of wind energy and a slow move away from coal-powered electricity.
There's a lot of wind in Kansas.
There's a lot of wind in Kansas. I was born in Kansas. I was born, you know that farm in The Wizard of Oz?
Well, it's been a long time since I
Yeah,
saw The
well,
Wizard of Oz.
the farm that was right across the street
Oh,
from
no
where I
kidding.
live. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. No, actually, that's a fib. The Kansas News Agency reports that about 36% of all electricity produced in Kansas is from wind. Actually, I was born in Atchison, which is the same town that Amelia Earhart came from.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? Who'd have thought?
Well, this electricity produced in Kansas is the highest percentage of any U.S. state.
I wonder.
At least according to this article. I
Yeah.
mean, Texas might argue with them.
I wonder, well, it's a high, it depends upon how you measure these things.
Yeah.
There's more wind energy coming from Texas, but it's more wind energy measured how? Measured in absolute terms? Yeah, Texas has more in absolute terms. Measured per capita? Probably Kansas.
And how about capacity?
That would be Texas.
That'd be Texas.
Yeah, that's what I mean by absolute terms.
Well, let's move along here.
Okie doke. We have an item from WION.
Sounds like a radio station.
It does. Actually, so does KSHB, but
Yeah,
here
it
we
does.
go.
Conservatives to form a coalition government with the Greens in Austria.
In Austria. Austria's conservatives, led by Sebastian Kurz, agreed to form an unprecedented coalition
It is unprecedented.
government with the Greens, capping almost 3 months of negotiations. It will mark the first time the Green Party has been in power. What in power means here is that they're actually part of
the government.
The government coalition.
Yep.
And they're not
So they got a good voice.
part of the opposition. They have a good voice. What they're doing is they're saying to the conservatives, and the Austrian conservatives are very conservative. At least that's my take on it.
The article was reading it that this really was I don't know how they ever worked it out together.
Well,
They
you
had a lot of
see, here's
arguments
the
about
thing.
it.
Conservatives, why would conservatives be against Greens? The Greens,
Politics.
they aren't from Africa or Turkey.
Yeah.
You know, they don't, when you get down to the list of things that conservatives want, they really
Greens
don't.
supply it, yeah.
The Greens can sit
They're
there
for
and
the
say,
same
we're
thing.
going to give some validity to this government. And
Yeah.
if the conservatives want to talk about nationalism or they want to talk about tax reduction, the
That's
Greens,
not our business.
the Greens can say, you want to reduce taxes?
Yeah, okay.
Fine. You know, increase the amount of green energy we've got, and you know, no tax on green energy. You're going to be paying very much lower utility bills. You know, it's
Well, from the article, it says the environment has replaced immigration as a top concern.
that's why I
in the
mentioned
country.
Africa and Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, and yeah, okay. Should we move on?
Yeah, we got another
We
picture
have an
coming
item
up.
here from Renews. We have a lot of stuff from Renews.
Well, let's take a quick look at that picture.
Yeah.
I would guess that that's solar.
You know, that looks a little bit like solar to me. I didn't get a really close look at it, but go ahead with the title.
German solar grows 30% in 2019.
That's impressive.
It is that.
The solar market grew by about 30% in 2019, with almost 4 gigawatts of new projects installed. That's 4 big things.
Well, every time you see gig, it means big.
Unless you're talking
Gigawatts.
about gigajoules.
Yeah, that's small.
Gigajoules are small. Initial analysis by the German Solar Industry Association, BSW, said, the association said falling PV prices with increased power prices, intensifying the climate debate, and growing electromobility. The electromobility means vehicles of all
Yeah, I was
kinds.
going to say cars. Yeah.
And are the main reasons for growth.
Well, from the article, you know, they're giving them a pat on the back, but they say more needs to be done.
More needs to
boost
be done.
solar expansion in Germany.
Yeah.
If the country is to meet its climate goals.
If it's going to meet its climate goals.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, even Germany's climate goals aren't enough to keep us out of trouble.
That's true, too.
At least I say it's the fact. It's my opinion. Okay.
Let's move along here.
We are
Friday
up to
the 3rd.
Friday the 3rd, as you just said.
The Trump administration plans 2020 approvals for major projects. So that's interesting.
This is from E&E News. That's E&E. The Trump administration is poised this year to do what congressional Democrats and other critics of the president's energy dominance campaign have been demanding for a long time: advance large-scale renewable energy projects on federal lands.
There's something fishy about it.
Well,
I don't
you know, Steve Hanley, who writes for Clean Technica,
Yeah.
the day after this,
Yeah.
or maybe it was the day after that, wrote an article in which he said, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Good
And
question.
He said, okay, so they're allowing these big solar project to go in, but they're going to try to allow everything to go in under an all-of-the-above strategy, which includes fracking and extracting nuclear energy and all kinds of things. So
This was a good article. It's in depth. This is
absolutely
a good article.
Absolutely. Yep.
Conservation groups and congressional Democrats have criticized Trump's focus on oil and gas drilling
Yep.
and mining on federal lands,
Yes.
which is still going
It's still
through
going
as far
forward,
as it's
yeah.
concerned. The Bureau of Land Management plans to approve 5 commercial-scale solar and wind projects as part of this.
Right.
Okay, as well as opening 20,000 acres in Southern California for geothermal.
Yes.
That's interesting.
It is.
That one is.
Very interesting. Okay, we have a picture coming up,
Yeah, we got
as
some
Tom
sheep
always
here, I
says.
think.
This is an article that I really enjoyed.
This is a neat little article.
It's a neat little article. It's from the BBC.
Belching in a good way. How livestock could learn from Orkney sheep.
Have you spent much time around cattle, Tom?
No. They belch a lot.
They not only do they belch a lot, but they have the most deep, resonant belch you could possibly imagine. It is a work of art by a cow. Okay, one of the Orkney Islands, which is called North Ronaldsay, is home to 50 people and 2,000 sheep. In the 19th century, the islanders built a stone wall to confine the sheep to the shoreline. They're only allowed to walk around on the shore.
On the beach, yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at this, you can see...
There's a map, you can see that.
Oh, yeah. And they don't have much of this island available to them. But the flock is confined to the shoreline, and it survives on seaweed.
They have been eating seaweed for a long time.
That special diet could hold the key to more climate-friendly livestock farming.
This is a good article. Lots of pictures if you like
Lots of pictures. This is fun.
So
and it talks about, we've actually talked about the link between reduced methane development in the stomachs of ungulates, which means less methane being belched, and consumption of various kinds of seaweed. And
so they're not belching as much methane.
Yeah, they're not belching as much methane. And one of the things that I found interesting about this article is that they get a lot of seaweed washing up on this shore.
Like free.
And they just eat it.
Yeah.
And
well, the sheep have been living on the island for thousands of years. Okay?
Yeah.
This is not new. They're adapted to it. The 6-foot-high, 13-mile wall restricts them to only beachfront.
Yes.
Okay. The flock's diet has been restricted to seaweed foraged from the shore, which gives their meat a fuller, gamey flavor. A delicacy sought after by chefs.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a win-win situation.
It's a win-win situation for everybody except the sheep, who don't like being eaten.
Well, the cows graze in the interior. They have the grass. Okay, the sheep get the seaweed.
Well, they don't want salty milk.
Yeah, that makes sense. Studies have shown that livestock that have some seaweed in their diets belch far less methane than animals fed on grass or general feed.
And you know, one of the things, and Tom and I talked about this before the show, sheep and so forth are not the only animals that eat seaweed. People do too.
Yeah.
You can buy seaweed down at the co-op.
Sure you can, yeah.
There's a Korean seaweed salad that you can get in the prepackaged deli section, and there is seaweed of various kinds in the wherever it is. They use seaweed is the green that's used to wrap sushi.
Of course, yeah.
So people eat
there's a lot of
seaweed.
different kinds of seaweed, but
Dulse, you mentioned, and laver bread was something that I mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
We're back to Australia, which is still very much in the news.
Australia is still very much in the
The Navy rescues people from fire-hit Malakuta, and we've talked about this.
Oh,
already.
yes. The Navy, the Australian Navy has evacuated about 1,000 tourists and residents who were trapped in the fire-ravaged town of Malakuta on the Victoria coast. The evacuees will be taken to the western port, the Navy said, about 16 hours voyage down the coast. I was interested. We talked about this evacuation last week.
Yes, we did.
And we speculated about what kind of ship was used. And I said a destroyer wouldn't work.
No.
And, you know, I don't think it occurred to you, but it certainly didn't occur to me. The Navy has ships that are not combat ships.
Oh, sure.
And they
Supply ships.
In this particular case, what they used was they were combat
They got
ships,
troop transports,
but
too.
they were landing vessels of various kinds. They used landing craft to pick the people up from the beach, and then they transported them back to a landing ship. Yeah. And I don't know how many people got onto the landing ship. It did not. The pictures that I saw did not look particularly crowded.
Well, this is an interesting article. There's some maps on it which are worth looking at.
Yes.
There's a 2.5-minute video which is also worth looking
Right.
at. It's kind of depressing because it's about the fire.
Yeah.
Well, some 4,000 residents and tourists fled to the beach when bushfires encircled the town.
Yep.
Well, that must have been scary. Thousands of people are also fleeing parts of neighboring New South Wales, where a week-long state of emergency is in force.
Well, you know, Tom, some of the stuff that has come out of this is absolutely astonishing. It's almost unimaginable. The government.
Well, one of the things is the Prime Minister took a vacation in
Yeah,
Hawaii.
I know, and he has been taking a lot of flack for that.
Well, he deserves it.
Yes. He tried, the Prime Minister of Australia, after taking a vacation in Hawaii during these fires, came back and hit a lot of criticism.
Yes.
And he went for the first time to a town that had been hit by the fires. And while he was there, he walked up to a young woman and he reached down and took her hand. She didn't offer it.
Okay.
And he put her hand into his to shake it. And she said, the only reason why I'm shaking your hand is because, and I didn't hear the rest of the words, but it was something like, we need help here. And he just dropped it and walked away.
No kidding.
And
arrogant guy, huh?
Well, I don't know if it's arrogance or embarrassment or what, but you know, I find it really hard to believe that this guy is going to be reelected. That was an area where people supported him.
Yeah.
And the people there were uniformly heckling him, and they were saying things that were not very nice as they heckled. But other things that have happened, the Australian government and the governments of the states have told people, if you're not out of these towns, that where we're saying, you know, these towns that are cut off,
yeah,
don't try to leave. If the fires come, don't try to leave. Just find the best place you can to hide.
Neck deep in the sea.
Well, I mean, these people on the coast had an advantage.
Yeah.
But you can't go down into the cellar to escape a fire the way you can go down into the cellar to escape a tornado.
Well, that's true.
So, you know, I mean, people are in trouble. And the other one that I heard, do you know Hillary down in the co-op?
No, I don't think I do.
Yeah. Well, I was talking with her yesterday, and she said that friends of hers from Australia visited, and they told her that the koalas are messing with people's minds.
No.
And this is really a sad story. The firefighters are starting to have psychological problems because they go in to fight the fires and they're surrounded by screaming koalas.
Wow.
Now, koalas, I should say, are not going to, they don't have to be burning to be screaming.
Okay.
They
scream naturally.
They scream naturally. Whenever they're upset, they scream. But, you know, their scream sounds so much like a human scream. And these firefighters...
Must be very unnerving.
Unnerving, that's right. And so it's hard. Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up.
We are up to Saturday, the 4th of November, and we have a picture of a downtown neighborhood. Okay.
This is kind of an irritating article.
Irritating.
Oil and petrochemical companies want you to pay to protect them from climate change.
Right. Now you know why it's irritating, everybody. This is from Clean Technica. Not content with ruining the earth with billions of tons of CO2 and plastic waste, oil and petrochemical companies want the federal government to build enclaves to protect their refining facilities from rising sea levels and more powerful storms.
Well, the article begins, and I'll read from it.
Yeah.
Chutzpah is murdering your parents, then throwing yourself on the mercy of the court because you are an orphan.
Yeah.
Okay. Oil and petrochemical companies are guilty of chutzpah raised to the 10th power.
Yeah. Well.
They don't expect the government to protect private residences, just the industry infrastructure that makes their business possible.
And you know, their refineries are, some of them are inland, but there's a huge number of them that are right on the
Right
coast.
off the shore.
Yeah.
They claim that protecting industry is a matter of national security. Can we have $12 billion, please?
Yes. Donald Trump told people, I think it was yesterday, that, which would be the 8th of January, that the United States doesn't need the Middle East oil. So, you know, we don't have to worry about a war.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
And I was sitting there thinking, he finally got something right. What we need to do is to get rid of all oil, not just Middle East oil.
You've got a good point. He doesn't. Well, we're back to Australia here.
Yeah, with an item from NBCnews.com.
Australia's fires could change the country forever.
Yeah, I guess they
I'm not
could.
sure could is the right word there. I think it will.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, yeah. Natural rhythms of Australia's environment include wildfires, but scientists haven't seen anything like this before. At least 12 million acres of land have already been scorched, and more than 100 blazes are still active, and the fire season has yet to reach its peak.
Well, one of the problems with the animals is it's burning the area that the animals inhabit. They're running away. Then they're coming back, and there's no food for them.
Yeah, this is very hard.
The blazes threaten to reshape Australia's ecology, even in places where plants and animals have adapted to yearly fires.
Yeah.
Earlier than usual blazes could portend a worrisome trend that is echoed around the world.
Well, I started looking into the record of Australian fires.
Yeah.
And of course, in the past, there have been more deaths. I'm going back to the 19th century.
Yeah.
And
so they've
20th
always
century.
had fires.
They've always
like
had
this.
fires. They have had a fire season. They have an official fire season that starts on the 1st of June and it ends on the 31st of May. So it's year-round. That's the official fire season.
Wow.
But when people talk about a fire season, they're talking about summer, which is our winter because they're
upside down.
They're upside down. It's amazing the way people learn to walk on their hands down there. Anyway, they
must get tired walking on their hands.
Yeah, but they have a fire season every year, and I was looking at the record. And the record, had the number of acres burned or the number of square miles, whatever. And this season, when I looked, was not the worst.
It wasn't, huh?
It wasn't the worst. Not in every respect. It was the worst in some
pretty
respects.
bad one.
Pretty bad. But the thing is, the season was just starting.
Yeah,
that summer season was just starting, and it was almost the worst. It's going to go on. The really bad part of it is we're only about 2 weeks into a season that's.
So this is sort of like June to them.
Yeah, we're two weeks in. Or
we got
3
July
weeks.
and August coming up.
Exactly. There you go. Okay.
Well, you got another picture coming up.
We
here.
do indeed, and this is from Common Dreams.
It is that.
Which is a
and
good
that
site,
is
I
a
think.
picture of Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria.
Yep.
And that does not look very pretty.
No, it doesn't.
Groundbreaking study finds fingerprints, which is in quotes, of human-caused climate change in global daily weather.
Now this is
kind of scary.
Yeah. Scientists can now detect the, quote, fingerprint, end quote, of human-caused climate change in a global perspective of daily weather patterns, according to a groundbreaking analysis published in the journal Nature Climate Change. And what they're saying is that you can find evidence of human-caused climate change in the weather every day.
Every day. I'll read from the article.
Yeah.
On the basis of a single day of globally observed temperature and moisture, we can detect that fingerprint and conclude that the whole Earth is warming. Climate change is influencing the conditions that people and ecosystems are experiencing every day all around the world.
Yeah.
Okay, the study was in part motivated by Trump's tweets about how a cold day in one particular location disproves global warming. And he did say that.
Oh, he's done it so many
Several times.
And, Senator Inhofe did it when he took the snowball into the Senate. It's really kind. Here we are in Vermont, okay? You were talking when you came in about how cold it was outside.
Yeah.
And what was the temperature? Do you know?
Well, it got up to 20, but it was about 5 last night.
It was about 5.
Yeah.
And what is the normal average low temperature for the winter around here?
Probably about 20.
It's about 20 below zero.
Average winter temperature?
The coldest.
Oh, the coldest winter. Yeah.
Coldest winter temperature. In the past,
those are getting warmer.
We haven't had a temperature this winter in Brattleboro that has been below 5 degrees. Positive.
I don't think so. I don't think we have.
We're halfway
through.
Because
I watched that to see if my car will start.
We are almost halfway through the heating season. If the rest of the heating season is like what we've already seen, we're not.
We're ahead of the game.
Oh, Yeah, ahead of the game in a sense, but in another sense, this is excellent weather if you happen to be a deer tick.
I somehow I think I skipped that incarnation.
Okay.
This is an interesting article coming up. Sunday, January 5th. Lithium for Tesla battery uses less water than 11 avocados. And I'm going to explain that a little bit because that threw me.
Yeah, I
didn't understand
I
what
went
was
through
going
there,
on.
and boy, this is interesting. This is from Clean Technica, and one explanation that I should start out with is people look at the amount of water used to make lithium for a battery, and they say, "Look at how much water you're using. This is crazy." Okay, this is what the article says. Reportedly, 3,840 liters, which is 1,104 gallons of water, are
I'll stick with 1,100.
Huh?
I'll stick with 1,100.
1,100, yeah. Are evaporated for a 64 kilowatt hour battery, which is what you would find in a Tesla. Not the biggest battery in a Tesla, but that's what you can find.
That's an average battery for a Tesla.
According to the director of the Helmholtz Institute for Electrochemical Energy Storage, this is the amount of water used to produce 250 grams of beef, 10 avocados, or 30 cups of coffee.
Well, how much is 250 grams of beef? I should have looked that one up.
It's a little more than half a pound.
Half a pound, okay. Well, from the article, and I didn't know this myself, massive amounts of water are required to produce lithium-ion batteries.
Yeah.
I didn't look up why or how, because that's news to me.
They're evaporating it.
They're evaporating the water, yeah.
And where does that water go?
Well, it goes into the air. It goes in the air
and
as
after
steam.
that, it comes down as rain.
It's not lost water. It's just changed in its substance.
Yeah. So what we should do is evaporate that water in places where we want.
Where you need rain.
That's right. There you go. But go ahead. You've probably got more to say there.
Not much, because it baffled me, and I still don't understand why they need so much water to make the batteries, because it's not part of the battery.
The lithium is.
The lithium is, but not the water.
The lithium is being obtained
from water, isn't it?
as part of a solution in water.
Well, this is interesting. I did find this out. I should have known it. Lithium is lighter than water.
Yes.
It will float.
That's right. And if you ever try floating it, you'll be in for a shock. Because the first thing that it does is it fizzes like an Alka-Seltzer tablet, and the second thing that it does is catch fire.
That's interesting. That's very.
Sodium does the same thing.
Let me intersperse here something that's kind of related. I used to work for a company made electrical cable. I actually worked for several companies made electrical cable.
Yeah.
And this one company came out with a new approach to electrical cable, which was sodium conductors.
Oh my gosh! Oh no!
Which they extruded.
Oh no!
No. And sodium burned.
I could just see the accidents that would happen with that.
Nothing was happening.
Really?
No, they had it all sealed up. They had a pretty good process. And they put in a trial down in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay, and they dug all the trenches, and they put the cables in, and then they went home for the evening, and it rained overnight.
Oh no!
And when they came back, all of the cables were floating.
Oh no!
They didn't burn or anything, because
oh, my gosh.
they were all sealed. It was well thought out. Everything was sealed.
Yeah.
They couldn't expose the lithium to water, which would make it burn.
Yeah.
But the lithium cables were floating,
which
caused a lot of amusement. And of course, they had to hold the cables down while they backfilled.
Okay.
Sometimes everybody was talking about the specific gravity of the cables and the specific gravity of lithium. Nobody ever thought of that means it'll float.
Well, I remember as a kid looking at pictures of warships and hearing that their sides were a foot thick of steel and saying, how can that float? But
Yeah.
Okay, we've got an item here from the BBC with a very interesting
This is an
graphic.
Interesting article. I got the picture up already.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Well, you had the old picture up,
picture.
and I put
You
this
changed
one
the
up.
picture.
Okay.
Well, this is an interesting article, and it's an interesting picture.
Yep.
And it says bushfires can create their own weather. And the article says how pyrocumulonimbus clouds develop, which is what you're looking at there in the picture.
Yes.
Okay. And
there are also
tell us how it goes.
There are also pyronimbus clouds. Okay, record-breaking temperatures and months of severe drought have fueled a series of massive bushfires across Australia. Well, we knew that. The fires burning since September have intensified over the past week. High temperatures and strong winds are forecast for the weekend, creating further fire risk. But what we should do is look at this.
Let's look at that picture there, yeah.
In the lower left corner, you've got smoke plume
You get
rising.
the fire.
There's a fire there, and the hot air rises, so that just goes up fast. Well, people who know about fires know that when wood burns or anything else that's made of cellulose,
there's water in it.
There's water in it. It's water and carbon dioxide and obviously particulates. And they rise, but they are also, it's hot, but it's also full of water, which rises as steam. Now, the steam...
As they cool, it turns into clouds.
That's right. And the clouds happen to be full of particulates, which means that they're full of materials that which is smoke. They're full of materials that the steam can condense around.
So guess what happens? It rains like hell.
It rains. The cloud forms, that's item 3. Item 4 is a thunderstorm. Item 5, almost in the middle of the screen, a little to the left, is a downburst. And they have had real
strong downbursts.
Big storms.
Big thunderstorms, yep.
Big thunderstorms with just what a friend of mine called torrential rain.
Torrential rain.
Torrential.
And the last item there is the scariest.
Yeah, the lightning. So miles down, a new fire starts. Well, you can also get fires that are, when you have a firestorm like this, the firestorm will have air in that number 1 area rising so fast that it creates a tornado. And the tornado will pick things up that are burning. And the embers...
Wow. That's not good.
Well, I've mentioned it before. The Peshtigo fire, a hardware store that burned to the ground, the sign on the store was picked up by a fire tornado, and it went up so high that the embers on it went out, so it stopped burning, and then it fell back to the ground many miles away. And that was one of the indications that maybe that fire jumped the Green Bay, which at its narrowest point is about 10 miles across. So you could have, and they've even talked, there are people who say they think that the fires that happened in Michigan that same day might have been started by the fires in Wisconsin, and they would have jumped Lake Michigan.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
And,
I think that's what happened.
Well, it was the same day as the Chicago fire. And it was really dry. Really dry. Well, it was all part of the same drought. But anyway, there's the picture of how...
It's a good site.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pictures in it. There's a nice interactive map that you can play with.
Yes.
And we got a little takeaway here.
Okay.
Rain has brought some respite to the thousands of firefighters and volunteers tackling the blazes. But by the start of January, conditions were still dangerous and a state of emergency has come into force. Bushfires can drive thunderstorms, increase the risk of lightning strikes, and further fires, which can travel faster than most people can run. You don't think about that. You can't outrun these fires.
You cannot outrun them. That's right. And, you know, you may be better off in the cases of some of them turning around and running through them the other way. I don't know.
You may, because it's already burned there.
Yeah, because they're not very broad when they're moving that fast. And I wouldn't want to give people advice to do that. But, you know, in some cases, these things get really counterintuitive. Certainly, if I were wearing an asbestos suit, that might be what I was doing. Okay, we've got an item here from Where are we, Tom? Lewiston Sun Journal.
Avangrid, betting big on renewable energy. Now, we've talked about Avangrid before, so we'll mention it a second here.
Avangrid is pushing forward with multi-billion-dollar initiatives to create 2 wind farms off the coast of Nantucket, about 30 miles south of Cape Cod. Together, they would add more power to the New England grid than the company's controversial billion-dollar main transmission project, which, by the way, got some of the approvals that it needed from zoning and so forth.
It is very controversial.
Yes, that's right.
It's basically for bringing Canadian hydropower down to Boston.
Right.
And the people from Maine say, well, why go through unspoiled part of Maine to bring this power down?
The people who are giving zoning and so forth permissions in unincorporated areas.
Yeah.
Gave the permission yesterday.
Well,
so
we'll see what happens.
We will.
Well, Avangrid is a subsidiary of Iberdrola, a Spanish firm.
That's right.
That's the largest wind energy investor in the world.
Yep.
So this Iberdrola knows what they're doing. They know
about wind power and
all over Europe.
And these wind farms that they're talking about putting in south of Cape Cod are big.
They're going to be big.
They would provide. Well, this says twice as much power as a $1 billion transmission project.
Well, from the article, offshore New England is among the best spots in the country to turn wind into electricity.
Right. Okay, we're up to Monday, January 6th, and we've got an item from Clean Technica and a picture of a Westport, Connecticut police car.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Police Department adds a 2020 Tesla Model 3 and explains why.
Asked why he chose the Model 3, Police Chief Koskinas, which is probably pronounced wrong, but I'm sorry if it is, says he, quote, believes in being green, end quote. However, the car's unmatched performance for the money, its 5-star safety rating, and its top-of-the-industry collision avoidance technology, and its low lifetime cost were also factors.
Well, they're missing one of the biggest parts of it. Police cars spend most of their day idling.
Yeah.
Okay,
which is
and with
really
these cars,
bad.
they don't have to idle.
It's really bad for an engine.
Bad for everything.
Police cars are worn out after 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they've got 40,000 miles on them, and they're worn out.
Well, the engine has got a lot more than 40,000
Yes,
miles
that's
on it
right.
because it's just been idling.
Actually, I brought up with a town meeting, I think it was last town meeting, the idea that the police department should always look into electric vehicles.
Absolutely.
For exactly that reason. Yeah.
Well, that's what it says in the article. Consider the length of time in a day that police cars spend idling, as they need to keep the engine running to power the lights and keep online computers running properly without draining the battery. Well, in this particular case, they don't have to worry about that. They just shut it off.
Yeah.
And the battery is big enough that they can rely on it to work.
Well, they step in and they have it on. They put their foot on the accelerator and it takes off.
They go. Yeah.
They don't have to worry about the engine being warm or whatever.
Well, basically, when the engine is off, it's off.
Yeah. But it's also ready to go.
Instantly.
Instantly. Okay.
Well, we're back to Australia here.
We are indeed. And this is an item from BBC.
It's about Australia fires. Rain brings relief, but huge blazes are expected ahead. No relief, guys.
Yeah,
no.
This is the rain that we described in that previous thing. Sooty rain.
Sooty rain.
Fell on Australia's east coast from Sydney to Melbourne, where the torrential rain reported in some parts of New South Wales. But the officials warned that it would get hot again soon, and huge fires in Victoria and New South Wales could meet to create a larger mega blaze.
This one's from the BBC, and they usually do a pretty interesting job, so this is one you might want to look up.
Yeah.
There's 2 1-minute videos in it, lots of pictures. I love the pictures in these articles. The rain is a welcome surprise and has given some respite from the smoke-filled air. That's it.
Yes. Okay. Well, in that case, we can go to WBRZ.
This is an interesting article.
It is indeed.
Innovative New Orleans school puts focus on environment and climate change.
A high school in New Orleans is preparing students for careers in coastal protection and restoration.
Boy, they need it.
They need it, but the idea that they would have a high school, we're talking about high school kids here.
Dedicated to this, yeah.
Yeah, anticipating a future with ongoing climate change and sea level rise. New Harmony High School opened in 2018 and has about 100 South Louisiana students. They're from all over southern Louisiana. Well, the one person in the article they talked about commutes 50 miles.
Yeah, they did mention that.
And, you know, but this is...
Well, from the article, besides their traditional classes in math, literature, and history, the New Harmony students take science classes that tackle environmental issues.
Yeah.
Like this is important, the levying of the Mississippi River and oil and gas development. So these kids are going to be prepared as they develop and go on to college and stuff like that to handle some of the problems that Louisiana is facing, and we've talked about
We've
that.
talked about this at length. One of the things that I find interesting, and it comes back to me every time we talk about Louisiana, is we're talking about a state that is dominated by conservative Republican politics, but they accept the idea that they've got serious problems with a rising sea.
Oh, it's dissolving into the ocean.
Well, you know.
We talked about one guy who's moved like about 3 times.
We've talked many times about Cameron Parish,
Yeah,
which had the largest
spot.
percentage of pro-Trump voters in that election.
And it's the part of Louisiana that's most at
basically
risk.
the people in town have all been told, and people in the county have all been, and it's a county that's about twice the size of Windham County, although it has a population of less than 7,000 people. But the people there have all been told, or almost all been told, that they are going to have to leave because the sea level is rising and the land is subsiding as they pump the oil out from under it.
Well, let's move along.
Okay.
Tuesday, January 7th, and this is an interesting article.
With a picture, which I just put up.
That's the next one.
Oh, is it?
Las Vegas taxi company orders hundreds of
I
taxis.
put that in the wrong place, didn't I?
I think you did, yeah.
I did, yeah.
I think you did.
Okay. Go ahead.
I read it.
Oh, you read the title. This is from Clean Technica. Captain, which has 872 taxis among its total of 1,400 vehicles in Las Vegas, launched 30 Teslas in the taxi service in the city. However, that is just a soft launch in its Tesla fleet. The number of electric vehicles in the fleet will be in the hundreds by sometime in February.
The Tesla Model 3 is more than competitive in any high mileage market.
Right.
Okay? The more you drive a vehicle, the more money an electric vehicle is going to save you.
Yes.
And that's what's happening right here.
Yes. And you know, taxis, I don't know, but I would bet that they have the same problem police cars have, of a lot of idling.
A lot of idling and stuff like that, yeah. Maybe not as intense as the police cars.
Not
but
as
the
intense.
Same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, now we got that picture coming.
We have that
let's
picture.
Take a look at that. That's not eggs.
That's not eggs.
That's a biogas plant. We saw one last week, but this is much bigger.
This is a big biogas plant.
EU plans a big increase in green gas to meet climate goals.
Production of biogas, biomethane, and green hydrogen will have to increase by at least 1,000%. That's a big increase by 2050.
I would say.
To reach the EU's climate neutrality objective for that year. An EU official said renewable gases today already represent around 7% of the gross inland energy consumption.
7% today. From
Now,
the article, it says renewable gases need to reach 50 to 60%.
Yeah, and I was looking at this and I thought these figures don't add up. You increase 7% by 1,000%, you're up to 70%.
Yeah.
And they're saying 50% to 60%. But
I wouldn't quibble.
Well, the fact is, what they're saying is that the electricity consumption is going to go up.
Okay.
So an increase of 1,000% would not increase the percentage of electricity being consumed by 1,000%. So I think that's what it comes down to, is that these...
Well, the article is...
I think the people who wrote the article know, or the people who provided the figures knew what the figures meant.
Well, the article's encouraging. It does say getting there is not impossible.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And, you know, biomethane is getting more and more opposition, I should say. People are saying, wait a minute.
It's still methane.
It's methane.
It's a little bit cleaner, but it's still methane.
Well, the methane in some cases is going to be produced whether you produce it intentionally or not.
Like cows belching.
Yeah, and if you don't have some kind of way to burn it, which you would in a biomethane plant,
okay,
it's going to go into the atmosphere. So this would make things better to use that biomethane. I think the people who say that we don't want that in our pipelines have got a point, because those pipelines all leak.
That's true.
So
why they all leak, I don't know, but they do all leak.
We talked about that. We had an article years ago about some kids who did a study in Boston, and they drove through every street in Boston, and they located like 2,700 leaks.
Yeah.
And
all over the place.
a big organization. It might have been I don't know, it was the NRDC or, Rocky Mountain Institute or whatever it was. An organization went in, they wanted to replicate those figures and see if the kids had actually read it right. And they said, no, it's not 2,700, it's actually closer to 3,000.
Wow.
So.
Well, I know in New York City, for example, it's not at all uncommon for a gas leak to destroy a house because it turns into a fire.
I remember years ago when a gas leak got into an elevator shaft in an apartment building in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And it blew the face off the building.
Blew the whole building up, huh?
Well, not the whole building. No, it just blew
the face off.
It blew the face off. It blew the face of the elevator shaft off the building.
Okay.
Which is kind of scary,
I would think. I wouldn't want to be there when it happened.
Well, you're driving down the street and all of a sudden
an elevator door go by you. What was that?
That's right.
The sky is falling.
The sky is falling. I had a friend who was telling me about how he and his father were riding home from an outdoor movie in New Jersey. This is like 1955 probably. And all of a sudden cinder blocks started falling out of the sky.
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. A factory had exploded because of a gas leak, and it was a weird thing. A factory exploded. The night watchman in the factory had been overcome by the fumes.
Ooh.
And had conked out. He'd collapsed unconscious. Yeah. The factory blew up, but it didn't kill him. In fact, apparently, it didn't
probably woke him up.
It might have. I would hate to wake up and discover the building that I'm in isn't the building that I'm in anymore because
it'd be kind of scary.
It would be. Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up here of a mine.
Of a mine.
Yeah, let's get to.
Yes, this is I couldn't resist this picture.
That's the Asturias mine in Spain.
El País in English. I don't know that I'm pronouncing that right either. But go ahead, Tom.
Greenhouse gas emissions drop in Spain as power plants ditch coal. And it's happening because of economics.
Yeah, it is. Spain has just taken 1 year to achieve a goal that was expected to require a decade. The government had predicted that by 2030, coal would no longer be used in power plants to generate electricity. I think we reported that.
Yeah.
This objective was all but achieved last year. They used a little bit of coal.
There's only a little bit of coal left in Spain.
And there is look at that picture, though. My conscience, that's Asturias. Asturias is in the northwest corner of Spain, and it's one of those areas of the world that is historically proven to be almost impossible to conquer.
Northwest, that's Basque Country, isn't it?
It is. Well, it's actually, I think it might be a little bit west of Basque Country, but it certainly includes Basque Country. It might be that it's all in Basque Country, but that's the area where when the Moors and Arabs invaded Spain during the 6th century,
that's as far as they got, isn't it?
They got to Asturias. They claimed to own it, but there were a bunch of Visigoths who had gone up into that area, and
they had other ideas.
And they had other ideas, and they came out and started what was called the Kingdom of Asturias, and that kingdom was the ancestor kingdom to Spain and Portugal both.
Oh, okay.
And that was the start of the Reconquista. That started in that kind of territory. And you think about Arabs and Moors moving into that territory to try to conquer it from people who wanted to resist. You can imagine why it was hard to get them out of there.
I would think.
It's hard to attack uphill when you can't see the people that are up there, and all they have to do is roll rocks down.
I was just going to say, throw rocks at you.
Yeah. Okay. I think we are up to Wednesday, January 8th.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything worth reading in this.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, we've pretty much covered it, so let's move on. We got another picture coming up.
We have an item from BBC, and that is a picture of gas flares. I think those gas flares are in Iran or Iraq.
They're in a place with palm trees, that's for sure.
They're in a place with palm trees. That is true. We can either that or somebody did some good artwork. Okay, what do you have?
Interesting flaring gas in that picture, though.
Those
Wow.
are huge gas flares.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Really big, and you'd think that they'd be able to trap that stuff and make something out of it.
Well, you know, I don't know how they're doing it, but when I first flew over Saudi Arabia when I was moving there to live,
Yeah,
I could look down and see flaring gas all over the place.
everywhere, yeah.
And when I left, that was gone.
Really?
They had managed to capture virtually all of the flared gas.
Well,
Hey, it's money.
yes,
They
it
can
is.
sell it.
And not only that, but it's worse than using the gas. If you look at that picture, you can see smoke coming up, and that smoke is particulates, and it indicates that the gas, they may be flaring it, but things are getting into the atmosphere, and they're not good. And you know, I had a thought about this, Tom. There's a kind of a hackneyed story that scientists tell. You know, people hit this in high school and college.
Yeah.
And the story is that if you do the calculations and you can figure out how many molecules were in the breath that Julius Caesar exhaled, as he said, et tu, Brute, and you can figure out how many breath-sized units there are in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And if you figure that out and you just do all the math, you come to a really kind of amazing conclusion, which is that if you could track where your molecules in your body came from, chances are you'd have at least one that was in that breath of Julius Caesar's. When
I'll
things
have to
get
check on that.
well, you know, I've talked to people. Steve Rucroft, who is a physicist who was on this show.
He was on the show, yeah.
He and I talked about that, and he said, "Yeah, you do the math. There it
Yeah.
is. If you consider that smoke coming up out of that thing,
You can pull it up
if
again.
that smoke went up more than a week ago, we probably have a
probably
little bit of
breathing
that
some
in
of
us.
it right now, yep.
And we've got probably everybody in America has got some molecule or atom that was discharged from Chernobyl when it blew up. You know, this stuff gets all over the place. It is, as they say, ubiquitous. Anyway.
This is a good article. Iran attack. Crude oil prices rise after Iraq missile attacks.
Yep.
This is very current.
Yes, it is.
This is happening as we speak.
Absolutely. Oil prices have risen further after two bases hosting U.S. troops in Iraq were hit by ballistic missiles. Brent crude was up 1.4% at $69.21 per barrel in the middle of Asian trade, easing back from earlier gains. Global stock market prices were sent lower on concerns over the conflict. And Donald
so gas
Trump
is going to be going up.
Well, Donald Trump had a press conference yesterday, or did something yesterday, in which he talked about this. And he said, well, he thinks that things are easing back. And in fact, there were a bunch of reports that appeared in the news yesterday that I could have put up at my blog today. I didn't, because they're not really directly related to, maybe they are, to use of fossil fuels. But the damage that was done on those two military bases indicated, in the views of some people, that the Iranians really didn't want to kill anybody. They just wanted to let Americans know
They
that
were
they
sending
could.
a message.
That's right. And so
if they wanted to kill somebody, they could have.
Well, I'm afraid that this is not over, and it isn't over until it's over. And Donald Trump is kind of taking credit for it. And
well, I look at this whole thing as an attempt to divert attention from his impeachment.
I think it's very useful for him from that point of view. And I think, you know, maybe the Iranians would like to have indecision and differences continue in the United States government and secretly back Donald Trump because he's divisive. That, I think, is an altogether.
Certainly
I
happen.
think that's what Putin does.
Yeah.
But you know, there we have it. Okay, we should continue on with our next thing.
Let's see. Well, we've got a little bit of article here. Did I read it? Crude oil prices rise. Yes, I did.
I read the synopsis.
Well, here's a takeaway here.
Okay.
The attack obviously was in retaliation for the killing of this guy, Qasem Soleimani.
Yes.
Okay. His death had raised concerns that the conflict between the U.S. and Iran could disrupt shipping.
Oh, yeah,
the world's
absolutely.
busiest route for oil.
Yeah.
This is right there, the Straits of Hormuz.
Yes, Straits of Hormuz.
Around a fifth of the global oil supply passes through that strait.
Yeah.
So this could have some very large consequences.
It could have big consequences.
There's an interesting map in this article. It's a good article.
The one thing, though, is Saudi Arabia can export oil elsewhere and otherwise besides the Strait of Hormuz.
They can do it overland.
They can do it overland to the Red Sea.
Yeah, they got a pipeline.
And so if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the biggest victims of that will be Iraq and Iran.
That's correct.
So,
it's not going to bother the Saudis much at all.
No, it'll bother them, but not much. Okay, our next item is from CNN.
Yeah, we're running toward the end here.
Yeah, we are indeed.
U.S. greenhouse gas emissions fell in 2019 due to less coal consumption.
After rising sharply in 2018, U.S. greenhouse gas emissions fell an estimated 2.1% in 2019. Analysis of preliminary figures published by Rhodium Group shows the fall was almost solely due to a reduced use of coal for generating electricity, which has come about because of Donald Trump's war on coal.
This, again, is a good article. We've got a lot of good articles
I'm
this
being
time.
facetious about Donald Trump's war on coal. But,
Yeah, right. That went over my head.
More coal plants closed in his first 2 years than in Obama's first 4.
There's inadvertent war on coal.
He's been trying very hard to stop coal mines from closing, and he just hasn't been succeeding.
Economics aren't on his side.
No, they aren't. Although he has a point. You don't have to worry about default. You print your own money.
Yeah. Well, there's a 7-minute video here that's worth looking at. How climate change impacted the world in 2019.
Yes.
It's worth looking at. It's a very informative video.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, coal power generation fell 18% in 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, worldwide. A small bit of good news concerning the state of the planet.
Yeah.
Emissions from nearly every other sector, which includes transportation, buildings, industry, and agriculture, went up.
Right. Okay, our last item is
here.
from Power Engineering Magazine.
Nice picture.
Nice picture.
Nice picture.
That is a Siemens Gamesa offshore wind turbine.
Dominion's planned U.S. offshore wind project could be the world's largest at 2.64 gigawatts.
This is
Remember
we're
we
talking
said
about
giga.
Yeah, we're talking
This is gonna
about
be big.
The United States here.
Yeah.
Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy said that Dominion Energy named it the preferred supplier for what could be the largest offshore wind farm in the world at 2.64 gigawatts. Siemens said the model and number of turbines remain to be determined. There's a lot about this.
That's what we're looking at right there.
Yeah, there's a lot about this particular item. They don't know what specific turbines. They don't know how many of them. They don't even know for 100% sure that they are going to get the job, but they are the preferred vendor, and so it's a pretty good shot that they've got at getting this. This is a huge
Well, it's interesting.
order.
We've talked about the Coastal Virginia offshore wind project.
Yes.
Which is very small. It's only 2 turbines.
2 turbines.
Okay. And that's under construction as we speak.
And this is going to be the next step.
This is phase, well, the first one's a pilot project.
Yes,
okay?
I know.
And this is going to be huge.
Yeah.
This is going to be huge. The commercial project that they're talking about here will be installed in 3 phases of approximately 880 megawatts each.
Yes.
So they're big. 3 phases.
Each of the phases is
Each
big.
phase will consist of more than 70 turbines. Well, it's going to be twice as big. It's going to have to be.
Yeah.
If this is the turbine that they use.
Yeah.
All of which will be located more than 27 miles off Virginia Beach. So
Which
it's
means
way
you,
out of
you will not be
people's
able
view.
to see these.
Not at all.
But they're going to be supplying a lot of power. I mean, this is a lot of electricity.
Well, they're talking about the first phase expected to begin delivery of renewable energy by 2024. And the 2 additional phases are going to come right after them year after year.
Yeah.
2025, 2020. This is big.
This is very big. Okay, we are out of time.
This is the end of our show.
It's the end of our show. Why don't you put the 2 of us up? You know, every day at the blog, I put a thing up that says something like "Have an unimaginably superb day," something like that.
Yeah, something like
I put that out in my, and I
There you go.
decided I'd cycle through these things and pick the best of the week for this show. So have an unimaginably superb week. See you later.
Alligator.
So, first order of business, we've already had the budget session, so now we're into the regular select board meeting for Monday the 13th of January for the Jamaica Select Board. I'm calling for any late additions to the agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little presentation, stuff like this, that we're in the region.
Let's hold that. Let's get through the things that are already on the list first. If we have time, we can do that. Okay, I didn't know you wanted to do that. That would have been good to know at noon today, or Thursday.
I didn't know at noon today.
Okay. Oh, it's something that's come up. Well, we've got a couple things that have come up. Well, let's get those things down. I'm going to put you in here because we may have time for it. All right. Second order of business. Oh, I'm adding some of the things that have happened since our last meeting. There's a broadband project that's getting started. Chris Robbins has been kind of sort of honchoing it out of the Planning Commission. So he's going to make us a brief presentation just to give us a heads up because their meeting is Thursday. And so we wanted to have us on board before he goes to the meeting. So we're going to cover that really quickly as well.
Where do you want to put that?
I'm going to add him in the 6th slot because we've had to change the road foreman use of salt and sand on town roads. He got a conflict, so he couldn't make it, so we're going to slide him into the 6th position.
Okay.
All right, so the real business is the December 9th minutes of the December 9th Select Board meeting. They were all sent out by electronics. Anybody need a copy paper-wise, or everybody's had a chance to review them? Are there any questions, deletions, complaints, idiosyncratic spellings?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion about the minutes for December the 9th? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? They pass. Once again, thank you, ma'am. The next item is to approve the timesheets for the town office, Lister's Highway and Transfer Station. And as is our usual, we save those to the end of the meeting so we don't tie everybody up. The next item of business is the select board orders. That follows the same pattern as the timesheet. We'll do all those things at the end of the session. So the next litter order of business is number 5. There's a request from new property owners for permission to improve a town trail. Lexa, who is our road commissioner, has been working that project, and she's going to give us a quick briefing.
I've got it written down because I tend to wonder when I talk.
We've never noticed that before.
This is a request from Jared, if I pronounce your name wrong, I'm sorry, Lyndall and Willoughby Britton, to improve and maintain the portion of the Under the Mountain Road and Town Trail number 8. Town Trail number 8 is ours. The upgrade on the Town Trail number 8 is approximately 0.2 miles, that's 1,056 feet. I have spoken with Shane O'Keefe, who is the Londonderry administrator, as the requesters are asking for the same on Londonderry's Town Trail number 2, for the same what they're asking here. I've also contacted our attorney Paul Gillies on this matter and forwarded the request to him for review. The town will require an agreement addressing the upgrade, maintenance standards that ensure public safety and access to the town trail. No barriers, fences, or lock gates may be installed. The trail cannot be paved. A waiver of liability will also be requested. The requesters will bear the cost of all the work to upgrade and maintain the trail now and in the future. They will also bear the attorney fees for the agreement and waiver of liability. Access permit, which I have a blank one to give to them before I leave, must be filed with the town. That's State Statute 19 VSA 310. Requesters must notify the abutting landowners on Jamaica side, and I have a name and address for you there. And it should be done by a certified mail. When you receive the return receipt, just make a copy and send it with the agreements. When the agreements have been presented to the town, the select board will forward it to Attorney Gillies for his review. The request will be subject to the board's approval of an agreement and waiver of liability. Keith Hazard, our road foreman, was going to be here, but he had a conflict of interest. He and I have been looking at the project, and there will be it will not affect the town in any way, any other trail or anything like that. And Wesley Amadon apparently is going to be doing the work, who's a reputable contractor, and everything is done correctly. I do have a copy for the select board of the minutes, what they did in Londonderry, so I should have given to you earlier, but that's okay.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
My understanding is you talked to Paul, and you, Paul Gillis is the town attorney, and you also had communication with Londonderry, and that their attorney is writing up the...
Their attorney, which is, Fisher is their attorney, and he's drawing up the agreement for the town of Londonderry, and I'm hoping that he'll do it for us, for you folks, for Jamaica.
Sure. It should be very similar, I think.
It should be similar.
Yeah, I think right now the status is that the town of Londonderry had a couple things to add to his draft.
Okay.
And we're gonna check in with Bob, probably Thursday of this week to see that revised version.
Okay,
We had
then
no
when we get
real
that-
concerns with the first version anyway, so I think they just maybe wanted to add a few more things around waiver of liability, right of ways,
Okay,
things
so
like
when
you
we
just
get that, and the select board will also do that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Now, are you aware, this has come up in the discussions that we've had, that even though you're maintaining the road, there's some state regulations on water management that may or may not impact you. Luckily, Wesley probably knows these things backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
And I have every confidence he can make that work. But just so you guys are aware that there are some nuances of how to manage that might be a...
Yeah, I think I wrote that into the proposal.
Yeah.
There's one particular water course that's pretty close to the beginning of it, that I think we just want to make sure that any drainage is not feeding directly into that, but that it's dispersed in a wider area. That seemed to be, from my read of the documents, what the concern was. And yeah, we'll make sure to relay that to Wesley tomorrow again when we do a walkthrough.
Excellent. Yeah, he's a good choice, I think, and it sounds from what I read and what Lex has researched out, it sounds like a really good idea, good project.
We did have one question for you all. We don't know if you'll know the answer, but given that this is actually technically Town Trail number 8, down the road when we put a cabin and a residence there, what would the address be? Will it still be considered under the mountain road?
You have to go get a 911 number.
Okay.
And I don't know
if they will consider it under the mountain road or not.
Okay. If it's Jamaica's number or Londonderry's number, but it would have to be Jamaica's
It'll
number.
be Jamaica.
It's Jamaica's number. Yes, we have a 911 coordinator who, when you're ready for that,
they'll give us an
they will give you, or you can call the town clerk tomorrow and she can give you the paperwork and or advise you as to where it is. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay,
but you will need a 911 address for fire and rescue.
Right.
Stuff like that.
I figured. Okay, and I just we want to clear that if it would be under the mountain road anyway, which is sort of how the property was listed and is currently being considered, but I guess we'll take that up down the road. Okay, I'll let you know.
It probably will be.
Okay, that'd be great. I like that name.
Anything else you'd like to bring up? Everything's okay?
I mean, I think it's, as far as we're concerned, as long as the proposal meets with the general Jamaica town standards, and we'll work with Wesley to continue to make standards. Right, well, then.
Road access permit.
Okay.
This is the details names.
Yes.
We probably already have it.
We haven't met them yet, but so we can write them at this address.
Yeah, when you send just a little note what you're doing.
Okay.
This is the-
Yeah, that's just their stretch that we share.
Yes.
Okay, it'd be great to reach out to them.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lisa.
And welcome to the community, by the way. When are you closing? Have you closed already?
We just closed last Friday.
Last Friday.
So,
welcome.
Thank you.
Should we make a motion to accept this proposal?
Well,
I mean,
we can make a motion to accept the
We don't
proposal
have to, I don't
contingent
think.
upon the
meeting with
legal review.
Right, the agreement.
The agreement,
The agreement and the waiver of liability.
Sure.
And then Attorney Gillies will look it over and.
So our motion would be to approve pending, review by our Attorney Gillis. Does that make sense with you guys?
Yeah. So just so I'm clear on this, do you want Bob to represent us in this, or do you want Bob to connect with your attorney about what he's drafted? How is the previous work that we've done with Londonderry going to connect?
Because you're sharing Bob Fisher with Londonderry, right?
I mean, Bob's, I think, technically representing Yeah, I guess we are, because
You are, that's what it said.
I think that's right, because he's representing
Yeah,
them
we'll have
too.
Paul Gillies, when you talk to Bob Fisher, he can contact Paul Gillies too if he wants.
Can you let me know, spell that last name for me?
Gillies.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah, he's been around for years, so
Okay.
Bob knows who he is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we really need to do anything right now?
Well, the request is that they are asking our permission to maintain,
Right.
correct? We have to approve that,
Okay.
because they're doing work on the trail. And we can approve it pending review by our attorney.
Right.
So what we're doing right now is we're approving it pending the review of the attorney. If he says yes, then we don't have to have any more meetings, and these guys can go ahead. Yeah. So I accept the motion.
I guess I'll move for what he said.
Said we had those. The motion is to approve the request for permission to make improvements to Town Trail number 8. We have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Nobody? Then it passes, and as soon as the attorneys make whatever they do, you're all set. Excellent. See, good that will count, because you closed it.
Indeed. A bit nervously, yes, but yes.
Well, good luck.
All right.
And
Thank you all.
it's awful pretty up there.
Thanks.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Is there any structures up there yet?
No.
No? When do you expect to start building up there?
Maybe early summer, maybe. But we'll need permits, of course.
Sure, sure. I was gonna say, partly because you have half the fire department sitting right behind you. Yeah, if your address turns out to be Under the Mountain Road,
Okay.
as long as you can mark it in such a way that Under the Mountain Road goes up this trail, or you're with your name or something up the trail, so
Yeah.
that when we're out looking for it,
Yeah.
it's easy to find.
Because it is a little weird that you'll have to come through.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah. If there are other places like
our
that.
road cards are set up, so what South London area will be there before. Half of Tri-Mountain will be there before we get there.
Okay. But still, to know where to go.
It's
is good.
set up to where Londonderry ambulance will be your ambulance service, London South Dairy Fire will be your primary. We can't get there. They got parts of their town, people and residents in their town that we get there before they.
Right, that's just how it works.
So, it's set up, somebody's coming. Just, yeah,
Just so there's a
first,
sign
who gets there
so that
first?
go off that trail instead of follow that road first.
Right, well, the road really doesn't, I mean, where Under the Mountain goes in that area, it will be unambiguous, because technically where Under the Mountain Road goes, you couldn't
Nobody
possibly
could drive
drive.
on it.
So it'll basically just be a clear continuation, it'll take a turn onto their town trail and then onto Jamaica's town trail, and I think it'll be pretty unambiguous.
Okay, the point is, try to picture yourself in a snowstorm rushing to an emergency.
Yes.
When there's a fog, people
We
are
wanna
running.
know where to go.
We want it to be as obvious, we want it to be as obvious as we can.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Sounds good.
To be self-sufficient, I mean, just kind of prepare. It's not gonna be a 4-lane highway today.
All right.
Welcome to Vermont.
Welcome
Thank you.
aboard. Welcome.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye. See you guys. Good night. Lexa?
I'm all set.
You all set, ma'am? Thank you very much, and I know you made some arrangements in your life to get here. I appreciate it. The next item we had, it was on the agenda as a discussion of road foreman. As I said, he can't make it. He had a scheduling conflict. And so at the same time, as that was developing, we got a letter from Chris Robbins about the Wyndham Regional Commission has announced a new broadband project. And he's going to meet on Thursday, if I'm correct, with Wyndham Regional. And so, just so you have some sense, we, the select board, have some sense of what's going on, if you can give us about 30 seconds worth of that.
Sure. Yeah.
Or 45, I'm flexible.
So the WRC is initiating a new broadband project to bring high-speed internet to underserved areas of the county. They have a grant. They're partnering with two firms, ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., to do two things. One is conduct a feasibility study, and the second is develop a business plan for whatever their feasibility study finds. In this study, they're going to define what they call communication union districts. And these are areas in which this ValleyNet can implement a internet network to serve that area. And I'm reading between the lines, but I don't think these districts necessarily have to conform to town boundaries. So, as it stands now, we have high-speed internet running up and down Route 30, runs up Windham Hill Road. I think it runs on some of Route 100, but I'll check and make sure of that before the meeting. But speeds drop off the further you get away from Route 30. So the northern and southern areas of our town may really want this. So what they want from the from the select board, after hearing, I'll come back and brief you on the details, but then they want to know whether we want to participate or not, and they need a resolution from the select board to that effect. And they need the select board to approve a person who's their representative. Now, the planning commission appointed me as a provisional rep to go find out what's going on. You can confirm me, I'll be glad to do it, or you can appoint somebody else and you won't hurt my feelings. But it does have to have select board approval.
Sure, gotcha. Do you have any questions?
We talked about it briefly at our meeting a month ago too, and I know myself, and I believe Tom also are planning to attend the meeting also. So.
On Thursday?
I'll be there Thursday.
Yeah, so we'll have
firehouse, right?
Yeah, at the Dufay Firehouse.
We'll have good representation.
6 p.m.
There's a little point of information that, and I don't remember who told me this, but apparently SV Cable is going to sell to Comcast.
I told you.
You told me.
It was on the paper.
I
It
knew
was on the internet too.
Huh?
The internet carried it.
I'm sorry?
The website and the internet.
Okay, so we should keep that in mind when we're considering this.
Unless it's contested.
Yeah, they don't have state approval yet.
Right.
But
How much of this will cover? For example, we don't have, we only have regular phone on where I live on Turkey Mountain Road. So I don't know whether the internet would be a part of this because.
As far as what they're implementing, it definitely would be.
It would be.
Yeah, and you're not that far from Route 30 that
And we're 2 miles in, almost exactly 2 miles in. And it's about a quarter of a mile down to the first point where people can get cell phone service. So we're really out of it.
Now this project isn't so much for cell service, but if you were to get high-speed internet, you could get your cell service through Wi-Fi.
Right, through Wi-Fi.
Correct?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if they formed one of these communication union districts with, say, the northern part of Jamaica and southern part of Windham Town, it might, meet your needs very well.
Yeah. Well, interesting to see where it goes, because I guess it's sort of happening around the state, isn't it? These CUDs. Yeah. Okay, good. Look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, well, at your first convenience after Thursday.
Well, I'll put you on the agenda for the following select board meeting. You guys are going to be there, so we should have a pretty good discussion. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to put you on for next meeting.
So Chris, did you say that there are going to be continuing services where they're lacking, like going toward Rosboro? Do you know?
Well, the study, if the study can pick out an area.
Pick up an area that people need it? Okay.
Then they'll,
okay.
That's exactly what they'll do.
Okay. Because I know people there that said they would like to have it, they can get it up there. I just knew that Vermont Cable couldn't go that far because they didn't have the funds to do that.
Well, I should say one other thing. What they will require in this first phase is for us to conduct a survey of our townspeople.
Right.
The planning commission has on its to-do list to conduct a survey for another purpose, so we could get a twofer out of this.
That would be good. Save us stamps.
And they'll want to know who wants it and whether they're willing to pay.
There is right. Yeah. So that's information that it's gonna take us some time to gather it all, but interesting to see what happens.
Yes.
Good. Listen, I want to thank you for picking up the mantle of this thing and running forward with it. I appreciate it. For giving me the heads up on this thing, because I missed it. I know we talked about it, but I didn't realize it was happening quite this quickly.
Well, yes.
Kind of came quick.
I guess they just got the grant in December.
So thank you very much. Any other questions? So when you have our blessing, good luck with this meeting. You're going to have plenty of company apparently, so hopefully they're feeding you.
Feeding it? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
If you want to get attendance,
You have to have food. Right,
Exactly.
Yep.
Anybody who's ever been, well, it's not a story, you know what I'm about to say as far as feeding your patients.
Yes.
If you're going to work with adolescent kids, you better bring food. We're doing really good on time. Joel? Yeah, you have something for us, sir.
Yeah, we are.
Right.
Okay, so the last community development meeting, we had a speaker from USDA whose office is in Brattleboro. Her name is Andrea Assabin Allen. Okay, Andrea Assabin Allen.
Can you spell that for her, please?
Sure, I'll give her the card. And apparently there are many, many programs that are underutilized from USDA because people don't know about them. And they have grants for septic systems, private. They have grants for businesses. They have grants for nonprofits, and they have grants for the municipalities. We happen to be eligible for a grant for water and septic in this town. I mean, it's not a full grant, but they will also coordinate it with other grants and with other loans. She or one of the other representatives there would come to meetings to speak about them, and I would strongly suggest, she's a wealth of information, I would strongly suggest we invite her, and it would be good if it could be, or her office, and it would be good if it could be well promoted, because people can ask personal questions. I mean, there are very low-grade requirements for certain things. They have seniors, furnaces, the grants for seniors, for furnaces, not only for seniors, for handicap grants, septic grants, business grants, energy efficiency, for-profit business groups, small businesses, they have grants for that. They also have one of the grants that's often utilized is for public toilets. So they will help finance a public toilet. I know that's come up in town a number of times. So that's basically what I have to say. I mean, some of their home repair grants are only 1%. If they're not grants, they're loans, they're only 1% loans.
So, another question, is that the same outfit that has rural fire, regional, rural development? It's for like fire, dry hydrants and fire department grants.
This is the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
We've talked and discussed that in the fire department about tapping into some of these grants, and it can't say for sure if that's part of it, but it's similar to what the DA has out there.
She's sitting there at the phone, right?
Yeah.
And it's underutilized. They have a lot of money that doesn't get distributed because people don't apply for it.
Or they don't know it exists.
They don't know it exists. That's exactly right.
That's what we were told back, it's almost 80 years ago.
Yeah.
We were kind of looking at like fire apparatus, paying for a fire apparatus, getting grants.
So I brought back a stash of data that I'll give to Sarah. And
Okay, thank you.
stay if you would, so.
I just ask, so a septic grant, say if someone's septic has failed, it's private, citizen.
Yeah.
I know someone who may have taken, this may have been around quite a few years ago even, and they got a grant to put a proper septic in, had X amount of time to pay it back.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
they had to meet some eligibility requirements, but it was pretty fair.
Yes.
But I'm just asking, anyone could ask.
Anyone could ask.
Right. About any of those things you mentioned.
Right, there are divisions of grants for individuals,
Right.
especially for seniors, but also for, anybody who needs it, really. For towns, municipalities,
Right.
fire departments, I would assume.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other, we have time for public concerns. Anybody, do you all have anything you want to bring up?
Well, I'm gonna kind of throw it out there. There's a group of Jamaica taxpayers that are attending another meeting tonight. I don't know if you've all paid attention to the Jamaica website that's out there on Facebook, but there's a possibility we're looking at a 19.1% increase in our school tax. The concerned group of citizens are heading down there to challenge the school board, the MUD school board, to about how they got to that point that Jamaica citizens are paying for it, and other towns in the group. And they're also challenging the transparency of how they came about with it. There is some concern that, things were done, they're probably not by the book. So, they're confronting them, they're challenging them to come up with answers and try to figure out how the Jamaica taxpayers are gonna, some of us who can't, there's the older generation can't, they're gonna have a hard time. We're gonna have a lot of tax sale or people not paying taxes. And that's just the school side, that's not the town side of it. So 20% increase is pretty
significant.
That is significant. I think on the paperwork, the house rated at $2,000, valued at $200,000. Thank you. And 2 acres was like $600 added onto your tax. Well, my house is about that value, and I have a little more land to it, so I could look at almost $1,000 increase in my taxes, which is pretty high as it is. I mean, so I just wanted to point that out, put it on the air, that maybe we need to question our school board about it and really hammer it down, and probably when it comes time to vote on it, we might want to consider not voting for it.
Let me rephrase it, as opposed to not voting for it, voting against it. Because not voting for it could be not showing up.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna throw the question out there.
We need to show up. Just to clarify his point, because he alluded to the budget, we've just gotten through the budget process, we've worked out a lot of the details. It's gonna be a tiny raise, 0.07 or 0.7, where's my numbers?
I think that was
The first one. 0.07, no, 0.7, help me, come on you guys, help me with the number.
0.7.
Yeah, 0.7, it was a zero in some of this. Anyhow, less than 1% is what we're anticipating raising. It'll all go to the town in March, but that's kind of the budget we put together. 19.1 for the school, 0.7 for the town. We're doing what we can.
Well, with Act 46, I'm not gonna get on, well, I am gonna get on a bandwagon, I feel strong about it. Act 46 was brought about to lessen the cost of education and to better the quality of education of our students. I see a real large increase in my taxes, which is not getting better, and we might have to cut programs for our kids.
So it's reverse of what they're telling.
to make it survival. It's a lose-lose situation with us.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you put it out for the rest of the community to pay attention to, because it's clearly something we need to pay attention to. The select board has no power at all, except to encourage the rest of the community to get out.
To get active, 10 meetings.
Yeah. Yes.
I had occasion during the Act 46 study to learn how to use the state's spreadsheet for computing school tax. And I predict they won't be able to explain it to anybody.
That's what we're afraid of.
It goes on for pages and pages and pages with terms and coefficients flying in from everywhere. But then when they get to the end, they divide by the number of students. And when the number gets lower, you know, that's the way numbers work, the changes get bigger and bigger. And we're really getting screwed by the state's funding. It worked pretty well when we had maybe 100 kids in the primary school and 1,000 in the high school, but now it's really, and we're a net exporter, we're a cash cow for the state. That's the other thing.
It's another little equation that needs to be thought of 6 times. I think the message for the citizens of Jamaica are, there are individuals out there tonight working this problem. We need to support them, and we need to everybody get involved with the school, because we're talking about, what, $400,000 I think we ended up giving them last year, is that what it was? I don't remember the number, don't quote me, but a lot of money for taxes.
$1 million.
How much?
$1 million.
Yeah, you gave them $1 million? I was thinking 400,000.
No,
that was only $1 million, of course.
Oh.
A lot of money.
Remember Terry saying she wrote a check for something like that.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of money, and 20% is a lot of money. Yeah.
Have we ever considered getting our representatives in the state legislature to appeal for some relief from this?
Oh, we've considered it too, we're blue in the face. The problem is getting it done. Yeah, we're considering it, and obviously they need to be involved. They have to be involved. Because it's a state kind of a thing.
There are members of our legislature sitting on that board.
Yeah.
And the other board that's the Dover Wardsboro one.
Right.
They are sitting there. They are hearing it. They are hearing the plight, but they know our hands are tied. I don't know. I'm maybe a bit more aggressive about this because, I mean, it's in the end, the kids are the ones that get hurt by this.
Well, this conversation, you know, some of you know we've been advertising for a town health officer or assistant town health officer for some time now. Wednesday afternoon, short notice, on June.
So the chair absorbs that duty on top of being the chair. And it's an important and gratifying, sometimes very interesting position. It does serve a great purpose and helps the state out a lot. Not a popular topic tonight, but it is a hardship on the board or on the chair to do this too. I feel that when it rains, it pours with the health officer position. You can go months and months without anything, and then 3 or 4 things. And there's a stipend. Was there?
Yeah.
$350 or something, but you know, if they're laying more duties on that position, then we as a board would present to the town that maybe there should be a bigger stipend, and you know, just would like someone to be in, you know, to come forward. You can talk to me or Paul, but I can tell you the highs and lows of it. Or
yeah. And if you're not able to make the training, there's all kinds of on-the-job training I'm finding out.
Yes. Just an observation that this might be a good place to share with other towns and make it a higher position. Wow. Especially since you say you go months and months without anything. So it's not like it's a full-time
thing.
Hmm?
It can be.
It can be. And also, I'll bet you there's also a bit of resistance to it because you have to go to somebody's house alone.
Well, and not to interrupt you, but it's hard to encourage someone to step forward when they're adding in more responsibilities and
Checks and balances.
to say the least. And it's a state, so what Joel was saying about, you know, you may be talking about a bigger stipend or a compensation bigger than a select board member, you know, if it really turns into, for example, if you do, well, if I go on like this, no one's gonna ask, but if you were asked to do an inspection for a landlord or a tenant, as soon as you commit or you make the contact, that's it. You can't solve anything by word, you know, informal. It's a formality now. There's forms. There needs to be sent here and there. The water testing is more. There's a lot more tests than the E. coli and total coliform. So there's another, like was just mentioned, you got to go to someone's house. Sometimes it's a landlord-tenant dispute. Sometimes it's a failing septic. It's very important that those kind of things get resolved. But there has been some talk of towns combining it, but it doesn't seem to be working.
I think the piece of that you're referring to, I think, and again, I'm brand new at this, I'm learning as I'm going, but it seemed a conversation I had referenced the idea that the town health officer ought to be a local person, so that you're working with the community in which you live. Or that somebody shows up to your house is not a stranger, it's somebody within the community structure. And I'm not sure whether that weighs or outweighs the fact that we don't have anybody at all, where we could get someone from a couple of towns, for example. So there may be some progress in that direction. The truth of the matter is, the two that have popped up since I've been on resolve themselves very easily. But everywhere in Vermont, everywhere in the country, I know the fire department suffers from this, every place. It's very difficult for people to find time in their schedules to volunteer for these kinds of things. This particular one is fairly discreet. It's not something that you're going to be yanked out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning for. Hint, hint. but it's something that you can actually do a contribution to the community without major disruption of your life. And it's a major contribution, it really is. So it's just something to think about. I'm going to go to the training on Wednesday. Anybody's interested at all, get in touch with me. We can work something out. So, yes.
Just wanted to mention, I think probably many people know this. It's the cafe across the street, Workhorse Cafe, is going to close because the building was sold.
Because why?
The building was sold.
And you came by that information how?
From the website.
From whose website?
05343.
From the town's website?
Well, Karen's website.
Karen's
The owner told my wife too.
They put it on Facebook.
Did they?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we
No, it's public,
Teresa put it
it's
on
public
Facebook.
information.
All right.
Yeah, so, and they're looking for another place to be, so that's a sad thing for us, because
Very sad.
it's really the only food place in town,
Yeah.
besides,
They're nice people.
besides Karen.
There's very few nice people. We want to keep them. Anything else for this evening? Any other motions anyone would like to make?
I move we adjourn the meeting.
Have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned, and it looks like 7:38.
Welcome everyone. It's a little bit past 6. We are going to get started, and as people trickle in, they can be filled in. Just an overview of tonight's agenda. We're going to be looking at all the state's updates, an update from North Star, be looking at the panel legislative change draft, and also reviewing the draft annual report. Does anybody have any amendments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we're going to introduce our panelists. Chris, we'll start down at your end and work our way around.
Chris Camp, Executive Director, Wyndham Regional Commission, and proud alumnus of Louisiana State University, which is playing in the college football championship tonight.
Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology. Use the mic. Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology.
Representative Sarah Coffey, and I'm here at the appointment of the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee, Senator Pro Tem Tim Ash.
Lissa Weinman, citizen appointee from Tim Ash also.
Bob Leach, governor's appointee.
Josh Unruh, governor appointee.
Brett Long, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Economic Development.
Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services, work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels, I'm the Senior Manager for the Isvisi installation with North Star Vermont Yankee.
David Pearson with North Star.
Folks on the line, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Very good. We will review and approve the December 2019 meeting minutes. There were a few spelling errors that we need to get correct, and also a vote fix that we need to do as well. Tony, if you want to run through those for us, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Sorry. I think this has gone dead on me.
No.
Okay. There's 2.
Try now, Tony.
There we go, finally. The original configuration. Okay, so on page 6, we have 2 typos. And these are both on line 41. There's an is towards the end of the line that should be an R, A-R-E. And then also, I don't think we need the on that same line, so I'm recommending that be deleted. That's pretty minor. On page 9, line 15, we have a reference to one of the Issues Committee meetings noted as being on June 24th. That was actually on July 24th, so that needs to be corrected. And then the significant one on page 10, lines 13 and 14, in one of the votes, we had originally listed that Corey Daniels and Emily Davis voted yes, when in fact on those votes they had abstained.
I think, Tony, there was another vote that I abstained. It was the October meeting minutes.
Okay. I can go back. Actually, I don't have a set of the minutes here. I'm kind of winging this.
Right.
But I can go back and change that. So you abstained on the meeting minutes vote.
The vote of the October meeting minutes. I think it said that I voted yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as corrected.
So move.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Let's go down through the list.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. No. Abstain.
Bill Irwin, abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
On the line?
Aye.
You catch the abstention?
Okay, I just want to review the abstains. We have Commissioner Bodeker, Dr. Irwin, and Deputy Secretary Long, so abstaining. And any others? I think the rest were all ayes, is what I heard. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is North Star update.
All right, good evening and Happy New Year. Next slide, Tony, please. So this slide will be a repeat, and you'll see it with a few different photos that was taken out the window when it was still cold out, which clearly that will change from day to day. Our project schedule, macro view, this is a recap, also has not changed. Our dry fill storage is complete. Our large component removal is in progress. Our decommissioning and decontamination efforts are ongoing, and the spent fuel management will happen ancillary to all that effort. Next slide. A slightly more granular view of that macro schedule shows the large component removals, including alongside the reactor vessel and internal segmentation, the large component removal moving through the steam plant and continuing to take advantage of large targets of opportunity, which include the main warehouse and our advanced off-gas structure for demolition. Next slide. So it's only been a month since the last meeting. Our safety performance remains acceptable. We've had 0 lost time accidents to date with our North Star staff, with over 300,000 hours of work on site. We've reset our dose goals for 2020 after meeting them for 2019, and we're looking forward to, again, testing those targets and showing good performance from a dose management perspective. Our regulatory performance remains good. We had 0 cited and 0 non-cited violations in 2019. Our QA audits and self-assessments, along with peer benchmarks, confirm our safe and compliant operations and conservative performance. Overall, our production remains on track and in a couple areas ahead of schedule. We are a little slow with some of the reactor vessel work, and some of that is attributable to the later start we got and some of the conditions that the site was in at the time of the transaction. But overall, the bulk work remains on or ahead of schedule, and we remain optimistic that we'll complete the decommissioning well ahead of the target schedule of 2030. Next slide, please. At a request, and I know there'll be subsequent slides from some of the departments discussing it. There's some specific volumes and locations for materials that have been removed from the site and shipped. As far as radiological materials, we've shipped now approximately 122,000 cubic feet of waste to Texas. As far as non-radiological items go, our construction and demolition debris to Massachusetts, we've sent 1,521 tons. That went to sites in Wilbraham and Millbury. And as far as asbestos-containing materials, to Ohio and New Hampshire, 537 cubic yards. That went to Weinsberg and the waste management facility in Rochester, New Hampshire. And we have sent a good amount of scrap and recycled material to Matsushio Scrap Metal in Everett, Massachusetts, 237 tons. Additionally, we've sent 8 rail tankers of intrusion water in from our turbine building, about 181,000 gallons, 4 tankers each to Waste Control Specialists in Texas, and 4 to U.S. Ecology in Idaho. Next slide, please. The macro of our vessel segmentation overall won't change. The arrows along the bottom show the general path of the way that is decommissioned, and it's basically working from the top down. The containment head is complete. The reactor head is now segmented and shipped. The steam dryer is also done. We have flooded up, and we have commenced the separation of the steam separator. And there'll be a little more slide and detail on that Ultimately, as a reminder, there are a few select components that will get cut up and stored separately and shipped in a specialized container at some point in the future. We consider those greater than Class C waste. It's a small amount and it will only be one container, and it should be one overpack style similar to the ones that are already on the independent spent fuel storage installation bed. Next slide. As you can see here, an overhead view, seeing the reactor, the large round pool area, all flooded up with water. To the left, just out of view of the slide, would be the spent fuel pool, and you can see the bridge and crane system that was originally used for moving fuel from the pool to the reactor and back. And to the right is a new bridge assembly working platform for the activities that happen in the dryer separator pit, which is also connected to the reactor vessel. That is actually broken into two discrete volumes now, so separate activities can occur within there. Next slide, Tony. This slide shows a large amount of Trident clamps. These are effectively long poles with specialized fasteners on each end that will be used for the steam separator dismantlement. It's a large component with, if you would consider helical cyclones, from a top plate to a bottom plate, and as we cut that in half, it will basically dangle a little bit. I'll call it like a chandelier, and these poles will clamp those through those tubes or near those tubes and hold it into discrete components, so we can cut it effectively into 4 separate pieces and then in half, so ultimately it'll be 8 parts, and then those will get boxed up in special containers and shipped off. Next slide. This is just a photo of the water in the reactor. It kind of shows the clarity of the water that is there, and that's actually an instrument that is being used to perform a radiological survey. It's just kind of a neat photo. We threw it in. Next slide. This demonstrates the working bridge with folks on it who are actually performing some of the underwater work, prepping the steam separator for segmentation. You can actually see the steam separator that came out of the reactor vessel, the hole that we just saw the photo of with the instrument into it, which is towards the top front of the photo. Thanks, Tony. And it's been lifted up and slid back into the first half of the dryer separator bed. You can see the wall separating in the backside there. There's actually another working space behind it. And that is where that steam separator will be basically cut in half axially and then cut into 4 pieces from the top, if you think of it kind of like the way you chop up a pizza. Next slide. Kind of a close-up of some of the underwater cutting equipment. You can see we're actually removing some of the lifting lugs that would be in the way for the removal operations that we're going to conduct. You see the saw blade going through the material on the left and then a cut clean through on the right-hand photo. Next slide. So while that work is happening up on the refuel floor, we continue to work on the turbine deck. The turbine is missing. On the right-hand photo, you see the large hole and opening that is the main condenser below. The large pieces of equipment on each side. On the left-hand side, these are the combined intercept valves. It's kind of hard to see if Tony can pull the cursor directly below the steam pipe that has got opening. There's a small water spray bottle right there to kind of give scale to how big this equipment is. But if you understand the robustness of the steam plant and how big this piping is, this is all Schedule 80, so it's 1-inch thick steel pipe that is 24 to 30 inches in diameter that runs basically from where the turbine was all the way to the reactor building and then into the reactor. So we're working our way backwards and removing all that equipment. There are 2 of these on each side of the turbine, and you can see the one on the left is had the pipe cut off of it. The other 2 on the right are still awaiting further dismantlement. Next slide. In addition to the work that's happening in the turbine building, folks have been interested in the ingress of the water into our lower levels of turbine structure, which is below the water table. We've put some intercept wells in place. We've developed those wells. We've tested the water outside of the turbine building, and it is clean. And we are currently trenching and installing some piping to connect that so we can sample and batch it. And we're working on the permitting so we can utilize the ability to send the water away before it enters the turbine building and gets any radionuclides or radiation to it. This will effectively be like a footer drain around the front corner of the turbine building, and it will eliminate some of the cost and improve the controls for any of the water that ingresses into the building. We haven't installed the pumps yet, but we have a good plan moving forward, and we're working with the appropriate state agencies for the permitting, and now we will conduct the discharging of that water. Next slide. So the other significant demo opportunities coming up, to the left of the large white structure in the bottom is the warehouse in what we called our combined maintenance office building. That all is scheduled to go away in the first part of this year into the spring. That'll be somewhat weather dependent. The final permitting and the start date for that will also be impacted by our resource allocation. The teams that we use out of Boston have other work to do, so we'll arrange that when it makes sense. And then the other small red circle you see, or square, is what we call our advanced off-gas building. And this is a very robust structure. The thinnest walls on that building are 4 feet thick with 2-inch rebar inside of them. And at the base, they're over 7 feet thick. So this is a pretty big target, but we plan on working on that as well. And again, the resources and the weather will help us decide when we actually start that, but it's scheduled to begin the first part of the spring. Next slide. A couple photos of the inside of the warehouse, like we would with any demolition. All combustibles and materials have been removed. The final removals will require us to pull the light bulbs and the exit signs and all the universal waste, and then commence the permitting, and then the 90-day clock will start as long as we're all set up to go, and then we'll start knocking down the structures. Next slide. So, along with the actual physical work, and this slide hasn't changed much from when we were here last month, we've conducted the phase 1. The site model is complete. So we know historically what's happened on the site all through its years of operation, combined with the history of the property before it and any legacy components that contributed to that. We've shared all that information with our friends at the Agency of Natural Resources. Their specialty consultants have weighed in on all the information. We've incorporated all their comments and made adjustments to that program. And we're working through that, and we're going to finish up a final report of that at the end of this month. It'll likely get turned around mid-February to late February, and then we'll continue to work on any plans for remediation or activities that will require cleanup for any sites that require it. Additionally, we've conducted 3 rounds of groundwater sampling, and I'm sure the other agency reports will talk about this a little bit. Next slide. So a reminder, we have all the information from previous activities that occurred at the site, even before we owned it. The last presentation was kind of long, and it got towards the end of this. I think I rushed this information a little bit. My apologies if any of it was confusing. The 17 areas of concern that we described previously, they're not new. They're not particularly exotic or exciting. They are just areas of interest that we understand would require additional look and sampling and characterization and potentially remediation. And of those, we had a couple that we determined will require some degree of remediation. Some of that will be natural attenuation. Some will be a small area where we will excavate and then check the margins and then apply the information discovered through the permitting process and determine if we can close those areas out. We're working through the sampling plans to finalize the scope and determine what remediation will occur on those. And the other state agencies, again, will be able to speak to that in some detail. We also have a subject matter expert with us in the audience today who also can answer some questions if there are more detailed questions. Next question. Next slide. Thanks, Tony. So now we're updating that site investigation report as I described. We'll design the remediation plans, and in the couple of areas we've determined that we will need to remediate, we'll work towards doing so, and we'll continue to support all the permitting and additionally determine sampling and remediation activities. And again, this process is very iterative as we conduct it. We work with all the agencies and their specialty consultants often doing split samples and performing any correlation for the collection and analysis of the results, and then applying all the information learned into the remediation plan, and then hopefully completing the closeouts for each of these areas independently. So as we approach the end of the project and want to perform final site release, we're ready to do so with all areas. But we found nothing surprising. All the areas that we did find contamination of any type, and it was mostly areas that had some diesel fuel oil spills. We will conduct those remediations. One of those was the connecting lines that went from the old large 75,000 gallon emergency diesel fuel oil system tank to where the fill connections were underneath the slab of the warehouse. So as we remove that, we'll be able to discover exactly how far, if indeed there's been any migration, and determine the depth and size of the excavation or remediation that will occur. Next slide. One small note, we have finalized a contract with Antioch University to perform a site study and an inventory for use of the property for potential redevelopment options. As everyone on the panel and most of the public is aware, we have an MOU with the state of Vermont that has us look at certain characteristics of the site and consideration for leaving some of the infrastructure, even though it's of limited scope, and the ways in which we can best do that during our not redevelopment, but our remediation of the site will let us leave it in the best condition efficiently, so future redevelopment can take advantage of that infrastructure in the best manner possible. We've also been in discussion with the Friends of Vernon. We have another meeting with them on Thursday. They've recently been bequeathed the Governor on House from Entergy. It's a historic property at the front entrance to the site, and some of the ancillary and adjacent spaces are on our current properties, and we're looking at the best ways in which that can fit into that whole process of making sure we're able to let the local stakeholders take best advantage of those. Next slide. So with that, I'll leave it open for questions. And Chris?
Corey, I know you guys have a stormwater permit for the site and prep in the works. Where are you guys at in that process? And I know we've asked for, Wyndham Regional Commission asked for a public hearing. Do you guys know about when that'll be?
We're looking at submitting some of the paperwork on Wednesday for the permitting for the intercept wells, and then there'll be public notice associated with it following that, Chris. Does that answer your question?
I guess I thought the stormwater permit was for the whole site more than just the wells.
There is a stormwater permit that's for the whole site.
And you don't have that permit yet, right?
Yes, we've had a stormwater permit for the whole site the whole time it's been in operation.
Have you petitioned for a new one though?
There'll be one for the discharge of the intercepted water with the intercept wells, okay. And that will be separate. Yes, Bill.
Under production, it says here that the reactor removal was slightly behind schedule following transaction delays. Do you mind telling me what happened there, or us what happened there?
Sure, Bob. Some of that is we originally, and if you recall, the original schedule for the transaction was to happen in the middle of 2018. We originally had intended to receive the site from Entergy with the spent fuel pool already cleaned and empty and dry. That work did not occur until after the transaction occurred, so North Star had to conduct all those activities, set the refuel up in a manner in which it could support some of the vessel segmentation commencement.
Thank you.
That's kind of the big rock. There was a few other things, but in the pre-work that we had originally determined that would benefit setting the site up for instantaneous moving forward, it wasn't quite in that condition.
Go ahead, Laura.
Clarification on the stormwater and discharge that we were just talking about. The water that will be discharged, what is happening to that water now?
The water that was developed when we tested the well to see how much came out of it was collected into frac tanks, and it's being stored. That water will likely be stored interimly in the large basin that the cooling tower was originally sited over on the west side. So we have about a 1.4 million gallon concrete vault there, and we will likely store the water there until we can batch and test it and make sure it's suitable for overboard discharge.
So, as I'm sure you probably can guess, my question is related to the water that's been trucked off. This is not the same water.
That is correct. It is not the same water.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first is about the demolition of the advanced off-gas building. If I recall, that building has below-grade space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think that this may be the first of your structures to be demolished that does go below grade. Is that correct also?
That is correct.
And this is also the area where there was a condensate leak, and it was discovered in 2009 and then mitigated over the 2010 timeframe. And it is a building that goes to, I assume, bedrock for its foundation. And the question I have is, are you planning to do some exploration of the space up gradient of that building up against the foundation to see if there are any reservoirs of water that have collected? Because that's been the source at other sites of reservoirs of contaminated water. And it would be, it seemed prudent, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's in your plans, to evaluate that before you actually started to remove that wall, which functions as a dam to prevent the down gradient flow of water into the river. Am I correct in those assumptions, and are those a part of your plans?
Bill, you are correct in those assumptions. We also have sentinel wells that are located up gradient of that structure as well as down gradient of that structure, quite a few of them actually. And we've been monitoring that, the information that is there for quite some time. The source term that was originally available from that leak has diminished as expected to very low levels, but we will continue to do so. It's part of our regular quarterly sampling.
Great, appreciate that. And the second question is about the non-radiological areas of concern. I think it's really benefit to the panel that you have presented both in December and again tonight your definition of these areas. Specifically in December, you actually had maps that showed each of those. And I understand from my previous review of the preliminary site assessment that was negotiated among the parties back in the early stages after the plant shutdown, that the preliminary site assessment also came up with radiological areas of concern. Are you able to present the same sort of map of those radiological areas of concern and then give some sort of status as to the nature of those and what plans there are? Because I think it would benefit the panel to see both the non-rad side as well as the radiological side, which obviously for nuclear power plants becomes more problematic oftentimes than the non-radiological characteristics.
I can certainly look to update future presentations to include that information. We're not prepared to speak to it right now, but what I did describe at the last meeting was the initial assessment that we did on the site. With the instrumentation, we were able to drive around and take over 1.3 million discrete samples. We found 2 locations that were both explained as not areas of concern. One was a toolbox that we just had not recognized where it was, and we understood what it was. It was properly labeled and marked, and we just picked up, I'll call it a false positive reading that we had to validate what it was. And the other one was from the operations that were occurring right in front of the turbine loading bay. The little bit of shine that comes out of the building from the radiological materials that were in there, we also picked that up and noticed it, and then we were able to validate that in fact it was from the building where it was expected. So right now I don't believe there are any areas of concern radiologically, but I will definitely make sure we include that in future presentations.
Great, thank you.
Just back to the non-radiological areas of concern. Can you, you said there were only 5 that were needing remediation, but I don't need I'm not asking for a long description, but if you could just give a description of a typical site, one typical area.
Sure. So we found a spot out of the cooling towers that has a little bit of what appears to have been a small diesel fuel oil leak, and additionally some potentially some herbicide materials. It's a small location. It would likely be no more than a 10 by 10 foot area that we would likely remediate down to about 18 inches. A typical remediation effort would be we would excavate the soil. Take that soil, obviously collect it and package it appropriately for disposal. Then we would sample the margins of where we did the excavation, and then per the docket 8880 agreements with the MOU, we would bring in clean fill that meets all the criteria, and we would reload that, and then we would work with the agencies to do a release of that particular component. And then the one that I mentioned for the large fuel oil tank where the lines run under would be a little bit larger, but it's effectively the same process.
Okay, thank you.
And that's in compliance with the IRUL and the state agencies' oversight and, of course, a collaborative effort to make sure that that meets all the requirements. Thanks for the question, Derek. Good question.
Follow-up question to that. When do you anticipate all that work to be done? Like, what's your timeline? And I guess also I'm thinking about what is the timeline for the design of those remediation plans with agency input?
So those designs are occurring right now, and we will ultimately intend to do those remediations on an individual basis as soon as possible. So weather dependent, and once the plans are approved, and again, like we mentioned, it is a highly iterative process. So once we conduct those and do the additional sampling, determine that we are complete with it, we'll work with the agencies to close those out. But the goal is to, I'll use the term whack-a-mole, but to go after them one by one until they're all done as soon as reasonably achievable.
Just like spring 2020?
Absolutely, for some of them. And then some of them won't require remediation. Likely there's potential that natural attenuation will be the preferred method for them, and then that will just require continued monitoring to some level, and that'll be finalized with the specific agency involved and the plan as it's developed.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions for North Star. Let's move on to A&R for their update.
Good evening. So as I think you're all very familiar with, the Department of Environmental Conservation's responsibility is for the non-RAD elements here on the site. And if you go to the first slide, Tony, this just overall is the timeline that we've been on. And so as has been mentioned in the North Star update, by the end of January is when we're expecting the results and the report from the supplemental site investigation. And as Corey mentioned, this was additional investigation that was required based on the first site assessment and the identification of areas of concern. The questions that Emily Davis was asking about each of those individual AOCs and where cleanup is required, that will be the step following when we have the full site investigation report that comes in at the end of the month. Each one of those will have its own plan and will be governed by the I rule. And the I rule is our kind of short way of saying the one rule that rules them all related to any hazardous site cleanup in the state. So this site will be held to the same standards and will follow the same cleanup process that any of our hazardous sites in Vermont goes through. Next slide, please, Tony. So of those AOCs that were identified, there were a number where we wanted to do some initial analysis. You can see the list here, site 3, 5, 7, and 8, the cooling towers, AOC 16, the rail line, and 17. And I want to just point out there, AOC, that is for the groundwater. So rather than it being a specific building or location where there have been a likelihood of spills of diesel or whatever it might be from past operation, this is looking at the groundwater underneath the site. And just want to point out here, as well as the petroleum byproducts, VOCs, TPH that we've looked at, we looked at metals and also PFAS here. That's a question I believe has come up in relation to other PFAS concerns and testing that we're doing statewide. So if you go to the next slide, please, Tony. So there are 4 rounds, as noted with the dates here, 4 rounds of sampling that began in May 2019. Those results were included in that initial investigation report. From the August 2019 sampling and November 2019, split samples were taken. So at times, DEC's engineer, Gerald Noyes, has been on site, and at other times, ATC, which is the contractor hired by the state to be additional expertise and additional eyes on the ground, has also been on site. And literally, split sampling is when you take a sample, you split it in 2. One gets sent off to the laboratory and monitored by ATC on the state side. The other gets sent off the laboratory, monitored by North Star on the other side. So what we have found comparing these samples is a great degree of similarity between the samples that we have. We do note that we found low-level groundwater contamination from the split samples we've looked at in August 2019, but I do want to note what is in low-level. And so that low level is metals that we found, but they are all below the MCL, the maximum contaminant level that's allowed. And there were no VOCs or TPHs found in that. So I wanted to note there was some, but I also wanted to explain what low actually means. And so the split samples from the 3rd round, again, they were taken by ATC. They're currently under review. The results from those will be in the end of January report. And the 4th round from February 2020 as planned, obviously they won't make it into a report deadline cutoff for the end of January, but we'll be able to report back on those after a certain passage of time when we've compared the results from the 2. Next slide, please, Tony. Thank you. So as was reported with the groundwater intrusion into the turbine building basement, the water that has been taken out of the interior has been shipped to facilities that can accept that kind of RAD waste, and it's been going to both US Ecology in Idaho and WCS in Texas. So this kicked off the effort to ensure that further groundwater was not intruding into the building itself, into the basement. So where we are with this right now, Haley and Aldrich, on behalf of North Star, has submitted permit applications so that that groundwater that is collected, that is from the 3 wells, that's collected, that is sent through the discharge system, that's being held in the basin, as explained, that will be held there until we actually have a permit for the groundwater discharge. It will be discharged through the cooling system pipes and out to the Connecticut River. For that discharge to happen, then we need to ensure that while it tests today at drinking water standards, and while it tests today that there is no RAD component to that, we need to ensure that it is monitored and tested on a regular basis. The fact that it's being held in the basin before it's discharged enables this monitoring so that if anything should change as other excavation or remediation occurs on site, that we can understand what's going on. And the Department of Environmental Conservation is working with the Department of Health to develop those groundwater testing criteria that will then be in the A&R discharge permit, which is the authority, the jurisdictional mechanism that we have to require any additional remediation that might be needed. And just to reference back to the question that was asked about the stormwater permits as well, thank you for that. Then what is our typical practice is to wait until we actually have all of the permit materials in so that we can review those permit materials. And then when we're confident we've got everything we need, at that point in time, when we issue a draft permitting decision, we can then notice the public meeting. And in past, not with this applicant in particular, but with past applicants, there can sometimes be an insufficient amount of information that's provided. So we make sure we've got all of that in hand and that we review for the draft permitting decision before we actually set the public meeting. So that is all in process at this point in time. And moving on to the next slide, Tony, about the asbestos abatement observation. So again, the state has contracted with ATC to provide additional expertise that the state does not happen to have on hand or utilize every day, and to have additional eyes on the ground. So the observation for the asbestos abatement has continued at the turbine building, the advanced off-gas building, and at the cooling towers when they were demolished. And a statewide asbestos review plan was conducted by ATC and Hillman, who's actually North Star's asbestos contractor. There have been a few situations where we have asked for additional samples. They have been collected and analyzed without any issues, with concurrence from North Star and their contractors. Next slide, please, Tony. And so these are the amounts of material that have been recovered and disposed of appropriately. Again, the non-RAD components. As you can see, it's quite substantial, and this was mentioned by Corey in North Star's presentation as well. 1,500 tons of demolition and construction debris. It's actually a Vermont state policy to try and recover as much construction and demolition debris as possible. This in fact did go to an out-of-state facility, both of them in Massachusetts, and so then Massachusetts laws govern what material is accepted. Same for the asbestos, as you can see it in New Hampshire and Ohio, 537 cubic yards of asbestos material and 237 tons of scrap metal, again going to a facility in Massachusetts. So again, a Vermont policy whereby we want to encourage recovery of materials, but once this is shipped out of state, it is receiving facilities state regulations that manage exactly what is received. And to the last slide, please, Tony, in terms of where we go from here. Obviously, there's a continued sampling. There is the supplemental site investigation report that is due in the end of January. All the remediation will then be governed by the IRUL. But just one note on a procedure that was required, that was established in the MOU, and this is the site restoration protocols. So this governs overall all of the non-RAD. And so this site restoration protocol essentially governs how we work together with North Star and the contractors with the oversight of the state and ATC to accomplish the non-RAD materials and remediation that is needed. So within this is now a signed agreement, and we are operating under this procedure. And I think one of the important things to note within that is there is a bi-weekly call. Things can change on a fairly rapid basis with a site of this kind of complexity. So we have a bi-weekly update with North Star and with their contractors. So as anything does change, if there are additional eyes on the ground that are needed, if we get sampling results, etc., that are back that need more attention, we are checking in on a bi-weekly basis. Thank you, and I'll leave that time for additional questions.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just a quick one. Commissioner, on the, I don't remember the exact language in the MOU, but basically if something is found that is either going to change the schedule or cost of the process. That's supposed to be, the state's supposed to be notified. So is this one of the vehicles by which the state could become aware of something that's going to be an issue in terms of money or time?
Absolutely, yes. And so with a bi-weekly check-in, then it does enable kind of real-time adaptation as needed for the management of that. To date, we have had, certainly not on the side where DEC is responsible, we've not had many surprises in terms of the operation of a site where we have diesel generators running. So the kind of non-rad contamination has been pretty consistent with the experience that we've had with other sites for this type of contaminant. So this absolutely would be a mechanism by which we can be quickly alerted to any issues that do arise. We'll certainly be keeping a very close eye on this, especially as any other deconstruction activities might start to disturb any of the site and disturb kind of below the surface level. So that's a point at which we want to make sure that we've got regular and very real-time communication.
Commissioner, this is just really a curiosity question. So in terms of the biweekly check-ins, what is that? Is that an on-site check-in? Is it on the phone? Approximately how long is it? Just what does that look like in general?
That's a phone call. There are various site visits that are scheduled in and around these, so we certainly have regular eyes on site, or I'd say frequent rather than regular, like every single Tuesday. It's frequent. So this is an opportunity to check in. It's on the phone bi-weekly. On that phone, we have both the engineer who's assigned to the site, Gerald Noyes. We have other of our site's management staff as needed. For example, if there are concerns about PFAS, we bring in one of the PFAS experts. We also have on the phone Chuck Schur, who is the director of the division, and we also have Jordan Gonda from the legal team, who actually was working on the MOU and the protocols. So we can have an engineer at the staff level, management oversight, and legal staff who are reviewing what information comes in. And in addition, there are the times that staff from DEC are on site and the ATC is on site, and then ATC is obviously communicating with us directly outside of these bi-weekly meetings with anything that they're observing.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the Vermont Department of Health update.
Yes, thank you. I'll wait for Tony to get the slide up. If you could put that on presentation, that'd be great.
Yeah, if I can get this to work.
Slideshow? Top middle, slideshow? It's a word.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it right now. I have
The very top middle.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
From beginning?
There we go.
Great. With all that, I only have a picture of the site, which I thought was interesting because it is a picture of a photo of the site that is more current. Most of the images you see on the internet are old images. This is fairly recent. I don't know exactly how this came about. It was not me, just so that folks know that. Next slide, please. So we are working with our state partners to oversee the decommissioning and have been since Entergy announced the expected shutdown of the plant in 2013. And the twice monthly, actually 2 to 3 times monthly calls that Commissioner Boddicker mentioned were a part of those calls at the health department. In addition, there are other meetings that are held of the various agencies of the state each month. So there are numerous meetings throughout each month. And we also do conduct site inspections. I conducted one today and just last week, and they're very helpful to be able to see some of these things that you're seeing photographic images of. We also are reviewing all of the reports and schedules that are generated by North Star and its contractors. We do independent monitoring of the environment. We have for since before the plant actually started operations. We were collecting air samples, water samples, and direct gamma readings to establish background in the very early 70s, and then after startup in 72 until still today, we collect these environmental samples, and you can see those results at the website that is shown there in that URL. We also maintain radiological emergency capabilities for the state. Our state hazmat team, the Vermont Hazardous Materials Response Team, trains twice a year with exercises here in the local area where they simulate either a transportation accident or a fire that might occur that could create concern among residents as well as others that there was contamination that had left the site. And so we maintain our readiness to respond to those kinds of incidents. And we track radioactive waste shipments with the assistance of the shipping department here at Vermont Yankee. Our environmental surveillance is extensive. We collect water, air, milk, and direct gamma radiation measurements. Most of our samples are off-site currently. Primarily, we're looking at the gamma radiation at the property boundary. We also have extensive monitoring at Vernon Elementary School. We have air sampler. We have multiple dosimeters. We have an online or a constantly on radiation detector in the principal's office. And we also do 2 of the local farms, the Blodgett Farm, the Miller Farm. And we sample the Connecticut River upstream and downstream for water. And we sample private wells near the site, and we sample Brattleboro drinking water. We also do get some on-site samples that contractors at VY have over the years provided us samples of sediments, fish, and we have also been getting groundwater samples from wells. There are 4 wells that we've consistently been getting samples from in a leach field spreading area. And recently we actually received some split samples of some groundwater wells that are within the protected area, which is of course that area that we're especially concerned about, with our goal, as you can see here with this image, to try to evaluate all of the constituents that could contribute to radiation dose in our ingestion pathway in our everyday lives to ensure that they are always within the very low limits that we have for both the health department and by our confirmation also those that are used by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I mentioned that we track radioactive material shipments, and this is a graph of those shipments over the year 2019. And we do this, each of the shipments that goes out from Vermont Yankee, the shipping manager sends a report to us. We are tabulating each of the volumes and each of the amounts of radioactivity in each of these shipments. And we also notify all of the law enforcement agencies so that if there were some sort of incident on the roads or elsewhere, or they stopped a vehicle and it had radioactive materials as a part of its bill of lading, they would be expecting these shipments. We do this with all of the entities that transport radioactive materials through the states, and Vermont Yankee has consistently done this over the years. You can see this is a graph that somewhat shows what's happened over the year 2019 in the updates from the team at North Star. And that is that over the months starting in March, there's been a consistent growth in the number of shipments of radioactive materials off-site to licensed disposal facilities. There have been some upticks periodically. The most important one is the most obvious one is radioactivity. That was in April when some very radioactive filters were removed from the rad waste system. and shipped to disposal site. And then also you can see that back in October there were a lot more shipments, and obviously that's probably like us with our firewood. We're putting a lot more firewood into our wood sheds in October. They're getting them off the site before the winter comes. We expect to be able to provide these kinds of updates to you not only in our annual reports but at these meetings ongoing. And I'll take any questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the report. I have a question just about the water testing in the private and public drinking water. How large of a area out beyond the footprint of the plant are you testing?
We have focused on the immediate drinking water in Vernon in particular. We obtain water samples in, I don't want to say hundreds, but dozens per day from all around Vermont for sampling, because our laboratory does radiochemistry on all kinds of environmental samples for many different reasons. People are concerned about radium in their water, or uranium, or radon. We do that testing. So we have great background levels, and also we understand what the rock, the geology does to water throughout the state by taking all those samples. What we're really focusing on and what we report on is what's happening here in the immediate area that could be the result of transitions from activities on site into the bedrock and then potentially into the drinking water aquifers that are, for example, used by the school or local residents. So they're really pretty close, other than the Brattleboro water supply, which is the largest water supply, which we feel is useful for us to test on the basis of the population that uses it.
So just for some specificity, distance, is it within?
Yeah, within miles.
Within miles?
Yes, maybe 2 miles. Mostly. As far as the Blodgett Farm to the south, Brattleboro to the north, and West Brattleboro to the west, as well as the river. Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the Public Service Department update, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The briefing will be given by Jim Porter, the Public Advocate at the department.
Thank you. So I've got my reading glasses, and I think everything is a little bit either too far away or too close, so bear with me a little bit. But, so Tony, if we can just go to the next slide. Just a reminder of our kind of ongoing role in this oversight. Primarily, it's reviewing the financial performance and the work as it's done and as reimbursement is sought. And I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. We may have had some of them at the last meeting. I wasn't here, so I'm not positive. But Tony, if we can go to the next one. Just talks about the department's activities related to this function in 2019. I think you know most of this, and it's been gone over. But we have 2 lawyers internally who deal with this matter. We have a law firm in Boston that we keep on retainer. We have Tony, who you all know. Our internal finance and economic division reviews certain of everything, and then we have hired consultants this past year who do an ongoing review of all the financials. And I think you all know this. If we can go to the update since the last meeting. Not too much. One thing, we did have a site visit with our technical consultants in late December. And then Representative Sibilia submitted some questions to the department, and a letter was sent to her and I think to all of you. But we were also going to deal with some of those responses in this slide presentation. Got major activities on site. I think those have been gone over in earlier slides. Financial updates, the trust balances, and then the next one is disbursements from NDT. The next one, disbursements from SRT. Kind of financial status of the project is the next one, with some little pie charts. We also, that go along with these, have fairly detailed spreadsheets. I did not put them in here, but they're on our website and they're updated, I think, monthly. And then if we go to the one, Tony, yeah, department's financial review. Are you interested in you just want to look this over and see if you have any questions about? Seeing none, let's move to.
Mr. Chair, I think this is the end of the presentation until we get to my questions. May I ask a question on this piece? So, just one quick question with regard to the disbursements slides. I know we have a date of notice and the amount requested. Is the amount dispersed always the same as the amount requested?
I think thus far it has been. We have the ability to object to a disbursement, and we have not done that thus far.
So, yes, thus far it has always been the same. The amount requested has always been the amount dispersed thus far. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
And I think it may have been questions about one of the disbursement months that precipitated the site visit with the consultants this past month. So, but as I say, no.
I'm sorry, would you?
So our consultants had some questions about some of the items in one of the disbursement schedules that we received, and they actually came here to meet with North Star people, and their questions were answered, but they do monitor these every month.
And so what was the nature of the question? Was it about the cost estimates, or whose is that? Okay.
I believe it was the cost submitted and the work that went along with it.
So was it a look back or something going in front? So something that had already happened or something that was
like I said, it already happened because I think it came about from a request for a disbursement for repayment. So
okay, and the consultants found that there was no
thumbs up right after their site visit.
Okay.
They were very pleased, I believe.
Does anybody else have any questions regarding the update before we move on to the responses to the questions that were laid out by Laura? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to those responses.
Great, and everyone got a copy of the letter. Okay, and so if you go to the next slide, Tony, estimated cost to complete the project. So, and this indicates, this was based upon the record that was before the Public Utility Commission when this transaction was approved. And I believe the total estimates were about $811 million. And then you've got a breakdown below that. Any questions about this? Great. So if you go to the next, I think one of the questions was, is there uncertainty built into the estimated cost? And as you know, there's an extremely detailed model that was used for this. And I think the first bullet talks about the 900 line pay item disbursement schedule. I think there's a 10% contingency built into each line item. Broadly speaking, North Star bears the cost if there's a shortfall, but obviously the idea is for them to make money with this transaction. The next slide really goes to kind of what was about 90% of the context of the transaction that was before the PUC. And it was, I think, fairly early on, the parties believed that North Star had the expertise to do this. The question was, did they have the financial wherewithal? And there was much work done with financial assurances and essentially everything that could be thought of that could reasonably put together to ensure that the funds would be there to complete the decommissioning. And then this has, I'm sorry, I really can't see, but this has bullets of the various components of the financial assurance package. Estimated percentage of the work complete, I think approximately 14.9, 15% complete. Current schedule, looking to the end of January in 2027. March 31st of each year is kind of a big reporting date, kind of, you know, the yearly reports of various things. This will be the first complete year that will be analyzed and put together. So I think that piece will have a lot more information on that at the May meeting. Our consultants, 4 points. They, you know, thus far believe everything is on track as it's supposed to be. I think one of Representative Sevilla's questions was, what happens if there's a surplus when all the work is done? I think 55% of surplus funds would go back to ratepayers. And then some piece would go to North Star as successor in interest to Entergy. And then the question I think she may have been more interested in was what happens if there's not enough money. And that, as I think the commissioner wrote very nicely in her letter, truthfully, nobody knows. To some extent, again, every effort was put in to see that that doesn't happen. And with the various monitoring, I certainly think, or the idea is that if something was not going according to schedule or that was of concern, that we would see it, you know, long before it became a problem. In some scenarios, as the letter says, it could go back to safe store, which we all remember that. But there are many scenarios, and it's a little bit hard to answer. We talked a little bit about the annual reports that'll be coming in at the end of March. Excuse me. Please ask me some questions.
I'm writing a list.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done?
If you're ready with your list, I think
Sorry.
he's ready.
Okay, sorry.
Thanks.
Excuse me. And they're not, I don't think they're anything, thank you. This is a helpful report. I appreciate the care and attention that went into the letter, and I think the explanations were really helpful.
Great.
A few questions. I heard you say that with regard to the surplus, 55% would go back to the ratepayers, and some piece would go back to North Star. That's a fairly imprecise.
40. I think it's 45.
Okay, thank you.
I was having trouble deducting 55% from 100, but I think it's 45.
Okay. And with regard to the.
Can I just a follow-up to that real
Sure.
quick? Just for the watching public, could you just briefly describe what the Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Corporation is? Because since we have a shutdown plant, people may wonder, well, why does that thing still exist and what is it? And why is only 55% going to Green Mountain Power Corporation?
So the 55% to Green Mountain is as most of you know, the plant was originally owned by our electric utilities. We had Central Vermont Public Service and Green Mountain Power each owned a piece. When Green Mountain Power acquired or merged with CVPS, those entities became one, and that was a larger percentage. Does that help? Okay.
Okay. With regard to the now the annual reports that are coming in March, these are really an analysis of the financials, what was said and what is happening. Is that right?
Financials, balances, where the money's invested, work completion, so all of those things. From our perspective, this is just from our perspective, what we look at.
And so in terms of some sort of warning or red flag that there is an issue, since we've established that we can't really know for sure until we get to that place if we have enough funds, what types of red flags would the department be looking for in between marches?
So let me answer that from the least technical person that touches this project from the department. But I think if you saw big overruns in line items, if you saw a big decrease in any fund balance, anything, as I say, and the experts, there's so much information and it's so granular that I think they're able to monthly kind of look at the work, how it's being done, is the work value of so I think you would start to see something financially fairly soon. So from my perspective, that's the type thing they would see. If North Star, not North Star, 4 Points were here, I'm sure they could give you a lot better detail as to what they might see.
So I could offer something on that point. We will be getting these reports March 31, as the presentation shows, and the department is happy to look into having 4 Points attend in May, I think it is, to take your questions at that time. And that would be an excellent question to ask them from a technical perspective. What we're able to tell you is that, for instance, with the December 12th site visit, when they see something that gets their antenna going, that's the procedure that we follow. So that monitoring is ongoing through the year. And then again in May, once the comprehensive reporting is complete, we're happy to make them available for your questioning.
So I do think that would be helpful, Mr. Chair, to have them come when we get that report here.
And Laura, and then there's also the MOU with that
Right.
Emily was talking about.
You're pointing, and that makes me nervous, Chris.
Sorry.
No.
No. But what Commissioner Bodeker was talking about, that's another opportunity to catch something.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, and I should have said, I'm really talking about the money, and of course, you've got the whole A&R contingency, and they're on site doing visits, they have their own consultants. So I'm really just was talking from the financial perspective.
We're also, in trying to answer your very appropriate question, we are dealing with hypotheticals. So I would offer this one to you. Let's say, for instance, that with A&R's work, an unanticipated environmental attribute is discovered that materially alters some of the financial assumptions that have gone into planning this decommissioning. So that would be a noted or a material event. If the experts from our shop see financial consequences that attach to that, for instance, that it would lead to a precipitous withdrawal of a size from the trust fund that is not anticipated, that would be the kind of thing that that they would want to analyze. We would want them to as well, in order to ascertain whether there's some sort of reconfiguration of the 900 item schedule that needs to be considered. If that helps you.
That does help.
That's report within 7 days too, per the MOU, as I recall, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's a very intricate mechanism, but yes, in a nutshell, you're right.
So thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate, again, all of the time and care. That's really all of my questions right now with regard to the financial. And what I have learned through this process is how important and necessary it is to continue to have these public opportunities to understand how we're progressing. I want to be clear that at this point, I have no concerns about the finances, but I think that given that we can't actually know until we're done, I think we have really underscored the need to have regular reports on this. I do have one other question after.
If I could just add something to your comment, though. I could not agree with you more, because I think the transaction and really the plant itself, I cannot recall a time in doing this work, and I've been doing it for 20 years, where folks were not asking the question, one day when this plant no longer operates, are the resources going to be there to decommission the site? And there have been a variety of combos about, is it just decommissioning or is it restoring it, and to what degree, et cetera, et cetera. This is a long, storied conversation that has occasioned much discussion, and I think the fact that this panel was preceded by yet another panel tells you how personally the public takes the topic. And so I commend you, Representative Sibilia, for the attention that you continue to draw to these conversations and the monitoring, and the other panel members who have been in touch with me about this. And I can assure you that the department is fully vested in not just reporting to you as we did in the letter, but also committed to this public forum. I mean, this is very Vermont, and it's something that catches the eye across the nation, really, as other states start looking at these processes as well. So you can certainly count on the department to continue to make fulsome public reports. That has been our custom all along, and we'll continue to do that.
And could I follow up and ask the committee kind of a process question? So I've not been to one of these meetings in a while. I hope to start coming to these regularly now. We have a very smart, highly technical lawyer who understands all that, who loves to make these PowerPoints. We are putting more and more information on our website. If you want to look at spreadsheets, if you want to look at the details, they're there. What do you like in the way of slides? those of you who know me, I'm a little more colloquial. I'm a little more interested in, do you have questions? Is there something bad going on? What are you guys doing on a monthly basis? Do you enjoy the technical piece of the slides or a little bit more of a narrative for these?
Well,
you can think about it.
May I will speak for myself and say I don't think that we are the sole audience. So I think that that's something to take into consideration.
And I would just like to add that this is great. And in addition to your website, I feel like the handicap panel in and of itself is the primary way for the public to engage with all of this material. So in these slides, if there are links to some of that technical reports that might be buried in your site, I know that there's a lot of care. I've dug in there and there's a lot of information there, but this is yet just another way. This is the mechanism, I think, that the public gets it, because we get through BCTV and there are all sorts of links. So I appreciate you asking the question.
Could I follow up on that? As a matter of curiosity, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, because I'm mindful of our time tonight, did you find it difficult to find the materials on the website?
Not most of the time.
Okay, but some of the time.
Some of the time.
Well, if I could ask if you want to contact us and let us know, that would be most helpful. We always want the feedback.
Sure. Thank you.
This might not be a question you can answer. There might be someone else that can answer, but it's not on. Okay, there you go. The spent nuclear fuel management fee, the almost 288 million. Until what date does that presuppose the management of said spent fuel? Do we know, does that end with the projected end of decommissioning, or up to when does that management go on in terms of this budget analysis?
That's an excellent question, and I expect that different parties see the answer in a different way. What we have right now are the known resources. That's the number you're looking at. What we also have, if I'm not mistaken, is federal law that says that the federal government is supposed to take title and possession of this waste and dispose of it conclusively. And as you well know, maybe better than I, the federal government has made interim arrangements at best. And so when that question is going to be resolved is something that I don't know. And I will not sit here and tell you that I know whether the number that you're looking at is sufficient to cover until that day comes.
Well, no, what I wanted to know is up until what date does this number presuppose?
I don't think the number does presuppose. I think rather the number is the number. And it remains to be determined how long it's going to be necessary. And I think that logically points to a question all of us ask, which is what happens if the end time is not achieved before the money runs out? End time meaning the final disposal of the waste.
So this number was projected without an end date in mind, Corey?
I think that the number exists to reflect what we know to date.
And do we know how much on an annual basis spent fuel management is expected to cost moving forward?
So I would not be the person to answer that question.
I was kind of asking Corey.
We can start with the company and see what their view is. Tony, unless you have a number on that.
Well, to answer the first part of the question, I don't remember the exact date for the spent fuel management, but the projection, if I recall correctly, and I think Corey or David can correct this, is out through the end of what was originally the safe store period. So we're talking to approximately the 2060s at this point, but Corey's going to update this.
I can shed just a little light on that. So that number, I believe, was generated with the original projections, and it was an estimate that the DOE would be able to execute on its commitment to retrieve the spent fuel by 2052. So the original numbers were
That's
built
what I was
out
looking
for that.
Okay.
We cannot give you an exact number for the year-to-year costs, But that's a great question, and what I can share with you is the historical average for the last few years in the New England region, considering the other independent spent fuel storage installations that exist, are around $9 million a year.
Yeah, I had thought it was 10, but, okay. Well, that's interesting. One last question, may I? My understanding is that the decommissioning of Vermont Yankee is the largest industrial project currently at play in the state of Vermont. Is that correct? And if so, what's the next largest?
That's a good question. I don't know.
And frankly, I don't think either one of us is in a position to answer that question. I don't know what the definition of industrial is, and there are limits to what the department can responsibly say on something like that.
Okay. Well, if anybody
Is
gets
that
any
okay?
information on
'Cause
that, I'd be interested to know.
I'm seeing looks down the panel, so.
Well, I wonder if that's a question for Commissioner Bodecker. Is it more of a cleanup question? Is that what you meant, Lissa?
Yes. Well, just
Like an industrial cleanup? Is that what you meant, or what did you mean?
just in terms of the raw value of the work being done.
Oh, no, okay.
I know there are some other large hazardous sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal in Burlington. Work kind of occurs at these large sites intermittently, and a lot of that is based upon when federal funds become available. So just an example, we've actually finished out this year $6.2 million of work at the Pine Street Barge Canal, but that wasn't the first. So once you actually have a full site remediation plan, you then kind of have to get in the queue in terms of when you can get federal grant funds. So to total up, one of the large sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal or like the Superfund sites, certainly if it'd be of interest to the panel, I can get a total for you for Elizabeth Mine, what's been spent over the last 30 years. So you can get an idea of the magnitude. So we are fortunate that we have very few Superfund sites. Elizabeth Mine's probably one of the most well-known. Those that are downtown, Pine Street Barge Canal is a really good example. And we have very few, but we do have one site like VAG, which is the asbestos mine up above Morrisville in Hyde Park, that was never designated as a Superfund site. Therefore, there has been no cleanup as a result of being designated as a Superfund site. So I can certainly get some examples for you so you can kind of put this work in context. This is, to the best of my knowledge, by far the largest and by a very substantial amount.
Largest what, though? Largest hazardous waste cleanup site?
Yeah, largest hazardous waste cleanup site. Obviously, with this having the radiological component on top of it. If you have a look at it in terms of the other hazardous materials that are non-RAD, that are under DEC, I don't believe it would be the largest, but I'd be very happy to get you some context for the next meeting.
No, it's not necessary. I'll look into it myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to echo what Representative Sibilia said, that when anybody's presenting, whether it be your department or previous departments, please understand that you're actually representing to the entire public and not just this board. Panel, do we have further questions for anybody? This is kind of our time to, if you thought of anything between, the start of North Star's presentation to now, to ask those questions before we move on to the public. Go ahead.
Of course, I have one more, but I think this is it, Mr. Chair. So with regard to the March reports that we're going to get, and I did speak to several of you today about this, would it be possible for us to get an overall update on the progress with the MOU? Not just the finances, but the MOU itself.
Oh, yes, we would have, that's what we would plan as a matter of course, and I think that's a really good thing to keep doing.
And I would like to just make sure that we are understanding each other. So for me, that would mean kind of walking through the MOU, and these things there's no issue with these things are done.
Correct.
Are there any confidentiality issues that would arise from kind of a progress update on the MOU?
The way I would handle that is that we will report on everything that we can within the public sphere. Anything that's confidential, we would identify it as such and explain why it needs to be confidential. I don't think that will be the overwhelming bulk of it. It should be really minimal, but there is some confidential material, yes. There are aspects of that in the case.
So, Mr. Chair, I would, given the number of reports that are coming in, I would ask that we maybe think about an interim meeting between now and May, or that we move up that May meeting. Thank you.
If I could just add one thing to what you said, Representative Sibilia. With the number of reports that are coming in at the end of March, we anticipate that, certainly from our perspective, that our consultants will probably take a month to try to look and digest. So, thanks.
And I mean this as respectfully as I can possibly say it. These reports are also going to be posted as soon as the department can put them out there. And we do need folks to read them and process them so that the time spent here can be this kind of engaged discourse. And I appreciate your comments, Representative Coffey, about how this panel is the primary access for the public to assimilate the information and understand the information that we're sharing here. But I can't overstate the importance of actively engaging as well by going to our website if that is the interest that the public has, because a lot of resources are going into making that website user-friendly and comprehensive. It's a lot of information to digest, and I think we need to make our peace with that.
Anyone else on the panel have any questions before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, we will take public questions now regarding the North Star and state reports. Seeing no questions from the public, we will open it up for general public comments for those folks that can't stay through the end of the meeting. And we do have one. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. I used to live here for a very long time, raised my son here. I wanted to know if it sounds like there isn't, but is there a schedule of meetings of NDCAP for the next year, let's say? Is there a regular schedule? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, May is our next meeting. We have not scheduled them out. What we typically do is schedule the following meeting based on our needs. As Representative Sibilia mentioned, there may be a time where we need to move up our meetings from, our normal 3 or 4 month schedule. So no, there is no exact schedule. It kind of depends on the needs of the panel.
Okay. So I was notified of this. I'm on the list to get notifications, and I was notified on January 8th of this meeting. So it may have been in the minutes or something from the last meeting, but I didn't hear about it until a few days ago. And it is a tremendous amount of information to digest for people like me who have a full-time job and other things that we do. I'm probably not atypical for people who are, having a hard time keeping up with all of it. And I'm really interested in it. Not everyone is, I will admit. So I would, you may have met the qualification or the standard for noticing a public meeting, an open meeting, but that really isn't enough time to get people here, and there are very often very few people here, usually very few people here. And it is a problem, I think, that this is so complex, and so you have to read so much and know so much to understand it. And I don't really know how to deal with that. But this is not what I would call real engagement of the public, because there's so few of us here. I know in the MOU it does talk about some form of public engagement. I see that North Star is working with the town of Vernon, which is fabulous. Absolutely should be working very closely. But beyond that, how to pull people in and do education in the community so that people can understand these complicated reports. It would be really nice if that could happen. I know it takes money, and I don't know that there are resources for it. There are groups in the community that I'm part of and other people are part of that might be able to be allies in getting that information out to the public, or getting people in here, so that you're not talking to yourselves all the time. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for bringing this up, because we don't always know how the information about the meetings is going out. And I'm curious, because that's news to me that people would have heard about this meeting only on January 8th. So, because we set this meeting date at our last meeting in December. So what are the mechanisms? Is it just that this gets posted according to open meeting law, or is there a mailing list? Maybe Tony, would you mind? You might be able to answer that better than anybody.
Yeah, I can, and I appreciate the question because this is something I'm trying to emphasize more. The NDCAP does have a website through the Public Service Department. As soon as we know a meeting date, we do at least get the meeting date on that website. Now, what Ms. Darling is referring to is we typically get a press release out. We try to do this about a week in advance because past experience was that, well, if we went 2 weeks, 3 weeks, people would forget and we weren't getting turnout. We can attempt to do that earlier, but I would just emphasize to people, do check the website. We keep it as up to date as possible. And that will always have what information we have available. Now, with regard to the technical information that was put up on the website this week, I will point out that this part is a new process for us. Really, with the exception of tonight's meeting, we very seldom had the technical presentations available prior to the meeting themselves. So this is something that we committed to at the December meeting, that we would make an effort to get this done earlier. With the time of year, I did not get any of the presentations until this past week. So we got them up as quickly as we could, and I thank everyone who made the effort to assure that we had them in advance. But I think with the next meeting being on May 4th, unless the panel decides to have one between now and then, we can push that effort a little bit earlier to assure that there is at least maybe draft presentations available, say a week or a week and a half prior to the meeting. But that will depend upon the individual authors of the presentations.
Tone, is there any notification that goes out when there is any kind of a, and I don't mean minor, when there is any kind of a major update or information, a new report, new documents, or a new meeting? Is there any automatically just an email that goes out that says, the site's been updated to the interest list?
At this point, no, but that's something that I think we can consider. June, we may have to talk about that just to set up a ground rule, because right now, any type of release that would go out, I have to run through her office for approval. Some of these, if they're very routine, I think we could just send out automatically, say, hey, the website's been updated with this.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction between the press releases that you're talking about,
Yes.
Tony, and what you're getting at, Representative Sibilia, which is, for instance, if a letter comes out from the NRC, is that fair? Or if one of the congressional delegation does something, or something that is of interest to the NDCAP and in turn to the public that follows the NDCAP, and what you're asking is, do we have a mechanism by which we push that out automatically to not just NDCAP, but also to our website? I think, I'm sorry to have to say this, but the department is not the sole source of such information. There are other state agencies as well, and arguably legislative developments as well. So now we're talking about how do we best aggregate all of that and push it out. And I do not have a person who could staff a web content management function in a way that would, I think, satisfy the ideal of what you're saying.
So I think this is probably something that we should stick a pin in to explore further. I've noted that you've stressed the importance of folks maintaining their knowledge with what's on the website. And I certainly recognize that the department is not swimming in staff and time to do all of this, but certainly someone is uploading a report.
But
And
you're
it
thinking
seems
of
like
something like a
may I
newsfeed,
finish,
right?
Commissioner?
Yeah, of
It
course.
seems like there should be some mechanism that minimizes risk of inaccurate information going out. So if something is permissible to be posted, that there's some sort of operating procedure that is established that can be pushed out. I recognize that there's information that comes from all sorts of places, but if that is our focal point, the NDCAP website, it seems like that might be something we should try and work on in terms of some sort of standard operating procedure when there's something, a new report.
Yeah, I'm
or a
hearing two
meeting
different
date.
things. I'm hearing that you want a standard operating procedure, and I'm hearing that you want a current, constant feed of things as they go up on the website. Am I hearing something wrong?
So I think when the website is updated with a new report
Yes.
or a new date is put up, I certainly, there's 10 reports that were put up for this meeting, so I wouldn't expect 10 notifications. But
That was what I was hearing, so that's not what you expect, and I agree. We should be able to do something in an aggregate way.
Yeah.
But what I was hearing was that you wanted it to have it happen every time we do something.
So what you should hear me say is I think this idea merits some investigation as to what is reasonable
That sounds
to
fair to
increase
me.
the transparency. Is this something that we can maybe take up at a future meeting?
What I'm noticing is that my fellow state agencies aren't weighing in on the question, and it has implications for them as well, so perhaps they'd like to speak to the point.
Do they post on your site all
Yes.
of the information?
The entire NDCAP, including the business of the other members as well, if you have any. For instance, your query to us, if it had come in writing, that's something I would expect to put on the website.
Yes, it did come in writing.
I'm trying to remember that. I don't recall that, but I'll take you at your word, as I always do, Representative Sibilia. Do the other state agencies have anything to say on the point?
I think it'd be an opportunity for us to talk with our IT folks. I have to confess I don't know the full capabilities of the website, but if there'd be a way to automate notifications once files are posted and a way to batch, we can go onto multiple sites these days and give me once a week an update. I confess I do not know what capabilities we have within the IT website system, but we can ask the question.
Yes.
May I just offer a simpler solution? I'm mostly concerned with the comment that was made about people not knowing about our meetings. So I would like to tease that apart just separately. And maybe it's something that's triggered by the issues committee meeting, that we do in advance. And if we do that, would need to do that regularly. But I do think that when people know about our meetings, then we can have more robust engagement, and I think that's really important. So if there's a simple way, I don't know if there is a list that exists of an email list of interest groups, but does such a thing exist is my question.
Yeah, I can answer that quickly. The short answer is yes. There is a public interest list that I believe Kate O'Connor actually started, but I have inherited and maintained, and I think we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 people on that list right now. And if anyone is interested in joining the list, contact me. I actually have a slide I plan to put up during the break that has contact information, how to contact the panel, because it hasn't been put up recently.
And I'll just speak to one thing. Your question about the lack of participation in the public currently. I believe it has a lot to do with the sale being complete. Prior to the sale being complete, this room was fairly full on a regular basis. And I think the interest in the public has waned since the sale has been complete, because now we are really, as you mentioned, starting to get in the weeds of very technical things in these reports, and I don't think it really interests the general public in a lot of cases, except for someone like yourself and obviously the panel and the folks that are here. So I think that's part of the lack of public participation at this point. But if there is a better way that we can disseminate information, especially our meetings, we will definitely do that in hopes to find more people like yourself to attend.
I kind of am a dog with a bone, I will admit. I think you may well be correct, but I wouldn't, and yeah, I think people feel very relieved after all the years of conflict that things have calmed down and they don't want to really be in the middle of it anymore. But I do believe that this is very important for people's lives and well-being, and that they may not understand some of the basic things that are happening right down the road, and that if they did, they might be more engaged. I wouldn't want to see you say, well, people just aren't interested, so we don't need to try.
And I didn't mean to come across in that manner. As I mentioned, if there's a better way for us to get out the information, we absolutely will do that. I was just making a generalized observation from the time we started, really getting engaged in the sale till now.
No, I didn't take it that way. Yes, this room used to be full. I was there too. All right, thank you very much.
Well, there was also the issue of people feeling endangered, which is no longer the case largely.
Come on up.
Hello. I'm just here to introduce myself. I think you might have heard at the last meeting about the possible project that Antioch University was going to be partnering with North Star and with the town of Vernon. And so really we've just begun the project. The contract was just signed among all the partners, and we're assembling the graduate student team right now. So I just wanted to give you a quick little introduction. I'm Krista Daniels. I work at Antioch as faculty right over the border in Keene, New Hampshire. And we've been assembling the graduate student team, which is great. We have 2 master's students that are GIS advanced students that are going to be working on this project. We actually also have a doctoral student that's going to be doing some of the photo journaling and documenting of the decommissioning process. So there's that part of the project, and then the other part of the project, which I find very exciting. I have nothing to report on yet, obviously, since this is just the beginning. But the students will be doing that landscape suitability analysis, which is really looking at the whole site and putting together layers of the site in GIS mapping. So they're going to look at hydrology, physiology, microclimate, and really it's basically to just say, here is the site, here's the ecological characteristics of the site, here's past human settlement, here's the history of the site, and it's to give more of a foundation as a basis for what you might do with that site, what the town might do with that site moving forward. So it's to give as much information on that as possible. And so I find that very exciting. We've looked kind of around the country to see if there were any other examples of this partnership, and we have not seen that yet of all the sites that are being decommissioned, where you're seeing the actual decommissioning site, the city it resides in, and an academic institution coming together to say, let's work together to look at what's going to happen next, or what information we can produce for people to make a good decision moving forward. So I think that's very exciting. I think it's going to put this area on the map. We've already been asked, just from mentioning the project, to present at national conferences, so that's exciting too. And so hopefully, once we get the students together and we can start looking at all the information, there'll be a time for us to figure out, we know we'll be presenting to the town of Vernon and North Star on regular basis, but maybe we can come back here and kind of showcase the results to you all as well as we move forward.
So, very excited about this project. One thing, and we do have Deputy Commissioner Long is here from ACCD. I hope that there will be opportunities to keep both the state and regional economic development and planning commissions kind of apprised of the work as you're going along. I think it's groundbreaking, innovative, really exciting, and kudos to all of you.
Yep, we will. And the good thing about the first part is that it'll also be accessible, very accessible to the public, because part of the project will entail not just creating these GIS maps that we're going to bring to events like this, but we're actually going to do a storyboard, which is where it can be linked off the town website, it can be linked off of our website. Anybody, any member of the public can just click on the link, and it'll look like a storyboard. It'll show the mapping that's been done, and it actually has text along with it that's very user-friendly for people to understand what the site looks like and what we found so far. So it'll be a good also area of engagement for folks to kind of see what's happening very quickly.
So I'm Chris Camp, I'm Executive Director at Wyndham Regional Commission, and we're the GIS resource and mapping resource for the region, but also the towns. We have lots of town maps already, all kinds of data layers, so you don't have to, if you don't want to reinvent the wheel unless it's just part of what you want the students to learn, we've got all those data layers, so just feel free to reach out to us, and we're happy to help provide resources to you guys for your work.
Sure, thank you.
There's a lot of excitement at this end of the room, but anyway, I've been hearing about this project for brewing for a while, so I'm really excited that you did it, that you were able to get the funding together. And can you remind us where, like, I think it's, did the town get a grant from ACC, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, to match some of the funds with North Star? Is that true?
Yes.
Great, that's great. Well, congratulations. It's a really exciting partnership, and any way that we can be helpful.
What is the budget and timeline for your work?
So right now, Antioch's portion of the work is really from January through December. So it's just 1 year project, just kick it off and see how it goes. And right now we're working with a budget about $35,000.
Have any students been assigned to the project yet?
We have, yes, we just signed, they're called work study forms. They're actually not part of federal work study. We're paying outside of federal work study, but they're work study forms. They have to be full-time students matriculated at Antioch. So we just signed contracts with 3 of the students for the spring semester. Some of those students may continue into the summer and fall. Some might be graduating, so we might switch out students, but we'll have at least 3 students through the spring, at least 1 over the summer, and then 3 again in the fall, maybe the same 3.
Can we anticipate they will be at these meetings?
So they will be, the way it's written in right now, depending on how many meetings there are, I know that they will be presenting to the town of Vernon twice in the spring. And so that's written into their project and their budget right now.
I'd like to also suggest that you present in the town of Brattleboro some of your findings at some point, and I'd like to offer you a space to do so downtown.
Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a general consensus of the panel. Do we want to take our 5-minute break, or do we want to push forward? Go.
Can we take a 1-minute break?
Sure, we'll take a 2-minute break. How's that? We'll reconvene literally in 2 minutes. Okay, we are reconvened. It is 8 o'clock, which means we are exactly on schedule. The next item on the agenda is to review panel legislation changes draft, which you should find in the packet that we handed out at the beginning of the meeting. This was introduced by Representatives Coffey and Sevilla.
Mr. Chair, it has not yet been
Has not
introduced.
been introduced. Okay, apologize. So if we can take a look down through the draft, you'll see the things that were removed, and anything that's underlined are the additions to the draft. And this is something that we need to have done so you guys can introduce it. We need.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. We wanted to wait until this meeting, but we remind the panel that deadline for introducing any legislation, we have to turn this in by the 15th. So we would like to be able to have a clear sense of what the panel would like to do so we can move this forward as quickly as possible. Sound good?
Yep. So I am going to assume everybody has taken a look at this at some point. So I'm going to open it up for questions, comments, concerns about the changes that were made, things that were struck out of the legislation, and things that were added. And if nobody says anything, I'm going to assume that their draft is perfect.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to say something. I thought the changes reflected faithfully the discussion that we've had to date. The one thing that is not in here that I've been holding in reserve, and I'll defer to the panel as to whether it's a today or another day issue, but we are amending or purporting to amend section 1700. And I've tried to do a quick look here to see whether that's the same section that also covers who pays for the support of handicap. And my quick look says, yes, that is the same section, at which point, to borrow Representative Sevilla's phrase from a moment ago, I'd like to put a flag in this issue, a pin in this issue, as to who pays for this, because I think it's time that the company assume that cost. And the statute right now doesn't read that way. The statute right now provides that the funding comes out of my budget.
May I?
Go ahead.
So there are two ways that we can handle that. And this is the way I would recommend that we handle that. That we don't put that into this draft, and that the Issues Committee, working with the administration, makes some sort of recommendation, if that's the case. A financial support recommendation would need to, really should be flagged pretty soon, I would say. The governor's budget hasn't come out yet, but we probably would want the Issues Committee to meet and make a recommendation. There will be some want for a recommendation. So.
I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm not talking about using state funds. The law right now says that my agency's budget has to pay to support this committee. What I'm suggesting is that the law be changed so that North Star pays to support this committee. And this is a combo that we've been trying to have for about 1.5 years.
So do we have a recommendation on the amount?
I would simply say that it ought to be couched the way it is now. It's just that the language right now reads the source of funds. funds for this purpose shall come from the monies collected under 30 VSA 22 for the purpose of maintaining the Department of Public Service and such other sources as may be or become available. So I would suggest that that ought to be changed to simply say that funds for this purpose shall come or shall be paid by North Star. And just leave it at that. And I appreciate, this is probably giving Corey a heart attack and Mr. State as well, who's sitting in the audience. But, you know, if we're going to launch this legislative train, my experience is if you go in and open the can, make sure you put everything in there that really matters to you. And this thing really matters to me, which is why I'm putting a flag in it.
Mr. Chair, may I respond? Thank you, Commissioner. At our last meeting, we decided, I took notes, we decided to not put that in here. That was the decision that this panel made. So that's why it's not here. It's not that we're not opposed to it. There is another way to get this, there is another way to get that into this piece of legislation, and it's as it goes through committee.
Understood. Then
So,
I'm satisfied.
so I just want you to know that it wasn't that it was oversight. It was a decision that I tracked, but I'm not sure if that was the full intention of the whole group, because we were moving kind of quickly at that point in the meeting. So
I will defer to your memory. I'm just making sure that the flag gets put in the issue.
I don't recall a vote either, but I was kind of sick and on the phone. But I think it's prudent that the panel vote on this issue.
You can't get it in at this point to the language. Yes, we can. Okay. Well, no.
I would just recommend that it has been something that's been discussed. It's a large burden on the department. It's in other cases of decommissioning, the corporate entity has paid far above and beyond what we've been, allotted in this VY process. And I would just say that I think that as a panelist, I'd like to see that represented in the legislative change.
So I would expect that this is a general request, that there's no limits that have been put on that. My guess is that North Star probably will have something to say about this being an unlimited amount. And so
Having lived with that very burden, I agree. It hasn't been easy for me to handle either.
So I think that, Mr. Chair, that it will be important to try and get a good sense from the committee of the direction. And that may be hard to do this evening, but I think it's something, again, that would need to be done quickly. It will need to be amended in my committee with the dollar amounts. And so
May I ask, you offered a moment ago that there is another path, and I understood that to be that that path could be through participation in the legislative process, at which point it would be very helpful if the panel itself simply gave direction on the issue, and then we could pursue that path, if you think that would work.
I do think that would work. I have not been a legislator for a long, long time, but long enough to know that in this are people. So let me ask, may I, Mr. Chair? I would like to know if the department and North Star have previously discussed this and have come to some sort of ceiling on this, or some language, some sort of limiting language that is agreeable to both of them before we leave this meeting.
No.
So that, to me, I think would be the prudent.
I disagree. I do. The statute right now doesn't have such a limit, and I don't see a need for a limit. I see a need for the cost driver to bear the cost.
And I recognize that, and I'm not advocating for there to be a limit. What I am trying to share with the panel is the reality of the legislative process. And so this can be worked out here, or this can be worked out in the legislature. And it would be my guess that probably the panel would all be an interested party, and there should be some orderly process in that, is what I am suggesting. Mr. Chair, may I ask North Star if they have any, if they're willing to comment on this? I'm sure they're not, but may we ask them?
Yes, please.
So that was a surprise, but I understand the concern, and I understand your point. You know, for us to accept an unlimited obligation would be unusual. For us to accept or negotiate some reasonable settlement that would support this panel, we'd be open to that. But I think, and I understand you have an open-ended obligation. Whatever we would support would certainly be before any obligation that you might have. So, you know, if we said we will give $10, that's $10 you know you don't have to spend.
No, I think what you're doing is rewriting the statute on the fly, which I understand. That's not what I'm looking for, Scott. I'm looking for this statute to reflect reality, which is your business is driving costs that Vermont ratepayers are bearing, and I don't think it's appropriate for Vermont ratepayers to bear it, especially given that you're going to be taking the what is left of the decommissioning trust fund that was fully funded by ratepayers if you execute on the schedule that you have had approved. So I guess my point is this panel, one way or another, has tried to have this conversation for 1.5 years. It shouldn't be surprising to you that I'm asking for this, because you've been in the room before when I have mentioned that this needs to happen. And I think the legislature in its first iteration chose not to put a limitation on the exposure that the department and with that ratepayers have, except for the judgment that the commissioner brings to bear on what is reasonable. And I'm happy to continue to have that role in making judgments. But I think it's entirely appropriate for the company to bear the risk, if you will, of what those costs are. I don't see a negotiated settlement as being the tack to be taking when we're talking about statutory language. But I am one member of the NDCAP, not the NDCAP itself.
Understood. I hope that this panel and the community at large view our interactions here to have been fair and reasonable and transparent. You know, we try to present as much information as we can. We want to be reasonable about how all of this works. Accepting an open-ended obligation for a public or a private corporation such as ourselves is a pretty unusual thing to do without any control over what those expenditures might be. And I understand, I'm not intimately familiar with the statute, but say the statute allows this group to involve 2,000 members in a trip to Las Vegas. Do we pay for that? I mean,
if I say it's reasonable, yes. If I say that's reasonable, I'm probably out of a job.
So I mean, that's the sort of thing I wonder about. Now, you've got an unlimited obligation to cover this, but you are the sole decision maker of what's reasonable and what isn't, and many of those things, or have more input than I do as a private citizen, so to speak.
Yes.
So those would be my concerns. Representative Sibilia has, I think, some good advice here that we'd certainly like to have some level of discussion. I understand the legislation probably needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. The session runs through March, through May. I'd be happy to engage and try to find something that's equitable to all the parties and helpful and relieves you of a lot of the burden you have.
No, I really appreciate the attitude, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be conducting a two-party debate here, but I would just orient us to the fact that we're not talking about negotiation. We're talking about what the law mandates. And I think that's testimony that you would be most welcome to give at the State House. If it's persuasive, that's wonderful. But meanwhile, the state of the law is that ratepayers are bearing these expenses, and I don't think that's just. And I think the law should be changed.
I'd like to just share an insight. along with that, June, and I do appreciate everything you just said, but I would remind folks that the state of Vermont, along with the folks who live in this state, decided to allow a nuclear power plant to be constructed in the late 1960s and early 1970s. This power plant was in a regulated environment for many years. And when we chose to deregulate that environment, we changed the structure by which that power plant can contribute to the economy, the tax base, and performance function effectively. Additionally, we also, upon deregulation, removed that 70% of the power generation of the state of Vermont or graders through the ratepayers' accountability for ensuring that this power plant, which was designed and operated for those 42 years, is then how it's decommissioned and how it is paid for. In the end of that deregulated environment, when Vermont Yankee became no longer economically viable, and a private corporation determined that it could develop a business model and conduct the decommissioning, and an MOU was developed. The model for the financial ability to do that was built, and that would have probably been the time to have this discussion and determine if that was the right time and place to pay for it. But to unilaterally decide that all of a sudden the persons or the companies performing that decommissioning should now pay for this process that benefits the public and the state, which consume the power and enjoy the benefits of the power plant for all those years, I believe should also be taken into consideration while this discussion happens. So I would just offer that.
So Corey, are you suggesting that the Public Utility Commission would have had the authority to change statute? Or are you saying this should have been resolved through the MOU and settlement agreement process, and that the Public Utility Commission should have changed statute?
Chris, I'm just offering that at that time when that MOU was being developed, it likely would have been more appropriate to include this element of a cost component if it was.
Chris, I think a different way to look at it is this. We developed the MOU. I think you kind of understand how we
I was part of that.
Yeah, you understand how we pay ourselves as we go.
Yep.
We would have, if this were to be, if this were known to be an obligation, we would have put that into that pay item schedule, and funds could have been used that have already been accrued to do that. One correction I'd like to point out, Jude, we don't get all of the money in the NDT. We get 45% at the end if we're successful.
But in the period that Corey was just talking about, when the plant was first established, et cetera, it wasn't contemplated you would get any. And that, meanwhile, that fund was paid for by several generations of ratepayers, all of whom received some benefit of the generation. Today's ratepayers receive none of it. But today's ratepayers are defraying the cost of your of our doing this handicap. And I think, as Chris has pointed out, correctly through his question, the PUC wouldn't have had the power, respectfully, Corey, to alter statutory obligations through a settlement. I think what this conversation has revealed is that there is a more robust discussion to be had. It's a shame that the discussion has not been had to date on the timeline that we need, but we live in an imperfect world. And so I'm happy to take a pass on this and go for a further discussion and perhaps considering changes in the next legislative session if that's what the committee thinks is appropriate.
Briefly, so I'm feeling a little hamstrung because as a party to the MOU and settlement negotiations, I can't talk about what we discussed in those negotiations. So I am fully in favor of taking this to the legislature.
So, Commissioner, I think it can come to the legislature this year. What I'm recommending as the cleanest way to do that is what I was just talking with Representative Coffey. We're either going to, if this gets submitted, it's either getting submitted with your name on it or North Star's, and the other party's going to be up, complaining and trying to figure it out. It would be better if we submit it and then come back in with an agreement. I'm certain, our committee would like, the legislative process quite well. That, if the two parties came in with some sort of agreement, that would be best. That doesn't have to happen. It's not going to happen tonight. It's not
Yeah,
going to
no,
happen
I
tonight.
agree, it's not going to happen
And I think
tonight.
that Issues Committee should meet with this as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the process take its course. I just think fundamentally, my view is the original statute did not have a cap in place. And I would be hesitant to endorse putting a cap on it now, because I have no way of knowing what the conceivable reasonable expenditures are of this committee beyond what has been spent to date. And I know that my judgments have been informed by the fact that we were having to spend department dollars, and I've not had those dollars, as you well know. So who knows what better work the handicap could have done with better funding had it not been understood that that funding was going to come out of my budget, paid by ratepayers who never benefited from this generation. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, let me kind of pull us back together here. So what our two representatives in the room are suggesting is to hammer out the details of the things that we know about right now. Hold off on this discussion until further discussion can be had within our issues committee and you know, with North Star and all the parties involved, and then introduce whatever that decision is later on.
Yes.
Okay.
You can do that. And my chair would be, I think, I cannot speak for him, but knowing him, I would expect that he would welcome a solution being brought to him. And we probably would not take it up if we anticipated that there was a timeline for such a solution until such time.
Okay. And I will make a comment as another member of the panel to Commissioner Tierney's statement. As a business person myself, I understand where Scott's coming from, where I would never offer an open-ended purse string as a private business owner. So I understand, you know, his feelings in it. I understand your feelings in it, how your budget is being affected specifically by this exploration of decommissioning. But I would have a hard time myself signing a open-ended note.
I agree, I would too, but here we are as a panel, and this question has been coming up for the past year and a half, and I'm wondering, would it be appropriate to have a vote on whether we want to amend the language of the legislation as the commissioner has suggested, just to see where the panel is at? So in other words, I would make a motion to amend the legislative language to put the onus on the funding of the panel onto North Star Corporation.
Second. Moved and seconded. Sorry. Moved and seconded to change the said legislation wording to state that North Star is the bearer of the financial burden for the handicap. I'll open it up for discussion before we take a vote.
Can I just clarify, is the motion to amend the language so that it could be introduced, and then your committee will not be working on that language then during the session?
No, it's going to have to be amended in our committee regardless. We would just bring that in right out of the gate.
Right. Okay.
So we would introduce it as is. That's our option right now. Introduce it as is or not. And then it will be amended in the committee. And we could work with Ledge Council to put a clean amendment together that includes that language change, but this is the language that will get introduced.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't really understand that. Just you want to withdraw? Because you can't introduce it if we change it tonight?
So this, because of the timelines in the legislature right now, we had to have long form bills. So there's always a way to get this done. Let's start from there, okay? So in the process that we are in, with a long form drafted bill, they have to be submitted by the 15th. 15th?
The final draft had
The final draft.
the 3rd of June.
That's right. The final draft had to be done by the 3rd of January. So what will happen now, it has to be submitted for introduction. It'll be submitted for introduction. It'll be sent to the Energy and Technology Committee. At some point, that committee will take it up and amendments can be made, adjustments can be made, new language can be sent in, prior to it being voted out and the House considering it. If that doesn't happen there and it moves out of the committee, that can happen on the floor. It has to go to the Senate. It could happen in the Senate.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask, because it kind of sounds like your motion was for more exploration than it is to actually make a movement, that, if you'd like to withdraw your motion, withdraw the second, and do a consensus of the panel.
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
Maybe at least you'd go in there armed with some information, if not a vote to amend, but to take the temperature of the panel on this issue. And so how would I word that?
So I would ask you to withdraw your motion, and
So I
Chris to
withdraw the
withdraw your
original
second.
motion.
Okay, and Chris withdraws his second. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a general consensus of the panel about changing that specific wording. If you are in favor of changing that wording to put the financial onus on North Star, please say yay. If you are not, nay. Let's start at the end. Yay.
Nay. 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 Yay.
Nay.
Nay.
Yay.
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 Nay. Nay.
Mr. Chair, may I explain?
Yes, please.
I just want to make certain, there were 4 nays. I heard 2 down here, one from Bob Leach. I missed the first one. Sarah, okay.
And do you want to raise our hands who said nay?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
please.
there are 5 nays.
Please raise your hand if you said nay.
Okay, 6. Okay, hold one.
7. There are 7.
1, 2, oh, I'm sorry, Emily, I didn't see your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. Hold on 1 second. Please bear with me.
Anybody on the phone?
Remember our telephone.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Would you be a yay or nay on this particular issue?
I will be a yay.
So Laura, if you'd like to discuss
I think
further.
Representative Coffey also, I would like to just qualify my vote. I am not willing to just give a blanket yes. I would like to see an agreement. I'm in favor of that burden shifting, but I would like to see an agreement worked out that is reasonable.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. So, Laura, I understand what you're saying, but I thought that what the consensus was about was whether or not the burden should shift, not necessarily whether or not there. I mean, my assumption is yes. I mean, I would encourage, yes, North Star and the Department of Public Service get together, talk about how many hours have you guys been spending on this stuff, what's the cost been like, and that some kind of proposal be brought to the legislature. But right now, I thought what we were talking about was just whether or not we thought the burden should shift.
That's not how the question was posed, though.
I swear I thought that's how the question was posed, but that's what I was voting. That's what I
That's
was.
what I was voting too.
Perhaps we could ask Member Weissman to reiterate or state whether...
May I first, I just wanted to explain
I
my
understood
vote.
it the way Chris understood it.
Go ahead, sir.
I heard from the chair that that the vote was to whether we were going to amend the language to shift the burden. That's what I heard. And explaining my no is that I would like to see I would like to see another path forward, that the Issues Committee come up with language for this that can be brought to into the legislative process. I'm not comfortable giving a blanket yes or no because without the details of what that is. And that's why I'm explaining
What was the vote?
So for clarification, you're both correct. The vote was to have a general consensus on us changing the language to put the onus on North Star. So if you take the last part of that, yes, the vote was to put the onus on North Star, but it was to change the language. If we wanted to do that tonight, was to change the language to say that. So that was the consensus that I asked for. If there's a different consensus that you'd like to have, I'm happy to hear it.
So I would be interested, so I have a different answer if the question is, would we like to move in that direction? And would we like the committee to come back with, would we like North Star and the department and the issues committee to work on a solution? My answer would be yes. That is a different answer.
I think what I was getting at was, it's almost like a sense of the Senate. Does the panel feel that the onus should be on North Star, however it works out in the Legislative and the Issues Committee, but that as a sense of the panel, that North Star should be covering that cost, not the Department of Public Service? That was my intention.
Okay. Let's make this quick so we can move on. Please raise your hand if you have an interest to explore the options of putting the financial burden on North Star, maybe not necessarily as a whole, but some of the financial burden on North Star. Please raise your hand.
Wow. Okay, so 4 no's at this point is what I'm saying. And Bob on the phone?
I'm going to say yes.
What were the results of the first vote, if I could ask?
The first vote was, I tallied it up, it was 7-7. It was a split down the middle.
Okay, so I guess our direction moving forward here is we need to finish up what we can do tonight, and then allow the Issues Committee, North Star, and the Public Service Department to all work together on finding a common solution on the financial burden going forward. Correct?
That makes the most sense to me. And I'm certain that if a solution is not able to be found, that the individual parties will find their way to the legislature. So I would just love to encourage that collaboration.
Okay. So,
Just one more point on that, which is, I don't think the department uniquely can assess what handicap thinks is a reasonable amount that North Star should pay. I have not had such a cap to date. We have no record of that. What I can tell you with some further digging is what our expenditures have been. That historical rate of expenditure is not necessarily what this committee would want as it charts a course for itself as to the work it wants to do. So I do think it's important for other members to give thought. Just by way of example, if you wanted to retain some experts to advise the panel on issues that we're confronting with decommissioning, that can cost a pretty penny. You may want to have that built into your budget. I have not been in a position to say yes to something like that today because we're using ratepayer funds to pay for this stuff. So I would just encourage other members of the panel to not see this as a department and North Star work it out. This really needs to involve the members of the panel and your vision for this panel.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to see it in that light, Commissioner Tierney, but given the notice and the pressure that now exists for this to be considered in this session, that kind of amps up the pressure on everyone. And so for me, maybe the chair would like to consider another meeting to have NDCAP weigh in on how they would like to deal with this. If that was the case, I would suggest you would want to do that before town meeting, if possible. Ask and maybe spend some time with the Issues Committee asking that the various entities, folks ask what material they'd like to have here to make a recommendation.
So I guess I'll leave that up to the panel right now. Do we want to leave this in the hands of the Issues Committee with everybody's input to make a decision to move forward, or do we want to have another meeting as an entire group prior to town meeting to hash this out as an entire panel? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am trying to figure out how the Issues Committee developed from a group of, a sub-part of this group that was meeting to identify the issues that might be on agendas for the coming year has suddenly become a body that hammers out language that would be then either directly or after voting by the full panel, the language adopted. And I think that if this new role of the Issues Committee exists, it might actually color the nature of the membership of that Issues Committee. Because I think the Issues Committee has, as I mentioned, had a different purpose until it's being brought up here today for this purpose of trying to boil down some language relative to something as substantial as legislation.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. I'll call our meeting to order, meeting of the Vermont Forest Carbon Sequestration Working Group. Our sixth meeting, intended to be our last actual meeting, with the goal of having a plan at the end for completion of the deliverable of the required report. I think I'll start by, we are all here present physically with Representative Bartholomew on the phone, and here's the note from Jack Byrne. Thank you for this. He's a hi Ruth and working group members. Thank you for this latest edit, Ruth. It's very readable and clear in my estimation. It's hard to know how easy to understand it might be to a newcomer to the topic, but I tried to imagine such a reader, and it seems that it does a good job from that perspective as well. I suppose you meant to me. Given our primary audience, I think it's a very good exploration of the topic with very useful responses to the questions we were asked to answer. I'm not going to be able to attend our final meeting today. I've been immersed in moving a major solar project through the town of Middlebury's process for approval, among other things, and am way behind on putting together a schedule for a month-long internship I am running in January for 5 students and a host of instructors and experts. Apologies for having to miss the meeting. I understand that the major focus will be delving into our findings and recommendations to make sure we are all satisfied and in agreement with them, or to make clear where there were disagreements. I am sorry I won't be able to be there and hope that there is general consensus on our recommendations. If there's any need for my input on something specific that I can shed light on, do feel free to email or call. He provides his cell. It has been a great pleasure to work with you all, and I look forward to seeing how our recommendations play out in the coming session. Best for a great holiday and new year, Jack. Okay? That's Jack's story. With that, let's do our normal kind of round of introductions, who you are, what your role is. Michael Snyder, Commissioner, Forest Parks and Recreation, Chair as designee, Chair of this working group as designee to Secretary Moore.
Senator Corey Parent, Franklin County and Alberg, a member of the Senate Natural Resources Committee.
And I'm Mark Higley, representative from Lowell, represent Orleans Memorial District.
Robert Turner, consulting forester from Bristol and a technical representative for the committee. Jim Shallow with the Nature Conservancy. I live in the town of Richmond, and I'm, as like Robert, a technical advisor.
Senator Ruth Hardy from the Addison District, and I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee.
I'm Cecilia Danks. I'm from the Rubenstein School at UVM. I'm also a resident of Richmond, and I'm on the technical committee.
I'm Steve Webster. I represent landowners on this demo.
Excellent.
James Zorchak, Public Land Section Chief for Fish and Wildlife.
Becca Washburn, Director of Land Administration and Recreation with Forest Parks and Rec.
Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel.
River, Committee Assistant.
Phil Huffman, Director of Government Relations and Policy for the Nature Conservancy.
Greg Gallant from Warcraft.
Welcome. Welcome all. And on the phone?
Yep, John Bartholomew, representative. I'm from Heartland, also represent Windsor and West Windsor, and I'm on the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee.
Great. Thanks again, John, for joining. By phone. We're happy to have you part of it. So next up would be just a quick member review of the proposed agenda that I put forward. trying to kind of frame up, and I also added a little bit of a note in an email. I've heard from a couple of you that indicated that you thought that made sense. So just pausing here, everybody good with what's laid out for the agenda and our sort of stated goal of, you know, kind of quickly maybe thinking about what's in version 6. I think many of us haven't been able to read it yet, and maybe identify some way for follow-up, but not really spend a lot of time on group editing of that draft. Instead, spend the bulk of our time in kind of an organized way, systematically moving through the findings and recommendations. So as I've attempted to lay that out here, everybody understand, and is everybody okay with that? Does anybody want to ask a question or offer an alternative? Yeah? Everybody good? Super. Well then, one more sort of mechanistic thing would be to review and approve, again, the minutes from our last meeting, November 19th. Would someone like to move the minutes? Thanks. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Can I make a modification?
So once we have a motion and second, we have to call for discussion. Any discussion?
Okay. Just spelling my name right, so I was just concerned the final product, my name is spelled right there, but in the minutes and on this, it should be C-E-C-I-L-I.
C-E-C-I. Well, we certainly want to get your name right.
Like in the Simon and Garfunkel song.
Most sincerely. Okay, thank you for that. Noted.
I had also.
Okay, others?
I wanted to clarify my response to Senator Webster that when he asked the elevation of Burnt Mountain and the minutes show 1,500 to 3,000 feet. I checked this morning, it's actually 1,100 feet to 2,900 feet. So I inflated its elevation a little bit.
So where this, the last sentence of that paragraph on the top of the second page, Mr. Shallow said it is between
1,100 and 2,900.
Everybody good with that change? Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the approving the minutes as amended twice here, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. Great, thanks. The minutes have passed as amended. So, we'll dive in, and actually a little bit ahead of schedule, which is always good. You know, so I would just start with, anybody have a director focus to the, what's, Ruth, you called version 6, is that what the latest one is?
Yeah.
So, maybe I'd ask, since I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Well, I'd start with, once again, I think reflecting the sentiments of all. Thank you for being the chief editor and wrangler and organizer and putting so much time into it. We're really grateful. Maybe I'd ask the first question, which is, could you maybe tell us what's different that we may not know yet? Fair enough?
Yeah, so I
Great.
sent you a version 5 very early in the morning on Tuesday. It wasn't Monday anymore.
1:30, I believe.
Yeah.
She knows how to have a good time.
Oh yeah, I was having blast. And so I'm hoping that most of you got a chance to read version 5. Okay, so version 6, which I sent yesterday evening, the major change was that Robert had sent what was to have been section 8, but rather than, which was the sort of other section,
Right.
but rather than creating an other section for stuff that seemed like it was relevant to the body of the text rather than other, I incorporated it into the previous sections, mostly under the current status of carbon offset markets. So, for example, if you look on page 11, there's the discussion of the basically 5 things that need to be addressed in a carbon offset project: baseline and additionality, leakage, permanence, and verification. So I incorporated into those explanations of those things the additional text that Robert sent, which was basically just expanding on why those are important, how carbon offset projects address those 5 things, and responding to potential criticism of them not addressing them well enough, basically. So it seemed to me that it was relevant to this section where we had already discussed these topics. And I believe this section was originally authored by Robert and modified by Cecilia, perhaps. I can't even remember who wrote it.
It was originally authored by me.
Maybe it was originally. There we go. Okay, sorry, Cecilia.
That's okay.
So I just added his stuff into that. So page 11 and mostly on page 11, but maybe bleeding over to page 12 is where the major changes are from the version 5. And again, it's just incorporating stuff that was already addressed, but addressing it more specifically. And then the other place where I made changes on page 8, I added, we had talked about adding a paragraph or addressing the whole concept of double counting. So that was also in the text that Robert sent. So I actually added that into the findings section, that since we discussed it quite a bit in the committee. So that's the paragraph, this sort of first full paragraph or second paragraph on page 8, and then added added the last line, basically saying that, you know, if we bring greater attention to the importance of protecting forests, that may be one of the best things that could come out of this committee. Other than that, I think, and I just got rid of section 8, which was the other section. It seemed unnecessary. I moved the members of the committee up to the front page, so people might wonder who we were. And so that there's only really 2 appendices. One is the actual language that was in Act 83, so that's Appendix A. And then there's a bibliography, which I called Appendix B. I debated about whether or not to actually leave the links in the bibliography, the long, ugly links, but I ended up doing it in case somebody is reading it on paper and needs the crazy links. So Cecilia in particular, if you can check the bibliography and make sure that it meets standards, that would be helpful. I do have still a couple questions about some citations, but those were the major changes. I did go back and reread it again and did a little bit of copy editing, mostly tightening up language in a few places, but it wasn't substantive changes. So those are the difference between version 5 and 6.
Okay, thank you for walking us through that. Questions on that? So I'd start, maybe invite you, Robert. My question, I wonder would be, is it, so you put all of Robert's stuff in, or was some stuff that he offered in section 8 that didn't get in anywhere?
I shortened it.
Okay.
Which is, yeah.
Are you good?
I think so. I was looking for the double counting. You addressed it elsewhere.
Yep.
The one question I had was the project listing data that I sent you. Did that get pulled in?
I reference it in the section on the feasibility analysis for Vermont and New England. I
summarize it there somehow.
Yeah, it's in.
That's another new piece, right?
Right. I didn't end up putting the table in. Okay, so it's on page 14. This was in version 5 also. So page 14, underneath the big table there. According to an analysis by the working group of projects registered on the major carbon offset markets, over 1.1 million acres of forest land in the region are already part of carbon offset project enrollments. That I didn't put the tables in, and the reason why is because I tried to cut and paste them multiple times and I could not get it to work. And finally, you've all been there, I know it, you can't get something to format correctly, and I finally was just like, forget it! Although I may have used stronger word than that. So it's not in there because I couldn't get it to cut and paste. So what would be helpful is if you want to send me an actual, not a Word version of it, but an image version of it that I can just cut and paste the full image with the source citation underneath.
Sure.
Then it would be easier for me to cut and paste, and what I was going to do was probably put it in an appendix.
Right. so just for the committee's benefit, that had a summarized listing. I went through all of the registries for all projects in the northeastern states, and I listed all of the acres and the credits issued and the number of projects. So it's basically a summary tape and the ownership types. So the data are there. I don't know that we need to have it in the report. It could be an appendix. It could be a summary table.
Robert sent it to all of us at one point, so I know we all got a ton of emails, but it is interesting to see how much has already been placed in carbon offset projects. A lot in Maine, for example, that I think was the bulk of the acreage was Maine. So there is stuff that's already happened in New England. So I think maybe not all 4 of those tables, you sent 4 tables, or 2 tables and 2 pie charts, but maybe just one of them, I could put either in the text or in an appendice. If you could send it to me in a different format, that would be helpful.
I'd suggest maybe hearing all that, reference made to it in the text, that it's in an appendix.
Okay.
Everybody good with that? I think it's good, helpful, context, perspective, it just sort of frames up kind of the reality. So it'd be helpful, but not, everyone good with the appendix idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything further, Robert? Okay, anybody else? Questions or comments about Ruth's moving of that stuff and the way she weaved it in?
Can I just, a little bit more on draft 5. I moved this explanation of forest carbon sequestration and storage up front, right after the recommendations. And I just want to, for the record, I know that Commissioner Snyder asked us not to share the document with anyone besides the committees. I did actually have my daughter read it, who is a freshman in college and a budding journalist and an excellent writer. So I had her read it just as a check on whether, to Jack's point, of whether it made sense to somebody who's not immersed in this stuff. And she suggested moving that up front because it explains what carbon sequestration and storage, got it, is, and it helped her understand, because she was super confused until she got to that part and was like, oh, okay, now I get it more. And she also told me that stuff is super repetitive, and so she was like, please just cut out a lot of the repetition. So that's what I did in version 5, is cut out a lot of repetition. I moved things. I tried to think about it from the perspective of somebody who's smart but might not know all this stuff like you guys do, could read it. So I just wanted to come clean on the fact that I had my 18-year-old daughter read it.
Yeah, I think that's great. And to be clear, what I said was in response to a suggestion that we share a draft with a select group of people. And that's what I keyed in on, is I didn't think that was copacetic. But that I further said that, but if an individual member wanted to talk with others to get kind of perspective to inform their take, I thought that was appropriate.
Yeah.
So you did that.
Okay, good.
We're all
And
good.
the one quote that she said, has any of you seen Hamilton in the room? Or no Hamilton?
No.
Hamilton, the musical. There's a quote in the debate between Jefferson and Hamilton, where Hamilton has come up with his financial plan and Jefferson's, slamming on it, and Jefferson says it's too many damn pages for any man to understand, and that's what she said. She's like, it's too long, Mom. So I did try to shorten it and make it so it is, without the appendices, 30 pages. I had hoped for 20 pages, but cutting out 10 more pages would be pretty hard, so anyway.
Thank you. Steve?
Yeah, look, you talked about different sections. And
Yeah.
the only place where I see numbered sections are in the recommendations, but then you jumped into different pages that don't have numbers on them other than page numbers, so I'm confused.
So the sections are not numbered, but there are headings, so summary of findings, the explanation of forest carbon sequestration storage. They're not numbered sections, but they have bold headings, so they're different sections of the report. In terms of my saying section 8, so originally these were numbered sections based on what the provisions in the law were saying we needed to address, charge, blah, blah, blah. And so 8 was the sort of other section And since everything seemed so comprehensively addressed in the other 7 charges, I didn't think we needed another. We kind of covered all the bases in the other parts of it, so that's what I was referring to.
I'll just mention, I'll have you use Stephen with a PH.
Stephen with a PH, sure. And is that private forest landowner okay in terms of, and Robert, I didn't know what to call you, independent forestry consultant, is that good, or do you want something else?
Sure. You're also you're appointed by the governor, you're the governor's appointee, right?
That's true.
So I would say appointee of the governor.
Is that,
In statute, is the appointee, the private landowner appointed by the governor of the state of
Okay.
Vermont. So I think,
should we have that for everybody, or just Stephen?
well, we weren't appointed by the governor.
Right,
No, but
you
the
were-
other
you
people
were-
were appointed by the Senate or the House.
Right, fair enough. I think full, just full
I don't even,
transparency.
I don't know who was appointed by whom.
We were Senate, it's in the bill.
I just think that way.
You two, Robert and
I was
Jim,
appointed by the Senate.
Senate? I was
It is in, we can look at it's in the bill language itself. It says,
No, I know the bill
No,
language, but I
it
don't know
doesn't
who.
actually. I have notes of it. I'll tell you who they are.
Okay.
And I don't need a doctor and a PhD, it's like one or the other.
Which one for?
Maybe the PhD,
Okay.
of the doctor. Some medical doctors don't like PhDs, but
Yeah. Okay.
I can't rescue anyone on an airplane, so.
Well, if they have a forest problem.
That's true, if they have a forest carbon problem,
Yeah.
I'm the one.
Other questions on the changes that Ruth walked us through?
Just have a general question.
About these changes?
Well, I just wondered if
More
there
broad.
would be an executive summary in addition to the report.
The summary of findings was sort of the,
First 2 pages.
yeah,
Recommendations and findings together, kind of.
yeah, that was, but if you want an even shorter one, I could probably come up with an even
It
shorter
just
one.
helps me understand where points will be made and with what emphasis, so I can read it with that in mind. It won't
So,
be another separate
Would a
document.
table of contents help too,
Not necessarily.
or more subheadings?
Yeah, I mean, I just have to read it again with a different slant. I don't know if that's appropriate now or maybe later in the agenda we can talk about it.
Well, I would like to know from the whole committee whether they want an executive summary or a table of contents, because I'm not gonna do it unless you want it.
Well, we may decide that once we've been through more.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a table of content.
Okay, yeah, it's only,
But it is very traditional, I think, in these to have kind of the executive summary. So I think, I'll go so far as to say if we can, we should have that basic summary that kind of takes the topic sentence from everything throughout and kind of says, here's what we covered in this report.
okay, so would that come before,
Yes.
before the introduction?
Yep.
Okay,
Traditionally, anyway, that's where
Alright.
those go.
okay.
It's the, 2-page version of the whole thing. It just says what's in here, basically.
2 pages.
Well, a page, out of 30, it would be, yeah, I don't know, I'm not putting a page limit on it. I'm saying, I was trying to say like a really
No,
short
I was gonna
summary.
say like 2 paragraphs.
If you
Then
can.
it's an abstract.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do 2 paragraphs. Mark and I are on board with 2
I
paragraphs.
would say that too. If you can cover it, that's great. That's the point of it, is to just kind of really just hit the salient points of what was done and what was found.
Okay,
And may I suggest that before we leave today, we perhaps brainstorm an outline for those 2 paragraphs, just so we have consensus around the points that could be made in there?
Right. It's usually the last thing done, because it's to reflect what we've all agreed to throughout, and you say, all right. And so that's fair. I think we would try to have that agreement. We want the larger agreement on the whole thing, and that shouldn't come before that should lead to agreement on what is in the executive summary.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to be unclear about my motives here, but there are a couple of things that, well, for instance, the fact that this is really driven by this idea of keeping forests as forests, that isn't as prominent a statement in what I'm reading now as I'd like to see it be, just in terms of, those kinds of things out front, is kind of where I'm headed with this. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here, but a few of these things.
I can also add that in this paragraph on page 8 was where, that summary paragraph, I can reiterate it. I mean, it's said multiple times throughout the document, but I can.
And I think it's important that we all take a joint look at the executive summary, because that's all some people will read.
That's right.
So for my students, their abstract, that has to be golden, you know, even if the rest of the article has some extraneous.
It's an opportunity.
Right, so that'll be our goal, is to have an executive summary that accurately summarizes the findings, et cetera, and that we will come to agreement on that. And that's probably the last thing, to get to. Mark?
Well, if we're still on this subject again, on page 8, I think that last sentence kind of addresses what Robert's talking about, you know? The discussion and information about carbon offset projects, each of the public determination and policies to better protect forests in Vermont. This could be the greatest benefit of this working group's endeavors. So I mean, doesn't that address your
I don't
concern?
know, again, this is not my decision, but,
You want something stronger?
I mean, so, I guess what I'm reflecting on is some of the conversations I've had in general with my colleagues over the last few weeks about this, and it seems like that's a topic that keeps coming up, is that it would be good to understand that anything that we're trying to do really has this overarching goal. It's not about, it's less about the programmatic stuff, but more about whatever ways we can find to do this fits into that.
Fair enough. Hearing that, how about this idea, just to get it going here, like in that statement in the introduction, I guess, where it says what the legislation said and what we do, we could finish that with, we interpret this to mean, and include that driver. And right there, that's where, this is what we interpret. We talked about, what was the point of doing this? Why did they ask, what's the interest? And if we agree that it's really driven at a large level, it's like keep forest, provide what they provide, then let's say that's how we've approached this work, and we can just say it. And
In
that
the
would be
executive summary or the introduction, where all?
It would be in
all
the
the
introduction, and then the executive summary would have to reflect that on itself, given its importance. So just finish the part where we describe like what our legislative charge is, with a statement of we interpret this charge to include the following, and that's certainly one. And then we talked about, well, we're approaching this, remember we said, well, this is about climate change. It doesn't even say it, but we're interpreting that. This is about forest to mitigate atmospheric CO2 and to, maintain climate resilience, et cetera. That's how we've approached it, and we discussed that.
Yeah, I think it's important if we make that statement about keeping forests, which
Right.
I 100% support, that we also tie that to the fact that we also want to have our forest store to sequester carbon.
Right, fair enough.
Okay.
Grasping that okay, Ruth?
Yep, I'll put
Thank
it in all three places. Okay?
In bold.
In bold.
And a different font.
Exactly. In Comic Sans. Can I ask one question? So Cecilia will help me with some of the citations that I'm still missing. But one for the group is that and Michael pointed this out, and I see that we did this in I think 3 or 4 different places, is the minimum number of acreage for a successful carbon offset project. In one place we say 1,000, in one place we say 1,500, in one place we say 2,500. So I feel like we need to have one.
Our example is 3,000.
Yeah, and the Middlebury College example is 2,400. And so what is it? What do you want me to use? And I think we should use the same one in each place.
Pausing here just a moment, just on a point of process. So I just want to stay clear, what we're doing right now is we started by talking about the current draft, and we want to minimize that, right? We began with Senator Hardy explaining what changes she's made, and now we're into Senator Hardy. I think we've exhausted that. Everyone's good with talking about those changes? Not yet?
I had one question.
All right, so before we move on to other things that you want to point us.
That was the only thing. I mean,
Fair
They're
enough.
related, actually.
Okay, go ahead, Cecilia.
So you sent out a notice Tuesday night saying, thank you for everything, yada, 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 well, I'm still working on it.
I
And then
did get
like
yours,
an hour later, and I was looking for some of the changes and didn't find all of them, and realized, of course, you're just one person, and one of the questions was about this, because I was changing that to, in at least my section, on the order of thousands of acres, is the way I phrased it, rather than 1,000 acres. So my short answer question was, were you able to integrate my changes, or was I too late?
No, I was.
Okay.
So I got changes from 6 of you.
Right.
So you might not see all of the changes as you worded them.
Okay.
because I know.
Yeah, well, some of them I was correcting errors of fact. And
Right,
so
so
when it gets to that,
if
and we
there-
might not today, I can send them to you.
Well, errors of fact, I definitely want to hear from you. But in terms of the wording, and in terms of maybe your,
Piece move.
yeah, I moved some things around. I tried to, if there were conflicting changes, I tried to come to some kind of middle ground on what one of you said versus the other. And I also, I had, because of the way I asked you to send me changes, which I would do differently next time, I had 7 documents open at the same time. So I was like, okay, what did Cecilia say on this? What did Robert say on this? What did Jim say on this? What did Jack say on this? What did Michael say on this? And then thank you, Mark, for just giving me something easy to do. Hopefully I did that. And so it was, so you might not see the changes exactly
And
the way
that's
you wrote
fine,
them,
I
but
just wanted to make sure you got that. And
Yeah.
if you didn't, then
I
I would say
did.
it differently. But
And-
I totally trust your judgment in deciding what.
well, I mean,
Do that.
hopefully, but errors of fact, I definitely
Okay.
want corrected in here. And the one that I picked up on was the acreage thing, and there may be others, so please let me know about those.
Which is not really a fact. I mean, that's part of the problem.
Right, exactly.
So we'll talk about that next.
Okay.
Again, I just want to reframe, make sure we understand what we're doing. We're still in the, Senator Hardy's walking us through changes and maybe things that she's asking us for, which would then, I think, next would be kind of a broadening to, okay, anything else from anybody about the document? And then we move on to really focusing on, it's also in the document, but the findings and recommendations. Are we go to that? I'm just going to try to keep us straight. So,
I can point out a couple of other things that I changed
please do.
that might.
I think that's a good plan.
Okay, so the Middlebury College, and Jack's not here, but on page 15, Jack gave a great summary of the Middlebury College project. I did shorten it. He had the exact wording of the easement, which was nice, but it was long, so I just mentioned the easement and cut that section down. At Cecilia's suggestion, so here's an example of a suggestion you made that I definitely did, was I moved the information about the, the Mid-Atlantic States project that TNC is doing.
Oh, yeah.
I moved that into the states section
Right.
and shortened it down a lot, because you're right, it did sound just like an infomercial for their project, and I shortened it and put it into less infomercially wording.
Okay.
And so that's in that section about, your section about other states' projects.
Right, and that was mostly because the way the charge was written is like, what are other states and organizations doing to help private landowners engage? So it wasn't an example of what's going on in New England, it was really fit into that, what
Yeah.
are other organizations doing?
I definitely agree. So page 19, you'll see that as the last paragraph before the case for offset projects in Vermont, is that, it's the Nature Conservancy, Working Woodlands program. So I moved that there. You had suggested a citation, I think, maybe, and I don't know I didn't know exactly where it came from, so if you think it needs to be cited, you could.
We could just cite their website, because basically it looked like a chunk of the website was cut and pasted and put in here, and I was like, boy, we shouldn't, that's plagiarism unless we at least acknowledge it, so.
Okay, so if you could let me know
Sure, I
where
can
that
put
came from, because it wasn't clear to me.
Yeah.
And just so you know, you probably picked up on this, but I tried to have the direct links in the text, but also the sort of citation so that people can look at the full bibliographic citation at the end.
So should we be checking that every citation in the text is in the bibliography?
If someone would be willing to do that, yeah, I tried to get them all, but that was a massive pain, so that's why you have Bratt to do bibliographies. Yeah, if you could check those. And I added, also in the bibliography, each of the three major, the links to the websites of each of the three major markets, the ARC, the VCS, and or VERA, and what the other one is? CAR, yeah. And also the legislation, the California legislation, things like that. So, and the CARB projects and compliance websites are also in there. draft 5, that were at your suggestions. The only major one I made that wasn't suggested by all of you, which is the one of moving the explanation of carbon up front.
Which works, I think.
Yeah, I thought that worked too.
And the acreage threshold, should we talk about that then, next?
Sure.
So, as Robert says, it's not a fact, that's why it's a problem. So you've got 2,400, you've got excess of 3,000. So Cecilia's noting it as on the order of, or, right, the
Well,
range of, what did you say?
one of the sections, like the first time it shows up, I originally wrote at least 1,000 or 20 or something else, 1,000 or more acres in the Northeast region. And then I edited, I looked at all the projects and what size they were, and, you know, they were usually over 2,000, but it really depends, and even that didn't cut it for one market, so I put it on the order of thousands of acres. I thought was my edit, but maybe I didn't take that edit.
Well, I may not have taken that edit because it was confusing.
Right,
People
it's
were
still
telling me
confusing.
different things,
Yeah,
so I was
that's-
trying to get the consensus of the group of what we want to say.
My proposal, other people who've actually looked at this more closely, like you guys.
Ours would be, from the agency, would be 2,500, I think, but I would be very open to saying on the order of, because that seems to capture the range. Because what we have here is, people suggest 1,000, 2,500, and on the order of thousands. So, order of thousands is consistent with all of those. Jim?
I'm comfortable with order of thousands, and when I saw this, I was, at today's prices.
Yes.
It's a moving target. It's because it's this moving target, so I'm kind of, if we were to say something like that, at today's prices,
Okay.
You were, due to thousands of acres.
Everybody, I like that, myself, everybody good with that? Anybody not good with it?
I mean, I think just for the benefit of the committee, the reason it's so hard to pin down is because most of these estimates are coming from developers, and they have their own interest in saying
Bigger.
it needs to be this much, because they can't make any money on anything less. And yet we have this other company that's now trying to break open this small landowner market and doing projects from 50 to 500 acres. So it's just really hard, and if the economics change, then that, I don't feel bad about having different estimates as long as they're sort of cited from different places, or a generalization, either of those I'm perfectly fine with. It just points to the fact that we can't take these benchmarks as firm, because
Right.
they're going to change.
That's a helpful thing to make clear. So at today's prices and other market conditions, it's a range and it's on the order of thousands. that we
Okay,
could
and I
expect.
could say,
Something to that
however,
effect.
this may change as market conditions change.
Fair enough.
Yes.
That's great. Does that cover the threshold question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were consistent, and also because the one project that's actually selling credits in Vermont is 2,400.
Right.
It seemed weird that we wouldn't
Right.
acknowledge that. That's a successful project, and it's 2,400 acres.
Yeah.
And I love the table that Jack put in there. It's really good illustration of how much money we're talking about. Okay, thank you.
Any further proof that you point us to?
I think that, on the bottom of page 14, and this is a question for Jim. The project being developed by Blue Source, a commercial contractor and carbon development project. Blue Source is developing the project in exchange for a percentage of the carbon credits developed. And Michael had a question of what that percentage was, or if you can give an indication of the amount. You can't. You're not allowed to.
That needs to be just made known.
So,
We can't just be evasive about it. If we can, that has to be explained, I think. Fair enough?
So,
You can't just say for a percentage of the whatever, and then
Well, that's what we would say, but I think it's important, it's a really important question that
It is.
people will ask, and I don't want them to think we didn't ask it.
maybe a confidential percentage.
a negotiated
We have a
percentage?
negotiated percentage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be like transparent
Yeah.
and that should
And I'm
be
trying to be as
thorough.
transparent.
Yes,
Yeah.
then we said that.
No, I mean, and Jack said they're not allowed to disclose the price, so he put in $10 just to make it easy, but that's not the actual price, and it's mentioned in there.
say a lot of these are proprietary negotiations in more than one place. So,
Which is reality. I just want to flag it as such and that we thought of it, asked, and this is what we're conveying.
Okay.
Could pass a law and set a figure.
Well, those are private,
Everybody.
they're private contracts,
I know.
yeah.
Okay, further?
I think the other questions are citations. So,
Okay.
I think that's it, unless you all have questions.
You just emailed you the link for the working with the citation.
Oh, great, okay. Okay, I'll link that so I know where it's coming from. Did anybody find errors or anything? I mean, Cecilia, it sounds like you may have. So, I don't want us to print something that's wrong, so please let me know if there are errors.
So let's then move into a discussion, a broader discussion of the draft before us.
Just to pick up on what Ruth just said.
Okay.
I went through, because I edit stuff too, so I picked up a lot of little errors about conjunctions missing and things like that. It's not worth a discussion here, but I could hand you a draft marked
That
up.
would be wonderful, yeah, thank
And
you.
then you can see whether you care to change them or not.
Like a copy edited version, is that what you mean?
Right.
Yeah, that would be wonderful, thank you.
Please do, Steve, thanks.
But I probably would send it to you.
You can email it to me, that would be great. Yeah, thanks.
I would invite now, like a relatively short conversation as needed to just kind of talk about what's the draft, what's in it, not wordsmithing, but and maybe zooming out. How do we deal with subsequent changes that might be beyond the copy edits that Steve will offer you, that anyone might do as we work through the latest version? I'm not sure what to suggest here. We really want to try to come to an agreement today. I think that's going to clearly be sort of conditioned on, well, we'll trust Ruth to go make the changes we just talked about, that kind of thing. I'm hoping we can still do that, have a conditional kind of approval or consensus. How do we get there, given that we really want to focus on the findings and recommendations for the body at this time? I know, just quickly glancing at a couple things, there's a couple places where, well, I guess I would just say respectfully, I'm not quite satisfied. So how do I convey that?
In the findings and recommendations or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. We haven't got, that's what I mean, is more the elsewhere stuff, the background stuff. So, not sure how to do that, especially since we don't want to get all wound around that axle. Mark, you look like you're trying to say something, please.
Yeah, if you want, I can start it off. First, it was a word change, and I appreciate that we took it into account, talking about shall. It's pretty standard language for the recommendations coming from the committee. The other thing that I mentioned too, though, this is in the recommendations, so it's basically in number 2 of the recommendations, talking about, at first we talked about the agency of natural resources analyzing the feasibility of developing a forest carbon offset project and enrolling at least one parcel of state land in the carbon market by 2022. I guess in all our discussions here, I never heard about a deadline for the agency of natural resources to implement
As a person at the agency, I appreciate your care and attention to that. I'm just going to suggest for now that that's what we're going to get to. That's a recommendation, and I'm saying let's just talk about the body of the report. So basically from page 9 on, right? First, that's kind of the background that informs the recommendations we find. So Mark, we will come back to that question. I just think we want to make sure we've gone through and really, if nothing else, have kind of a clear understanding among each other, but how, if at all, to make any subsequent changes to this thing beyond handing, misplaced modifiers and dangling parts of the roof. Right?
Yep.
So, help me, folks. And Mark, do you accept that? I mean, I'm not redirecting from it. We're going to get to that, and that's really the bulk of the meeting, is to talk about stuff like that. But it's preceded and informed by, that is the section on findings and recommendations. All this good work that we did and put in here, distilled down and said, here's what's going on out there. From that, we make these recommendations. Before we jump to that, I'm just saying, I know there's a couple things I've already seen just scanning through that I'm like, well, I'd like to talk about that and advocate for a change that's beyond grammar usage and stuff. So, how should we do that? Can we do this I guess just spend a little time talking about it, if it be, and then, like, I don't know how much to expect. Do others have any issues, minor or major, with the body? So you're saying, go ahead.
I'm just gonna have a comment. It seems like the critical thing we do as a group is to agree on the findings and recommendations. We might wanna dive into those first and then revisit the others.
Okay.
But we also may wanna have a plan, since not all of us have read every single word, a plan for how to submit minor edits.
Okay.
So we wanna break it into major edits of substance like they're talking to, and minor edits. We can decide as a group, we're not gonna do minor edits as a group. But we will, and it would just be my recommendation to make a plan for that, but maybe jump right into findings, unless you think, no, that's backwards in my head.
What I'm looking for is, there's just other thoughts, and then frankly, I like what you just said. For my part, I think I'm leaning that direction. So, any others on, like, how should we skin this? Go ahead.
What would be helpful for me is if you have minor edits, you can send them to me like Steve will, and you can just trust that I'm gonna do the minor edits. If there are major things, I'd like to leave today knowing what they are to change that we all agreed on, so I don't feel like I need to check in or make those decisions.
Fair,
That's
good point.
too hard. And then I also will say, I'm not going to work on this again until after Christmas because I need a break.
Of course you do.
And so, whatever you tell me today, I promise I will do, it's just not gonna be in the next week.
I think we can speak now if you disagree, but I'd say we can agree that the sort of minor edits will go directly to you, and we don't do that collectively.
Yeah.
And everybody good? So, so-called major edits or bigger things, how about I'll just, if anybody wants to jump in, just flag me, but hearing this, what I might suggest now is that we take Cecilia's advice here, suggestion, and we say, we are going to have a little time here today to flag what might be major edits, to discuss and decide if they are, and that we agree they should happen, and if so, what, and then we'll go from there. But we'll actually start with, as planned, the recommendations and findings, because that's really the main part. And so we'll plan to come back to the body of the report and really hone in right now, hone in on the findings and recommendations. Robert?
Just a question.
Sure.
If your edit affects the findings or recommendations, then I think we should flag it, and even if we don't dive into it completely, at least we should know that it's relevant to the recommendation.
That's why I started with let's do the background, but I'm liking this, and I think it's really important. So I might hybridize here and say, for my part, I think in looking through the recommendations and findings, when we do that, I'll be able to say, well, this speaks to something that is in the report that I have a problem with or whatever, or a question about. So would that be robust enough?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we could keep a running list of major
As we go.
edits, and then after lunch or after we get a chance to look at it more.
Super. All right, everybody good?
I've been to their laptop, I was that far.
Here's the cafeteria. I put a break on here around that time. We are humans.
Okay.
Okay, everybody good?
So are we talking about recommendations?
So I think we are, and then I have to make a note that we're coming back to those other things, and let's flag them as we can, as they arise, as we go through this.
Okay.
So maybe I suggest we start with findings, they kind of come first, right? Or should we work fully backwards from recommendations? That's a tone I wasn't hoping to hear for a while.
Yeah, that's like a vote.
Fortunately, the lights
It's like
out.
coming to the floor.
I mean, the House is voting.
Yeah.
So, they're practicing.
Yes. Check
It was
the bells.
interesting to watch the three of you flinch.
It's like Pavlov's dog.
All right, I'm going to suggest we go to page 5, and we begin with a discussion of the findings as presented here. The summary of findings begins partway down page 5.
Most of this was written by Cecilia and then heavily edited by, so you had sent me that outline, and then I sort of made it into findings and pulled in other things. So maybe you should start, because it's mostly yours.
I start? I don't know that I have to do anything. I don't know the process. Are we just gonna go through paragraph by paragraph, see if people agree, or overall, is anything we think? It's only
Right,
2 pages.
kind of going on the
3
idea that it's pretty short, so that I think it's probably worth each of it, like we just walked through, and start, like you say, paragraph by paragraph, and just pause and say, anybody have a question, a comment, a clarification, or a suggestion? And then we'll move to the next one. How's that? Okay. Diving in.
So I edited that. Voluntary markets are not private entities. They're markets. Where are you? It's still in the first paragraph. I'm trying to find my notes on this. Major categories. I changed it to voluntary markets are created when private entities such as businesses, organizations, and individuals choose to purchase offsets to help achieve some of the reductions in greenhouse gases needed to meet their own climate goals. So it's a little bit wordier than this. It's not achieving your short-term goal. I think it's important because the markets aren't really entities, and I think we need to say up front that you can't just offset your way out of a climate problem, that it's really part of a broader approach to reducing emissions, and just, I think it should be right up in the front. So I could.
It is at the end.
Right, but this is the first paragraph, the sum of the findings, and I think it's worth. I love the ending paragraph. I think that's really good paragraph. So that would just be a friendly edit that adds.
Okay.
I could, if people.
I think have been created, because it's not like they are created just because somebody wants to trade things. They already exist, like they.
Yeah, I was just trying to,
Okay.
it says are private entities, I'm like, no, they are created by private entities, but we could say have been created by private entities. And then I had comma, such as businesses, organizations, and individuals. I said have been, are created when they, so if you could change the verb. This was the one I had, this sentence here, starts here. So anything similar.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna make a note to see, I still have this, so
Okay.
I'll see.
And again, the main thing there is to say that they're just harder in effort.
Okay.
It's greenhouse gas.
I will take it from your wording on that then.
Unless people have objections.
I'm good with it. Everybody good with it?
That's fine.
So, we're good on paragraph 1.
And you might know, Robert, we might put Vera, I think the way I phrased it was Vera, and maybe I didn't, and then in parentheses, formerly verified carbon standard or VCS. Is that more appropriate than calling it verified carbon standard? Because right now they're just Vera.
Their website is both, actually. I checked their website, and they still call themselves, the standard is VCS.
Exactly.
The organization is Vera.
Right.
So, I sort of did put both in here.
Okay, well, I'll make a recommendation about how I think they're doing it, because they used to be the voluntary carbon standard, that was why they were VCS, and then they changed it to verified carbon standard, and that's too boring, so then they changed it to Vera. But they still use the VCS.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll suggest an edit for that. Is that?
I have a feeling that a lot of our consternation about these details is just gonna be so most people won't even pay attention.
Okay.
And I think accuracy is important, but it's also not a published academic paper where we have to worry.
I just don't want them to think we don't know what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Somebody who does know carbon markets is like.
That's why I combined them.
There will be
because it seemed
those.
like the.
Yeah.
I mean, the one that I thought about when looking at this was, what did we just say? Vera, AKA verified carbon standard. So it's also known as a verified carbon standard, right? So
Right.
whether that gets rid
Yeah.
of but I agree with Robert with
Okay.
meshing around.
All right. And that we can just come up with an edit for that.
All right, so we have a proposed edit for paragraph 1. Moving to paragraph 2, any questions? Mine is approximately $14 per metric ton. Can we do better than approximate? Why is it approximate?
Again, it's an auction that,
So,
there's
just
an
want it to be the
allowance.
most helpful statement we can make. And I guess that's it? Okay. I will stand down on that. Anything else on paragraph 2? Then we're moving to paragraph 3, given the stricter protocols. So,
Actually, to go back to that 14, because we're saying the price in 2019, could we say, the average price of that year? And get to that, because an approximate is different, right?
Right,
If
that's-
trade approximately, stock approximately trades at 50 doesn't mean it's not worth more or
We
less.
have no data. It's
That's
a-
the issue.
It's a rule of thumb that if you're in negotiation with somebody who's buying your credits, that is, it's gonna be somewhat pinned to the price of allowances, and people say 80%, so allowances change, offsets change, it's.
okay. And we're relying on these technical experts for just that kind of guidance, I guess, and other than having to explain all that, I don't see how we do anything else. So, you good, Cora?
Yep.
Great. Okay, anything from the next paragraph that begins, given the stricter protocols of the California compliance market?
I don't know if I like the word stricter.
What would you prefer?
I don't, it's something about, there's specific aspects of their climate, of it, and maybe it's stricter, but it's just that they, calculate baseline differency, and they have this 100-year requirement, which you might say is stricter, but I'd like to put it in a different category, because I think other standards can be rigorous, and I don't want them to think some are more rigorous than others. So it's not
So
like
you
it's
could-
a step
you could-
down and I'll do ACR, it's like, they're just different.
I think we need to characterize what it is, because given the different protocols, for example, as an alternative to stricter, it doesn't really, it's not a very strong sentence to then say it is not likely. Given that they're different, we need to say what about their difference makes it unlikely or less good fit. See what I mean?
Exactly, and I think in
What
effort
makes
to
it
make
not a
this
good fit?
shorter, I think it ended up losing some of that.
Yeah,
And
because it's
the other thing
repeated
is
over
it's
and over
repeated
again.
over and over again in the rest of the document. But this is the findings,
Yeah.
and so what do we
If
want to
it's
say
gonna be
here?
anywhere,
I would just call it stricter though, because what I was trying to say in the paragraph before, given they're reducing it, it's only and they have to be in adjacent states, that's one reason why Vermont isn't gonna do as well in that market. Another reason, and we've said it over and over, I actually moved it out of the interest of the beginning, or moved it a little bit, is the time frame, and 40 versus 100 years. And the other thing is how they calculate baseline.
but
Those are
it's
big
words,
ones, right?
at the risk of adding a few words, we say given the protocols being different, including things that, and then just kind of this list, including timeframes, difference in baseline, whatever, just kind of a quick, including, and legislatively, I understand that gives you lots of wiggle room, that there's, there's other possibilities. So can we just say something like, given the differences that include some, and then insert list, Cecilia, this would not be the best fit?
I'm actually okay with stricter.
All right, because they are?
Because they are.
And is that why it would be a less?
I mean, they're not just stricter, but it's not an untrue statement. I mean, we get a lot more scrutiny on the ARB projects than we do on the BCL, voluntary projects. We have to defend a lot more on the ARB than we do. They're stricter, in my opinion. But it's also those other things which may not be technically strict, like the baseline. But I think that the term is, I'm comfortable with it, but, I don't know what other people would read into that.
I thought it made sense based on what I learned from all of you, that it is strict, the compliance market is stricter, and that's why the prices are higher in general, and that we're, repeating this stuff over and over and over again makes it really difficult to read this document.
No, I agree.
And it was repeated many, many, many times.
Cecilia, it is actually true. Is that okay? Like, we could say, given that there are differences, including some stricter, like, I'm just zeroing in on, you've made it known that there are other reasons, there are differences. But maybe I'd love to hear from you on Robert's book. Like, do you disagree that they're stricter? Including, in addition to the differences.
Well,
there's
he's
also-
been through audits, so he understands both sets of protocols. So I would tend to defer to him, but it's want to make as the message to the outside world that one is a second rate. You know, is ACR less rigorous, second rate, not worthy? Maybe we should only support California compliance, but some of the rules explicitly exclude Vermont if they're saying you have to be in an adjacent state. So there's ways, so yes, stricter, but I think it's different, you know, and then there are choices around how to do baseline. It isn't necessarily stricter or not stricter. It happens to work out poorly for Vermont, most of Vermont. So I don't know, what's the message we want to send? Will the word strict make it sound like it's a better product? And sometimes people would think that because, well, if they're required to reduce emissions, then you better have higher requirements for those.
Exactly.
Those
It's a
standards.
regulatory.
It's regulatory.
There's a lot on the line here. If they can't quantify those emissions with a great deal of confidence, then they're gonna get hammered, you know?
Right,
So it's-
right.
We're saying, it seems to me very important that the end of the sentence, that we're saying, that's the point, the message to your question. I think the message we're giving is, it is not likely to be a good fit for most Vermont carbon offset projects. And what I think, that's important. That's a finding. And what we want to get into is say why that's so. And Robert's experience says
Should we be as vague though and have, I kind of feel like it is not likely is a very like, well, maybe it could be with more research, but it is not a good fit. We have found that it is not.
Well, it could be in some cases that, and there may be some projects, and we go into a lot more detail in the current status of carbon offsets markets about these reasons why it's not likely a good fit for Vermont forests.
So what did we, this is a finding of the, that's of the details in the report, so that's a good example of what did we say on this point?
So I'm wondering if it's like something along the lines of given the required timelines and baseline calculations and other regulatory requirements of the CA compliance market, et cetera, et cetera.
That's what I had proposed, something like that, a list.
Like that, but I think it just kind of ticks off a few of the
Robert,
big
no?
constraints. And
I don't know. I mean, again, I think the findings are intended to convey, like you were saying initially, what's the message here?
Yeah.
And if you start adding more detail and you're just repeating it again, and it's something else the reader has to keep in his head, stricter is simple.
Can we change stricter to specific?
The word?
Yeah, and
Given
then,
the specific
given the
protocols.
specific protocol requirements of the California requirement, and then we talk about them all later ad nauseum.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so specific instead of stricter.
See that, people? That's progress.
Second paragraph, we're done.
We got through 3 paragraphs.
That was good, thank you, that was fantastic. That's an example of that.
32.
We can do this. Shirley, you good?
I'm good.
All right, anything else in that paragraph? From anyone? Next, then, would be the paragraph.
Wait.
Okay, yeah.
The last sentence, it sounds like this is where we're trying to put all these crazy things in about, it says, however, the forest protocols for the voluntary market calculate the carbon baseline, well, they all calculate baseline, so something's missing here. Or with the, maybe I'm wrong, calculate baseline, allow parcel aggregation and enable offset pricing specialization in ways that would likely make carbon offsets in Vermont more viable. So they calculate the baseline.
This is exactly what you were just talking about.
I know, I'm just trying to figure.
I read it as our
This
project's
makes
more
sense.
likely to hit the voluntary market than the compliance just because of what we have. That's what I pull out of it. So it's possible, but we're looking at this market versus this market being a possibility.
Okay, it's just, sorry, I thought there was
It's that
phrasing.
Yeah, it's the protocols for the voluntary market. We want to say the way that they calculate the baseline.
However, because the forest protocols for the voluntary market calculate the baseline, allow parcel aggregation, and enable offset pricing specialization in ways, blah, 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 they are more likely.
So it would be, calculates the carbon baseline differently.
That would more likely make more viable than compliance.
Because it won't do it.
It's just an awkward sentence. I agree with what it's trying to say.
Okay,
We can just move that to the minor edits category.
I'll work on the awkwardness baseline differently.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Great, keep them coming. Next page, beginning voluntary, I think that's a new paragraph. Voluntary markets have trended upwards since 2017.
Thank you for that wording, Jim. So just to point out where I took your edits, that was your wording.
Do we have any idea for this paragraph what the rough size of the voluntary market is, like whether it's acres or how many dollars are being invested in it? You know, kind of a, because trending upward, to be able to say that, I'm assuming there's data somewhere.
So that was one of my edits, which I'm totally okay with her not taking, because then it required explanation. So I put the same thing, but I changed it. I said globally, they've surged upwards since 2017 after stagnating over the previous 7 years. In 2018, forestry and land use became the single largest category of global voluntary offsets with 50.7 million tons traded, up from 16.6 million in the previous year, due largely to growth in Latin America. So that's like, again, too much detail on the findings, and that's global, and most of that had to do with Peru. So Robert mentioned all that, so I looked it all up, because I wanted to see numbers there too, to give us a sense of something.
Well, that's just from an analytical point of view. I'm someone who would say, okay, they're trending up. I'm sitting here going, how are they trending upward? Are they trending upward this way, or are they trending upward?
They jumped.
Right,
But they said
what are we
most of that
referencing?
jump was from Latin America.
And I think that's mentioned in the body of the report. And so I was trying to take out those details and the summary of findings, because it just was repetitive.
Yeah.
They've also jumped in the compliance market, but not in the US compliance market. In the European market, they've tripled. So.
Yeah, so this is where we were in 2008 or something. It's much higher abroad than in the US. And the US is kind of piques interest.
It's hard, I think generalities are actually, even though people are going to read this and say, I want to know more, I think we just have to accept the fact that, we only have a few sources. Those sources aren't current. Things are happening. We can characterize things without particularly getting to the specific. And you really want to know more? There are places you can Google to learn more. And
Fair enough. I would say that makes good sense. My point on that, and perhaps the risk of being a bit of a pitfall about it, is just that's fine. We just have to contextualize it, just like you just did. Just explain that, and not leave it vague, like we didn't think of it or didn't, uncover that. What we're saying is this is vague or general, and there's a reason for that.
But we do go into it more. Like
Yeah, so I want to just make clear that the summary is a summary. It's not all the details. And I had to cut out a lot because it was repetitive and hard to read.
Well, it is a summary.
Right, but still from an analytical point of view, I would read something as a summary of Apple's stock has grown at, on average, 10% a year for the last decade. That's not getting into the details. It's not saying where it started, where it ended. But it's giving me enough to be like, okay, what's the slope of this line?
Trended upward X percent would
To me, because then it's like, I imagine that slope line immediately. I'm going, because honestly, if I'm reading this and are we doing this, and if the slope line's like this, I'm going, not a good
So
I could
investment.
give you a percentage, but it would be basically based on carbon offsets in Peru. Probably the Peruvian Amazon, to be specific.
Again, you could categorize it in global carbon.
have trended upward.
We understand that the
globally
U.S. market's probably underdeveloped.
by.
And you could put the more
X
specific
percent.
in the body, so
Right.
that you get it. But I could give you the
Okay.
number.
But just a
That
small
would be-
little data point,
That's
just
something that was exactly where you were, so I actually spent some time looking up numbers and trying to come up with something. And
Right.
I wrote something, and I'm glad that you actually didn't take the edit in the findings. It was the wrong place for it. So.
I just
Does
think
that
one
sound
small
fair?
piece is not bogging down, but give them a.
Even if it's all Peru, that's fine.
We like Peru.
As long as we say globally, that one kept.
Okay? Good on that one? Anything else? Then next up would be the paragraph beginning on page 6, beginning, because the information and processes required by carbon markets are complex.
And vary by protocol, which is exactly what we were just talking about.
Everybody had a chance? I'd offer one word. I'd like to suggest that the change is that you describe the private sector carbon project developers as commercial private sector as opposed to professional. I just want to make it really clear. I mean, professional is kind of vague and doesn't, we want to make it clear that they're for hire. It's a commercial activity.
Yeah. And if we're doing single word changes, I would just change project developers mitigate two of the main barriers. I would say reduce just because we're talking about climate change mitigation.
What line are you at? I'm sorry.
Fourth from the bottom.
Okay. Okay, that was Michael's word. Mitigate.
Well, mitigation is on our mind, that's what we want to do.
Well, I just wanted you to show that I took your edits. I didn't ignore what you sent me.
Yeah, and I'm good with that, just to say as a suggestion. Anything else for that paragraph?
Can I ask a more general question? I mean,
Sure.
what we're saying here is that there's a very sophisticated, commercial, robust thing out there. And yet later, we propose that we kind of go our own way with it. If that's, you know, I think the go our own way with it piece was something that we threw out there because we wanted to address the charge. But I don't think it's well captured in the recommendations, but I just think it's in contrast to this statement here that says, you know, these guys are out there, they're good, they're necessary, and that's fine.
I read it differently, not that they're good and necessary, but they're out there making it happen. These are the upfront concerns of landowners, and they're taking 20 to 40% of the credits for that. So for me, I read it as setting up our decision to maybe we can break some. That's why I bothered listing all those things. Maybe we can break apart some of what those project developers do, and therefore retain more profits.
Yeah.
That's because that's what the proposal is to do, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that make
So,
sense?
but maybe you know, so I had that in mind when I read it, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not you. I don't know if others read it differently.
And I also don't think we're suggesting that we don't want people to use these private commercial developers. We're just saying there could be another way that's specific to Vermont that reduces the price. But hey, go to Middlebury College. If you can afford the private developer, do it, you know.
I think this is a fair statement of fact, you know.
It is.
The condition of.
Robert's not challenging that, though. He's saying, well, how does it sync up with a subsequent recommendation? And I think that's a good thing to keep on. I think it's solid the way it is, frankly. But I think Robert's made a point here. I wonder if we would just consider at the end saying, you know, like, leave this as it is and kind of foreshadows a recommendation by adding a sentence that says, you know, other mechanisms may be, you know, our finding is that this is all real and true, and we want people to know that, but we're wondering if maybe there's another model. So we could, like I say, kind of foreshadow that recommendation with a basic statement here that links this finding to the subsequent recommendation.
Which I would characterize as evolving. You know, things are evolving, and even though this has been the paradigm in the past.
So there you go. We finished with it. You know, all this said, this is evolving, including changes in the basic paradigm, and the working group will consider. It is wise to consider other possibilities. I'm just winging it here.
Well, I'm just thinking of Ruth's constant. This is too long. I really like the substitution of commercial for professional because that's highlighting that this is commercially how it's done. So maybe we end it with there may be opportunities to supply some of these roles. There may be opportunities for the public and nonprofit sector to help supply some of these services in a way that retains more income for the landowner.
I think that would be a great sentence.
Something
and
like that.
That
That would be a good
kind of links them and is an honest statement of
Because
what
we
we're
start with
thinking.
private sector.
Yep.
So why not then bring in public and nonprofit at the
Okay,
end?
Ruth.
So the final sentence, can you just say it again?
There may be ways for the public and nonprofit sector to provide some of these services in a way, and I'm repeating, we're going to have to edit this, in a way that helps landowners retain more of the value. Something like that.
Okay, we can work on that.
Play with that.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I will point out that there are TNC projects where TNC is to play that role of
Exactly.
of the project developer with that goal. And I just want to second what you said in the end there, which is to get more of that income to stay with the landowner as possible.
Right.
That's fine.
And maybe they don't even need to partner, maybe we can just say there may be opportunities for the public and private sector to play some of these roles in a way that retain more of the income for the landowner.
Which we definitely talk about later on.
Yeah, we do.
I think that's a good point.
So I'll work on that sentence,
Okay.
but I'll add it into the end of that paragraph. Okay.
Thank you all. Good to move to the next one. Beginning, for a variety of reasons, there are very few forest carbon offset projects.
One note on this, I think this is, Michael, in your edits, you went back and forth on UVA, current
Right.
use,
Well,
use
then
value.
later
And
I
I
said,
know,
"Oh."
you're on page 29, you're like, damn. So I think I'm consistent with calling it UVA, because it's
I
the
did see
shortest.
There's current use somewhere else, so, right, it's to be, just the consistency.
Yeah.
I don't really care. I think most Vermonters think of it as current
Current
use.
use,
You say
yeah.
UVA, what did you do?
I thought it was
University of Virginia. So, maybe going with current use, for that reason? I don't really have a strong, I just think that's what
I'll
most
use
people
whatever
say.
you wanted. Once I realized what UVA meant, I
Yeah.
used it because it
Sure.
was the shortest.
Yeah.
But I
So
can
it seems
use
like we
current use if
start,
you
like in
want.
any document, you start with the full thing, and then what we really want is the parenthetical that we can use
Yeah.
for real.
Which I think I did in the recommendations we have, is the first time we mentioned current use, and I have use value appraisal / current use, and then parenthetical
UVA.
UVA, and then I use UVA as the
Great,
point.
and then I think, I'm good with that, and I suggest we go with that. I mean, the only other one would be that sometimes it's the UVA program, and sometimes it's UVA. And UVA is even shorter.
Right. All right.
So,
Are you all okay with that? Using UVA?
we begin with use value appraisal program / current use, and then parenthetically,
Okay.
the handle we'll use is UVA.
So, UVA is fine. I had a suggestion on the first sentence.
All right, so you good with that?
Yeah,
Now
just
we're
wanted to
into,
point that
we're
out.
into the paragraph beginning for a variety of reasons.
Right.
Go ahead, Cecilia.
So rather than saying they generally hold parcels too small to enter into carbon markets without significant aggregation of parcels, I'd rather say hold parcels too small to create independent, financially viable carbon projects at current prices.
That's very accurate.
Because it makes it sound like parcel size is a requirement, and that's not it. It's about financial viability.
That's a great edit, I would
So
say.
create what? I'm saying again.
To create independent, financially viable carbon projects at current prices. I could send you that. Because there's no size limit necessarily. And then it's fine to talk about what the average size is and here. If that fits here. But we don't talk about the scale of project size here, do we?
We don't, but it would be a good place for, I'm putting Corey's hat on now and saying, where can we put a factoid in here that underscores the
Right.
point? And if we said that the projects that have been done to date in New England average, 40,000 acres, that would be a statement.
Yep,
Right.
Okay.
that's a great.
That's in your table probably, right?
It is.
Yeah, and I could cite that table here,
Nice.
and which it will be in appendix. Okay.
Okay. Just pausing here. Representative Bartholomew, how are you doing out there?
I got dropped for, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I got dropped for a long time and I managed to get back. I'm here, I'm fine.
Great. I just didn't want to forget about you and reminding the room that you're out there. And given that, I can't see you waving your hands and stuff, so if when you want to say something, just shout, okay?
I will, thank you.
You're the only one who gets to just barge in.
Okay.
Onward. We good on this paragraph? Anything else? Okay, next one. Vermont forest land owners also may not be aware. That paragraph.
cited that one fact about from the woodland survey. Is that's not available yet, so we can't really use that, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah, that's why we're going with Butler 2014.
okay.
It's the most recent.
I just wanted to.
Yep. Okay. If nobody has anything on the paragraph beginning Vermont forest land owners also may not be aware. Robert?
So, starting with, in addition, the Nature Conservancy is pursuing a project on Bratt Mountain in Franklin and Weld counties. And then it says both projects are currently being developed, so we're leaving out the Cold Hollow project here. There are two projects that are being developed now, one which has been developed.
Which we mentioned
Well,
above.
Cold
and then-
Hollow's mentioned in the paragraph above.
So are we including that in both projects? It
Oh,
seems like
yeah, the both
is-
one, I think, was Nature Conservancy and the Middlebury College one, but the Cold Hollow is also, so I could just say all of these projects. Okay.
Good.
And they all are, VCR.
Nice work. Page 7, paragraph beginning a partnership approach.
And this is the idea of
Robert
reducing reducing the price for program development.
Okay. I'll give it a minute.
What exactly do we mean by partnership approach?
That
Meaning, is that
landowners will come together, right? Like you're gonna need multiple landowners to come together.
It's the idea of, well, Robert, do you want to explain it?
Actually, I'd love to hear somebody else explain it.
Maybe I can define.
Yeah, I wanna see how well it came through, obviously not beautifully.
It's a public-private, maybe that's an important thing to say as a modifier of the word partnership, but as I understand the concept, it would be capitalizing on basic expertise that exists at our department and in A&R among professionals who understand forests and things like that and measurements, and capitalizing also on the expertise of the organizations, typically nonprofits and academic institutions at this point that we're talking about, who have experience. And combining those in forming a public-private partnership with these nonprofits and the state to be a different way, to provide a different way of project development that is an alternative to, or perhaps in addition to, the commercial developers that we were just discussing. Right?
Well-
That I do. Okay.
Partnership is a legal term.
Right.
It's a business relationship. So what is being done with Burnt Mountain with this sharing of the profits, I would consider that to be a partnership. So I guess what I'm saying is this is confusing to me or ambiguous.
Because of its connotations of a legal nature, of a business nature.
Well,
Go ahead.
in the, well, one, I think partnership has multiple,
Sure.
there are partnerships that aren't legal partnerships, but in the recommendations regarding this partnership, it says through a contract or a memorandum of understanding, so that partnership would be formalized, not just a
Collaboration.
Mike and Jim talking and going, hey, let's do this. It would be something more than that, and it's explained
Remember
more
that, Jim.
in detail in the body also.
The Forest Service uses the word partnership in the university all the time when we're just talking about working with other entities. We could change it to just collaborative here, if that's confusing. So a collaborative approach, and then the partnership could be brought up in the recommendations as a specific memo.
Okay.
I was thinking about one of their examples in state government is this exhibited, and somebody mentioned to me that maybe Vito was an example of this, where you have public and private groups working together, private money, public direction, board, I don't know, does that ring true?
I mean, I guess probably a better example may not be perfect, but it's the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, where there's a board that works with public dollars to work with private entities, nonprofit entities to create, to fund and create projects.
It is defined as an instrumentality of the state. So is that what you want?
No,
Because that's at a
not
higher level.
necessarily.
VITA, I think, is not a good, I'm on the board, and I wouldn't see it as a direct analog here.
I'm not sure there is.
VITA's very limited in scope too. But I think you're right, VHCB is the
Better.
Well,
As long as you're willing to have it be an instrumentality of the
I
state.
don't think that.
I don't know if that's what
we're
we're getting at, I was just reaching for an example of where.
Yeah, I think it's more, these haven't been established. I think it's less formal than either VITA or VHCB is the way I was reading this proposal. It was more just, the relevant partners. It is kind of Jim and Mike and others getting into a room saying, how are we gonna work together? And then writing up an MOU saying, this is what we're gonna do, this is what the state would do, this is what Nature Conservancy, Vermont Land Trust, UVM, all the partners would do. But it's not a state agency, it's not a funded thing. Like VHCB gets a lot of money, it wouldn't be like that kind of scope, it would just be.
I agree.
I agree, I don't want to mischaracterize it.
How about beginning with just a little bit more color on it, say a public-private collaboration, a collaborative approach, and then, kind of parenthetically almost they're saying, capitalizing on kind of just getting to the statement that takes a while to get to. We set it up. So just sort of saying a public-private collaborative approach, leveraging expertise, professional expertise in state government and the private sector could be the most effective blah, blah, blah. And then we go on to kind of give a little details to it. But say that that's what it is. That's just a friendly suggestion.
Leveraging expertise in both sectors.
Right.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yep, I know that.
Okay. Cecilia?
Okay.
All right, everybody? Super. The next one, I think, if I haven't lost track, is the UVA program.
And just one question, this quote, Green Mountain Carbon, what do people think about that?
Did that come out of the marketing section?
It wasn't I don't believe it was my term, but, again, if it creates.
Do we want that in the findings? I'm just thinking, I was on some panel like 2 governors ago or something, maybe it was a governor ago. Anyway, where we were talking about Green Mountain carbon credits 10 years ago, and
We don't have a good reason for it, then maybe we should just call it Vermont carbon, Vermont-specific carbon offsets.
help market,
Or even Vermont branded, but Vermont as an alternative.
Just say help market carbon offsets to secure the highest prices for Vermont branded offsets.
Yes.
I like it.
and if they
Get
want
rid of
Green
Green
Mountain in the
Yeah.
future, they can choose that, but it's also coffee, although maybe it's not anymore, now it's
Right.
Keurig.
Yeah. Everything's Green Mountain.
We're good. Good with that? Rolling along. The next paragraph, take a minute or two. The UVA program.
This sentence about not placing permanent restrictions on enrolled land. So a landowner's got 100 acres, decides to withdraw, has a management plan, and decides to withdraw and pay the penalty. Is he then free?
Yes, as long as the land use change tax or the penalty has been paid, it has been discharged, and then the lien is discharged at that time.
And so he's no longer governed by the plan.
Correct. If you are out of the program but you haven't discharged the lien by paying the penalty, then the forest management applies, basic standards apply, yeah. But so this is specifically saying that the other case. Yeah. Anything else?
I just have a question about even that first sentence. I mean, we've said this all along as far as the UVA program is compatible, but is it really? I mean, is there somebody's forestry program that they work out with a forester gonna meet all the protocols of a particular compliance market?
We're not saying that.
Okay.
I mean, it's a good point, it may not be, but that doesn't make it not compatible. That's the real basic point that we're making, is that as it is, it's compatible. You can find a way through, as long as you're in an offset program that allows the forest management that has been, called for in your approved plan. Yep. You okay, Mark?
Yeah, is there any way you can add to that sentence, the way you just did, to make me understand that? Because the way I read it, it's like, anybody that's in the UVA program, it's compatible for a carbon project.
Right, and I think there is further description of this in the body. This is the finding, so.
Yeah, there are two other sections that go into greater detail about the compatibility with UVA, and get into those issues about, the details. So again, this was just a sort of summary saying, we found that it is compatible. And, one of the things I could do at the beginning of this section is just say, all of these things are discussed in further detail in the body of the report.
Let's do
Because
that.
I think that might be, yeah.
The umbrella statement at the beginning,
Okay.
this is a summary of the findings. They're all discussed further in the body of the report.
Okay.
That's great. And Mark, I have a suggestion that may help with your concern as well. Look at a couple sentences down. It says, while carbon management is not in and of itself an eligible primary forest management objective under any UVA enrollment category, it is a compatible management objective under all categories when program requirements are met. And I think that's why we put that there, is just to make it clear that this is not automatic. You have to follow the program, but there is a pathway within the program to enter into a offset market.
Okay. Good.
And offset. You okay then?
Yep.
Super. Anything else in that paragraph?
I would defer to editors with more experience here, but the starting of the last sentence with "it is possible" somehow makes it difficult for me to know what's coming next. And what I would like to see there.
You could just say modified requirements could render.
Modifications to, what we're saying is we want to.
Modified requirements could render UVA enrolled lands ineligible for carbon market enrollment. And I was going to add and that is to be considered. Like that.
That's awkward, I think. Sorry.
I had a better one. I lost it.
Is it possible to delete that sentence?
Yeah.
It was kind of vague because it's like, oh my God, you change anything.
Right.
No, I didn't. I looked at my wording.
Well, no, the sentiment
That
was
sentence
you
is-
flagged this idea. Right.
Right.
So I'm deferring to you because you kind of broached the
Right,
concept.
so my sentence was the one before, if future changes were made, it's advisable to consult the protocols to determine how proposed rules could affect the ability to generate carbon credits. So,
Deleting the sentence makes it shorter.
Yeah, let's do
It's
it.
a little bit redundant, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody good?
yeah,
Okay, nice work.
because it just seems like this big thread.
That's
I
kind
think
of.
we can do that enough.
Anything else in that paragraph?
Down to 20 pages, let's keep going.
Exactly, we need 10 more pages, Mark.
Okay then, next paragraph, public lands owned by states and municipalities.
Oh, and storage.
It's a big deal.
It's very funny. I was like, take a deep breath. It's okay.
That's why I flagged it. I was like, I know I'm kind of a stickler like this, but it's big.
The dashes.
No,
No.
carbon sequestration
And
and
storage.
That
It
they
was-
really are two different, and both are necessary.
Right.
Almost everything that had been in there was just carbon sequestration, and my edits were going through and adding, and storage, and storage, and storage, and storage, which was good, but I just thought it was funny. And
Thanks for.
your side comments, I was like, all right, I
So
know.
this would be one for the states. This is trying to set up whether or not to do a state carbon project.
Yeah, and we're saying
So,
that
are
our
these-
recommendation that comes later is that we should do some more analysis, and this is kind of a statement of finding that says, that would lead to that. that it's case by case, there's constraints, et cetera. I would pause, either Jane or Rebecca, if you have anything to add here, please do.
I have like a
Please.
two minor edits. I wonder if the first sentence, public lands owned by state, should be by the state, because I don't think we're really talking broadly at this point, we're talking about Vermont.
We are,
Right, the state and then capitalized S.
Mhm.
great.
Yep.
And then just consistency across the two paragraphs, instead of on the third line down, public forest, just say public land. Because we are.
Is it land
consistent.
or lands?
Lands,
Yeah,
Lands,
good call.
Where is that?
third line
I
down.
had actually could continue on public land, but like instead of in, it could be on
On,
public land.
Yep.
But it could be, in public lands sounds funny to me.
On
because-
public
We generally
lands.
go with on.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Jane. Becca?
I didn't have anything.
Super. Anything else, that paragraph?
I'm gonna make my bond with Senator Hardy stronger by saying we should delete such activities, that sentence.
I'm sorry, which,
Such activities are included in forest growth models which predict the number of carbon credits generated. I don't think that's.
Don't need the sentence at all?
Not here.
Anybody want that sentence to stay?
Nice. Thanks, Robert.
Okay.
Is it too vague, getting to Corey's point, some state, some Vermont forest lands, some public lands? Is there any, I wrote this sort of vaguely, almost as a placeholder, thinking maybe that was part of your assessment later on. Is there anything more specific from that section that should be brought into the finding?
I'm gonna look to staff to answer that question.
I think our recommendation would be to do that more detailed analysis to understand where lands might be feasible based on their characteristics and don't also have easement restrictions or other restrictions that would prevent them from being financially feasible. And we haven't done that analysis.
Okay, however you phrase that sounds more sophisticated than this here. Some lands this, some lands that. But if this is accurate and reflects where you guys are at, I'm okay with it.
Okay?
This
Hey,
phrase,
I mean, you could strengthen the language by just taking out some Vermont and just saying, state lands have, or,
But it's not all state lands, right?
no, it's the majority of, you could say, but probably.
Some.
May have.
State lands may have acreage.
Yeah.
Instead of some, okay.
the phrase higher stocking levels, how did we establish that finding? Explain it to me a little bit.
I think it's based on our inventories and our FIA inventory, the federal inventory analysis of all lands, that I think it's a fair statement that state lands generally have higher stocking than kind of average non-state lands. It's a fair point if you're making it that, well, it's a relative thing, so comparatively, relatively, and it's not in every tract or every stand, but generally speaking, there's higher volume, higher stocking, higher volume, and higher quality, owing to 100 years of, I'd like to think, really exceptional management.
Or not cutting.
That's what I thought.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, we do cut, as you know, and those
I
stands.
really don't know much about that.
Okay, well, there's significant harvesting every year, and according to long-range plans that have been implemented in some places time and time again, and they tend to be partial cuttings and not clear cutting, and
Right.
so it results in, over time, larger stocking because of ingrowth and regeneration and volume increment from thinnings.
So take the rice block in Roxbury, which is right next to a parcel we have. If I wanted to look at that management plan, that's something I could look at.
Totally, yeah,
I might do that.
it's your land.
It's the fun of it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So moving down to those last two sentences, they can easily be combined.
Which paragraph are you on?
Same paragraph, some public lands may have easements or other legal constraints. We could say, public lands may have easements or other legal constraints which would require a case-by-case assessment. We could combine those.
Okay, I'll combine them.
Okay,
Yeah, thanks.
anything else on that paragraph? I have a sort of a unspoken goal of getting through the findings before our break. We're right on track if we really press. the next paragraph, developing a carbon project on state-owned forest land could have multiple benefits. Anything there?
So the next sentence, some author, i.e. me, left out "and storage" after adding carbon sequestration and storage to the suite of.
Nice, I can't believe I missed that.
Yeah.
Way to go. Thank you, Cecilia. Yay, storage.
If you're
Anything else?
taking-
Go ahead, Becca.
If you're taking just quick editorial comments, the 8th line down, there's an extra "as." 1, 2, 3, the 4th word in on the 8th line, if that's correct.
What's the sentence?
Enrolling.
Oh, as serving, I
Yeah.
see.
Yep, as serving.
Carbon markets by as serving as.
Yep.
By serving as. Thank you, Eagle Eye.
Otherwise, I didn't have any edits.
The department editor is impressed. Appreciate it.
So this is a comment I have that Ruth is aware of because I kept putting it in the comments on the side, is highlighting the role of public lands as an anchor for other things. I don't know that, I don't feel, and maybe I haven't read it, I haven't read this version, that we fully made the case for how and why it would be an anchor. And I thought that would be lower on the totem pole of reasons for doing that. And it might not be clear to people what is an anchor, and should we be putting public money into something on public lands that's gonna pay out to private landowners around them? You know what I mean? I just don't, I wasn't quite sure of what is meant there and the purpose it serves.
So thank you for bringing that up, because I know you, and the reason I changed it a little bit
You
in
did,
the wording,
so.
but I didn't take it out because it's something that we've repeatedly talked about as one of the potential benefits. So I wondered sort of what was the consensus, if we do think that's potential benefit or not.
Yeah, and I just wonder if other people had any thoughts. Is it clear to them what it means if it's serving as an anchor in an aggregation project? I just don't understand how that works, because that's part of it.
Well, it makes sense to me, I think, by having a large enough parcel that has potential higher stocking is gonna build up, you're just getting more carbon that can then, for those smaller parcels, be bundled together and get you sort of over the threshold. From a public benefits sort of argument, I would argue that by encouraging those other participating landowners to manage for carbon, we get a public benefit of having our forests store more carbon.
So what
Markets
is the
aside.
arrangement, though, between the state, or is somehow now state management tied to this private land management, or
To
we
be
responsible?
I think that's a project.
Whatever,
It's a concept that it could serve as this anchor, but I don't think,
Should we just say could contribute to an aggregation or provide a large block that's helpful? I just don't understand the anchor concept because I don't understand exactly the relationship, the legal relationship among owners in an aggregated project.
How about serving as a large parcel anchor or something like that? I like having some kind of adjective before anchor would be helpful. So what, is it large parcel, large block? What's the appropriate adjective?
And maybe I'm the only one
Two
stuck
different
on
things.
it.
Let's address Cecilia's concern here, and I don't know that I can. I haven't done the research, and I don't know whether we need to look at whether the individual protocols allow public and private owners to join in a project. Fundamental question.
We don't know that?
Do we know if anybody's done it ever? Use a private parcel to, a public parcel to go with a private parcel?
I'm not aware of it. No, I don't think, there's only one aggregation project in the US that I'm really aware of.
And so it seems like it would be maybe the word to explore the potential for whatever, as opposed to use it as an anchor. It just sounds like there's this thing we can do that we're committing our public lands to, in bound up with what private landowners may or may not decide to do. And I'm like, whoa, do we really want to say that's a recommendation, or do we want to at least explore the option?
Yeah, I think that hearing that, we don't actually know, they don't really exist. That's probably really good because.
I think that would have been something helpful to say earlier. I was under the impression, like you were, that, it's been
So,
like it's a thing.
with that said, let's begin with this. It does say enrollment of state lands, blah, 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 could also advance by, private land enrollment by serving as an anchor. So it really is,
Well, conditional, we don't even know, it could be
yeah,
too
so how do
strong
we
a
beef
word.
it up to make that, so, given that it could, but it's untested, this it merits, our finding is that it's a possibility. It may be a possibility, and it is worth looking at.
Or maybe just say the state could explore the possibility of using state lands, of combining state lands with private lands in an aggregation project, something like
I'm
that.
fine with that.
I don't know, rather than saying you could do this, because I don't know that you could do that.
Ruth, you capture that?
I don't know, because I'm not at the right line here, so.
I will see if I can come up with some wording there. Explore the possibility.
You could say enrollment of state lands might advance the enrollment, when if it were possible to aggregate with private landowners.
I think that's great.
Might, okay.
I think, given the charge, being a little naive is probably okay, but we don't want to misstate something.
I mean, I think, I was under the impression that these kinds of things have been done, or at least stated as allowable, that, based on the testimony and the conversations we've had. So, I mean, for example, I was in a meeting in Lincoln, which is a very forested town, and talking to this sort of like community group, and I said, they were talking about how their pilot payments have dropped recently because they have a lot of national forest land in there, and their town budget is really feeling it. And I was talking about this work we're doing, and I said, one possibility might be doing an aggregated project with state land, municipal land, and private land in Lincoln, and being like a Lincoln carbon forest sequestration project or whatever, that would combine state, local, and private land and give that community more revenue. That was just an example of maybe that's a project that could be done, and they were like, oh, that would be really interesting, because they have 3 municipal forests in Lincoln, plus there are state lands there and federal.
There are no state.
I think adjacent to some.
I don't know what that would be.
Yeah.
I don't think there's.
Oh, maybe it's federal, which federal can. I knew federal couldn't be, but anyway, that's what I was thinking of, those kinds of.
Like it was a thing.
But I also thought it was a thing, so I didn't realize it wasn't a thing.
I mean, I'm willing to make some inquiries around this. I, to date, have not heard anybody, in all the conversations I've had with the protocol developers and the aggregation efforts that we're doing with the Vermont Land Trust, that public land is excluded from those protocols.
Okay, here's what
No,
I'm
they're
hearing.
not.
It's the combination.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah.
I don't think it's the protocols that might exclude it, but I'm not sure the relationship that has to be signed between them and whether the state would even want to.
But that's a different question.
Right.
That's a question of the legal structure of the aggregation project,
Right.
not whether or not the protocols
Exactly.
allow that.
Okay, here's what I'm gathering from this. We have agreed, and it is a finding, that, I don't know how best to say it, that we need to work on, but that there's this possibility of an anchor, if you will. And I think that stays. What we've also learned is that, we don't know how that works, including the legal mechanisms or whatever of the relationship, but just fundamentally, whether it can happen or not. Those are 2 things, and they're in conflict. I think we need to say both of them. And so what I would ask is, can we zero in here with some help, Cecilia, to just work with the words that Ruth's got here to make an appropriate edit, to make both things clear. We're trying to convey, our finding is that this is an interesting possibility. It deserves further analysis. Fair enough? Something to that effect? You all agree with that?
Okay.
I
Anyone
agree with
disagree
that
with that?
concept, yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna add the word potentially.
And I'm not saying it's not
Understood.
possible,
We got
but
it.
we just don't have an example.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's why we're just gonna be really clear about both things.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to tease
We're
out,
interested.
there's like a couple things that were said that I think we were conflating and
Okay.
like that.
We can maybe trust Ruth to find the right words?
I will work on it, and
Okay.
Or Rebecca too, she had a thought on it.
Okay? Anything further on this paragraph? Hearing none, we'll move to, go ahead, Steve.
Just to fund all the different things that you're gonna fund, sounds like you're gonna generate a lot of money from projects.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Could even change
Thank you.
might and put perhaps in front of that.
Yeah, I put, potentially certain estimating, does that sound good? Okay.
All right, moving to the next paragraph, beginning similarly, developing carbon projects with aggregated municipal forests.
So I should say, I was contacted by 7 days about this.
Yeah, we all
Several of us got done.
Yeah, but just about the town forest part.
Okay.
He said, isn't that impossible, you know, wouldn't that be really hard to get towns to collaborate with each other? And I said, well, that's the values in the public process, that's where,
Good for you.
I specifically asked him to call you.
oh, that's
And
fine.
I was just gonna come clean and say I did too.
Well, then he said, you know what, it's already written, and my editor already says it's too long. So I don't know if I'll incorporate anything he said, but thank you very much.
Brace yourselves, we're having, there's an article that's already written about this meeting today and this report, which did not exist at the time of publishing. So brace yourselves, I don't know what that's gonna bring. I mean, just by definition, it's kind of squirrely, right?
Yeah.
It's apparently because of the Christmas holiday.
Oh, understood, but their
Yeah.
editorial calendar doesn't dictate
No, I know.
public process.
But I think
you
we
know?
probably were all clear that it was
I
not
hope so.
final. I mean, I certainly was.
I was.
Yeah,
We didn't know, we, you know.
And I suggested that he talk to you, and then I texted him later and said, did you talk to Dr. Danks? I wanted to make sure he talked to you.
You mean Dr. Danks, I'm a PhD.
It's all right.
You have to write as many times as possible.
All right.
Give somebody credit for sitting through 20 hours of scratching
Totally.
recordings.
Yeah.
No, and I
He said,
wanted it,
listen to this again.
and it needs to
Hi,
be,
Kevin.
public and open, and I was glad he wanted information, it was just the timing was clearly goofy. And we talked about that, and that's his right and role. And I wanted to make it as completely open and available to him, but just said, well, but I don't even have the next draft. Anyway,
Okay.
similarly, developing carbon projects, anything there? I think it's only fair in the last sentence, beginning county foresters, probably should qualify it to say, it's 2 more words, county foresters, comma, who often help manage.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Help.
Or assist. Oh, no, who often help manage town forests, yes.
Yeah.
Right. I had them in the wrong place, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I was thinking of field trips rather than field work, but maybe field work is right.
Field trips are just, I changed it to work, well, it sounded like, like classes,
Schools, right.
school field
Okay.
trips. I'm thinking of my mom brain.
I hate to say it, is it important? I mean, people don't know what, is it important to say county foresters, at FPR? We don't have county government, confuses people a lot.
Oh, that's right.
It's-
Maybe just SPR County Foresters.
Yes, that's a great suggestion.
SPR's County Foresters.
FPR's Progressive County Foresters.
We own them.
I was one of them. In some ways, will always be. Okay, shall we move on?
I think the 7 days article is written now.
Is it out
Is
already?
it out already?
It's that way.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Nature Conservancy and Bird Mountain. It's the
Oh,
first
that,
paragraph.
it might be an older one.
Oh, it's an older one?
Yeah, I think so. They,
I looked this morning on 7 days, it
It said
doesn't.
2 hours ago.
It's December 18th.
2 more paragraphs before a break, folks.
sorry. We
Please.
can look at it on the break.
Yep, thank you. Moving to the next one, unless anyone shouts. Okay, moving to when implementing carbon offset projects on public lands in particular.
I might change a little. I wrote the grammar, but I can send that to you.
Okay? Any concerns?
I
Suggestions?
guess my only question is why it's on public lands in particular.
That's a good point. Well, I
Because,
guess,
no, I don't know, I was gonna wing it, why it might be in particular, but you go ahead.
well, I've heard conversations like, oh, it'll offset, and this is like years ago, the Forest Service was like, how can we count our carbon on the national forest so that we can count it against our, count it towards our climate commitments in
Right.
Paris or whatever, but also can we sell offsets and earn money? So you can't count it against, you can't sell your offset and say that you're meeting your own,
Right.
With the same
emissions goals.
offset.
With the same project, the same piece of land, so.
No, I think if, like Middlebury College is doing, they're retiring some and selling others.
Exactly, right, so it's just keeping, so it's just that I've heard people talk about in a way that think they can count it against their own usage and sell it and earn money. So, but I agree, we don't really need that phrase on public lands.
Let's eliminate it then, if it doesn't have any actual meaning.
Well, I think that, I read it as that if the state were to create a carbon counting calculation that is state law and says that, state of Vermont is gonna be carbon neutral by X date, then we wouldn't wanna both do that, sell the carbon and count it.
Right.
For private individuals and private land, that wouldn't be part of the state's calculation of carbon, the private land.
We're doing that calculation of carbon on public lands, not as part of a statewide program that could be envisioned. That would, I'm fine with it either way.
And then further down it says, if a Vermont landowner sells credit, yada, yada, yada. So it generalizes out, so I think we can just delete the whole.
Okay. So just on public lands in particular, get rid of that?
Yeah, and then maybe make it is instead of it's.
Very formally, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I think this is important as a what's the word, a preemptive strike, it's kind of thing where I've heard people be concerned about it being compared to renewable energy credits, and so.
So we're going on the record saying we're aware and that's to be avoided. And, yeah, I think that's a finding and it came up loud and clear and we're addressing it head on. I think that's good. Everybody good? Okay. One more paragraph of findings. Overall, while financial benefits are possible.
And I would add a sentence about keeping forests as forests, just to underscore that.
You're never going to hear me disagree. Where do you want to put that?
I don't know, in there somewhere. It's only 2 paragraphs, 2 sentences, so maybe the middle of the 2 sentences.
Go for it.
I think we're beating her down, she's now.
Anybody seen Ruth?
I hate it.
You're gonna add in there a sentence that says, that makes this point.
I'm gonna say Michael wanted me to put in a sentence that says, keep forest as forest.
I came up further, I didn't even have to say
Okay,
it.
right, Robert said it.
It's in here, I circled it in one of the plans.
I think it's in a bunch of places.
Okay, nice work, folks. With that, we'll pause. Only a few minutes behind the actual schedule, so that's good.
So before we completely leave this last sentence, does
Okay.
anybody have heartburn over the word climate catastrophe? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, I
circled that.
stopped and thought, what's that gonna bring? And then I thought, you know what, I feel like with recent, international panels and statements, I think we're past the point of, I think that's been established. So I'm good with it.
It's a value-laden term. And
It is, and good for you for bringing it up, but I for one am okay with it. Or at least, I don't love it, it makes me a little uncomfortable, but I don't think it's unreasonable.
I wasn't crazy about it.
Did you say you?
Steve's not crazy.
I'm not crazy about it.
Yeah, I'm not either.
How about, how about an alternative? Let's entertain an alternative.
Crisis, or we already?
We have a climate
We have a
crisis.
crisis, so it's,
I mean, what we're trying to do is-
Address it.
I agree with the statement. We are trying to deter a climate catastrophe. All the models show, all the projections show, if we don't do things now, we will have a climate catastrophe. Hands down, 98% of scientists in the world are saying that. If we don't act, we will have a climate catastrophe. So I'm just putting that out there, and
Yeah.
I support that language.
Okay.
I think we already have a climate catastrophe. I don't know if we can deter it.
Well, that's even a bigger question.
So
about
maybe,
the-
what if we change the word deter to mitigate, or to reduce, or address?
address the climate crisis. How about that? I'll offer that as a sort of middle ground. And address, what did I say?
Address the climate crisis? I mean, I agree with you, Jim, I'm just trying to find a compromise.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
we
I agree.
can certainly want to say, and address climate change and its impact.
So is
That's
that,
maybe not strong.
is that in
Not
our
enough?
charge?
Wait, this was three-quarters of a day's discussion on the Climate Action Commission on the very last day of the very last meeting, so.
Really?
Oh, it's a deja vu all over again.
Steve's asked a question, is this in our charge? And it's not, and technically speaking. And we spent some time at the very beginning of these proceedings discussing that, and we made an inference that though not stated as a charge, it was the context for the whole legislation, and we agreed to that. So I think we as a group have established that, yes, this is in response to climate change and its negative impacts.
So you're not willing to put a period after greenhouse gas emissions?
If that's your suggestion, we should consider it. One way to avoid it, I think it just begs the question, like, why reduce greenhouse gas emissions? There's a reason we're doing that, and we want to be clear. It's not just because of what they do to the climate systems.
So, one of the things that was conspicuous to me in the charge was that they didn't say why we were supposed to
That's
be
right.
looking at this.
Right.
So, we were sort of,
We made an inference. We discussed it and
Yeah.
actually drew that inference.
so, I'm just wondering, given that they've talked about it so far, will it change people's opinions of the whole report? Is it such a red hot button statement? Do
I
we need
think
to have it in there? Or do we need not to have it in there, or what did you guys decide?
I don't know.
It's
that I-
guided our work. That's what, we put it in that context. And so, but I think it's a fair question that like some are uncomfortable, and you're saying, I think importantly, like, how will it be read? If it influences how it will be read, and maybe it's less well received or considered, that's a problem. We put a lot of work into this. So I might, again, I'll suggest, how about as an alternative, to take all that in mind, to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and address climate change.
We could vote on this too, right? So
Yes.
if people want to be on the record, we could put people on the record as being in favor or against a certain language.
Yep.
I'll just throw that out there as one way to record, people who may not be in total agreement with us. We don't have to come to consensus from a procedural point of view. So,
I can live with climate, your language. I just feel that. I was
Address
stating a
climate
personal
change.
opinion.
Yep.
And but I understand this is a group
But-
work.
I mean, I think this report is subject to critique by those who, and this was going on just in Madrid, people opposing climate offsets. And so if we show we're serious, I think we need phrasing that shows we're serious about climate change, and we see the proper place for offsets within climate change. So whether it shows up in this phrase or elsewhere in the document, I also think we have to make it clear that we understand that offsets alone are not going to address climate
Which is
change.
the major
and this
point
is
of the paragraph. Right.
Right.
Well, I've got on the table for consideration this suggestion. I'm going there, I'm saying, regardless of my own personal opinions about it, hearing what I'm hearing from the members and trying to get to consensus, I'm suggesting we just change the ending to it's greenhouse gas emissions and address climate change, period. That's my suggestion, and I'd like to, I heard from Jim that he's okay with it. It's not his choice, but he's okay with it.
How many words is it?
Who's not okay with it? Now, I won't make you say you're good with it, but you have a chance to say you're not, and nobody's saying they're not good with it. So I'm going to suggest that's the language that we go with.
Okay, and
And address climate change. Is that fair? Everybody heard?
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
You okay?
To me, that whole thing of deter a climate catastrophe, even if we did all this stuff, doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna deter a climate catastrophe.
Okay.
You said-
that's such a pessimist.
Okay.
What kind of crisis would that,
Well,
give
no,
the
I think
we have
sense
that
of
language.
Yeah, I like the
urgency?
commercial language that you use.
And address
We're
climate
good?
change.
Yeah.
And address, so it is to significantly reduce greenhouse gas. Remember, the larger point is a good one, that we need all strategies. This is one of several to do, all directed towards significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions and to address climate change. That's what we're going with. Okay? Thank you all. How about, before we pause, any last business? We'd be taking a relatively short break. I mean, get some food. I'm thinking maybe even we could power through and eat while we resume as needed. Please feel free. Let's say we'll plan to resume in 20 minutes.
On the explanation of forest carbon sequestration and storage, sort of talks about the things that forests do, mitigating climate change, clean air and water, maintaining healthy soil. So those are, in some ways, defining what we mean. We're not as explicit about it, but.
Okay, anybody not okay with providing a public model of exemplary pro-carbon, climate resilient forestry?
One quick question, is climate resilient a two-word unit modifier? Should it be hyphenated in this use?
It's a compound adjective, you're right. It gets hyphenated.
Come on, Michael.
It's actually clarifying in this case, that it becomes a modifier just like pro-carbon.
Yep, you're right. Thanks for that.
Compound modifiers, I don't know if I can go with that.
Okay, anything else in that paragraph?
I still have my concern.
Oh, yeah, please, now's the time, Mark, thanks. Yeah.
No, just, again, around the first part of it saying that the agency will analyze, and the second part saying that there will at least be one parcel in the carbon market by 2022. I guess I'd first like to say, where did that come from? Because I don't ever remember talking about.
So I just want to be clear, because this is really important. I believe that it's saying, and if it isn't, I have a bigger problem than I do with you, Mark. So I believe it's saying, though, right, the A&R analyzed the feasibility of developing a carbon offset project and enrolling at least one. So we have to bring some other questions, but it doesn't say we have to enroll one, as I read it. It says we have to analyze the feasibility of enrolling one by 2022.
I kind of read it the way Mark read it.
Okay, then we can't do that. I'm not even sure we can meet this one, and would ask the question, what if we don't?
What, can we just delete by 2022? Or do you need deadlines? Nothing else had a deadline, did it?
Right.
Well, so so I was attempting to put some deadlines in, because usually there are deadlines by which you would want to do something. Otherwise it's, oh, hi. I agree that the wording is vague, and now I don't know which we intended, but we did talk about if the state deems that it's feasible, enrolling a piece of property into a carbon market. And
so I should say, and if feasible,
right,
enrolling,
and
that's what you mean.
Yeah, and I personally, if it's feasible, would like to see it happen. Yeah. That's what I would get out of this. And I think what I was thinking with the 2022, because I will admit I made up the 2022 because I was trying to come up with a deadline to put in a recommendation, was that the Middlebury College project, which is the only one that's actually up and running, as we all know, because it's repeated multiple times in here, took 20 months to develop. And obviously a state one would be more complicated. So that's what I was trying to do the math on how long it might take. You're gonna need more lead time to do it, but it seemed like a reasonable timeline.
It could need a lot more lead time if there's public process involved, and they basically jump-started it by hiring project developer. So, and they had full control over the land. Anyway, I think this is very ambitious.
Yeah.
The project developer is in here, though. It says that the state could do that if not needed.
Well, you could argue that the term enrolling is not a very concise term too. If it's enrolling and just saying we are enrolled, that doesn't mean you're going to sell credits in 2 years. So enrolling just says.
Clearly, we have to be clear about what we're saying here, because I read it differently. I'm glad this was flagged. Mark, thank you. And Cecilia saying you read it differently. So I can't, we have to work this through, because I couldn't support a recommendation, and I want to, that says that we will enroll land by a date certain. We're so far from being able to do that.
Yeah, the sentence says, analyze the feasibility of developing a forest carbon project and analyze the feasibility.
That's what I thought too, but others.
That's what the sentence says.
That's not what Cecilia says.
Well, that's what it says.
Well, things can be read in different ways.
We want to be clear. Yeah. So she was, Ruth was saying.
Structure determines.
I read it the way you do, Steve, I agree with you, and that's why, but hearing that others might do or might read it differently concerns me, because we want to be clear, and they're two very different interpretations. So we
We
need
have
to.
a lawyer in the room. Should we ask her how that would be read legally?
We have a lawyer on the task force.
Are you a lawyer too? So.
I thought Ruth had a suggestion that seemed helpful to clarify this, to make Steve's point abundantly clear, that it would change it a little bit, but it would say, analyze the feasibility of developing a forest carbon offset project, and if feasible, enrolling at least one.
Okay, but there, you still have it, the by 20, then you would have it
I want to
by
get to,
2022.
yeah, I'm not good with the 2022, but we're talking about just the basic sentence construction and what it is we're trying to say first.
Yeah, I see that now, the ing and ing, you're right, the construction needs it. The feasibility refers to both of those.
Well, I guess that's not me being a lawyer, I'm interpreting it otherwise.
Yeah.
And again, if it, you know, above and beyond that, I mean, we've had your expertise here as the Commissioner of Forest Parks and Rec, right? We haven't had anybody here from the Agency of Natural Resources. So how much?
We are, just to be clear, we are part of the agency, and while Becca works with us in FPR, Jane works in Fish and Wildlife, representing other interests of the agency. So we have heard.
But again, my point being, I mean, I haven't heard anyone talk specifically about, is there gonna be, I mean, you know, in the next recommendation, or another recommendation is talking about one FTE for UFO.
Yep.
What about Agency of Natural Resources? Are they gonna be looking for part-time, are they looking for one, are they gonna be, you know, I mean,
Right.
that, as a legislator, that's my concern here. And
So, yep, and I appreciate it. And that's, I think what we're trying to do is, our recommendation from the agency on this point of a state lands pilot was, we need to do some more analysis. And that's what this recommendation is reflecting. And I think we've agreed to that generally. That is the recommendation of the agency. And now we need to make sure it's abundantly clear that we're saying, yeah, we should look at, there's more things to consider. I look to you guys, right? That's right? So our recommendation on this point would be not to enroll or have a mandate to enroll at some date certain, but to take the next steps towards enrollment and determining the feasibility. So we've hit a snag. Just now we have some agreement, though, that Steve's point that it's parallel construction, and it means the feasibility of each would be analyzed, and that's good. And if we all agree to that without having to change it, I think that's fine. But then we need to get to, for my part, we need to get to the date certain. And if it has to be a date certain, then I think it needs to be well out from that, because I just don't think it's practical. And I would wonder, what does it mean in a report like this that our recommendation is they do it by then? To your point that you want to have deadlines, which I accept, it isn't though, because there's nothing to it. It says that this group recommends that they do it by then. And if we don't, there's no harm, no foul.
Right, I mean, these are just recommendations,
Right.
they're not,
Yeah, it's not binding
they're
legislation.
not binding. And maybe now is the time to tell you that I do have a bill draft in, and they're based on the draft recommendations, so, and Ellen drafted it for me. And so it is, this language, but it
And I'm
does say,
saying the same
if
thing in
feasible, it does
testimony,
have
should
the
you
same,
write,
if
ask me to
feasible
provide?
in there,
Yeah.
it includes the if feasible. I would like, yeah, it does. I would like to have some kind of deadline and some kind of, and it's just me speaking from what I got out of this, is that it would be great to have some kind of deadline, to know that it's gonna happen, and that the goal is to enroll a piece of property into a carbon market.
Right.
Because I think
I
what
accept that.
we have figured out here is that it has benefits. We've listed many of the benefits.
But you're
And
saying we
so-
should analyze the feasibility. So tell us, if you want a deadline, I would say, give us a deadline for delivering that feasibility analysis. And make it clear that the goal of that is to enroll a piece. But by saying we need to analyze it, and then also jumping ahead and saying, and you'll enroll one by now,
Okay,
if
so
feasible.
how about-
Well, it's not feasible.
Right, we haven't even done it yet, so.
So then how about if, the first part of the sentence is analyze the feasibility of developing a forest carbon offset project by 2022. Can you do the feasibility by 2022? I mean, that's 2 years or 18 months.
We'd accept that?
Well, you're gonna hire a new person to do this, right?
We haven't gotten that far, so this
I
is.
know, but I'm just thinking adding
No.
that in, like,
No money in
whenever I
budget.
I need new graduate students to do my research.
I hear you.
Need to
Wait a
add
minute,
16.
There's a recommendation.
I know, but what I'm saying is that person's not even here yet.
Yeah.
So add that to your
Rate
time.
Oh, I see.
So it's gonna be
So by June 2022, and that would give you 2 years for the end
So
of
by
it.
the way, Rudy's.
I'm just saying if you don't.
July 1st, say, if, you
Yeah.
pass through,
Sorry, Mom.
take effect July 1st, 20. It's possible, and I don't want to drag it down, I think it should be realistic.
It's just, from the time that this whole concept was presented to me, as you know, Commissioner, the whole thing has gotten dragged out into another study, and I don't want it to
I'd
just
say
be
there's a reason.
another study.
A really good reason.
I understand that there's a reason for it, but I would like to have some kind of, like,
And I understand
We've
that.
taken
I'm
the next
offering
step
a realistic
to-
one for you. I'm not arguing that point. I get it. I accept your point that you want one, and I'll agree to one. we're talking about which one.
so the feasibility study by July
I'm
1st,
hearing from our
2022.
technical staff, some of them who would probably have to be involved in this, sorry ladies, that 2022 is not, by what? Are we talking, I don't think January 1st, but
I
July 1st?
just said July 1st,
Sorry, didn't hear you.
I don't want to speak for, but I feel comfortable with that for feasibility.
Right.
I don't feel comfortable with that for enrollment.
Right.
Okay, so then,
And we're trying to separate those two right now, so thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Okay, I still can't support that, that's just me.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we're still building, so
Okay.
thank you.
and if feasible, so get rid of the by 2022.
With the, maybe your point of, with the goal, the specific goal being, if feasible, enrolling. And I don't know what to say about a date there. As I said, I'm not at all comfortable with a date on enrollment when we've flagged that we have analysis to do. This doesn't make any sense to me to have a date certain on enrollment when we've just got done saying we have some things to look into. Steve?
So, Commissioner, I gather you want to have the by 22 or whatever date apply only to the analysis.
Correct.
Right, so you could put by 22 at the very beginning of the sentence, say by whatever date, the A&R shall, we're recommending
Yep.
that
Yep.
by a certain date, the agency
I like it.
analyze the feasibility of developing and enrolling.
Yep. I accept that. But not the enrollment part. It's just the feasibility.
Well, the feasibility applies to both of those things, the way the sentence is structured.
Right, the feasibility, right, but we want to be clear that, it's not, given that there was some lack of clarity about the structure of the sentence, we want to make it clear that the deadline is to complete the analysis,
Correct.
which itself is a contemplation of what's involved with enrolling. So enrolling is contemplated within the analysis, but we don't want the date, I don't want the date certain to apply in any way to the enrollment, which we just heard from technical staff as well.
But Steve satisfied me when I realized ING was used for both developing and enrolling.
Okay, so by putting the date at the front, it really makes it clear, it helps make it clear that this is about the feasibility analysis, right? So by 2022, some July 1st, I guess, that would be helpful. The agency analyzed the feasibility of developing a forest carbon offset project with the purposes of enrolling at least one parcel of state land, and then stop there.
For the purpose of enrolling at least one state.
Maybe
Yeah.
the idea is by July 2022, the agency analyzed the feasibility of developing a forest carbon offset project for at least one parcel of state land, period. So you don't break it up into doing the feasibility of a project and then the feasibility of project on land, but just.
Right.
Okay, so that
I'm good with that.
by July 1st, 2022, the Agency of Natural Resources
Analyze the feasibility of developing a forest carbon offset project for at least one parcel of state land, period. And then maybe, because the other sentence, the rest of the sentence is so long, I was suggesting wording like the value
Nice.
Or we could leave it, the purposes of this analysis would include building and doing the ABC
Yes,
Steve suggested.
I like it. Mary Ruth?
No, okay. The agent,
So they're developing a
at
carbon,
least one parcel of state land into it.
and then get rid of into a carbon market, just delete that, put a period after state land.
Okay.
And then it would say, might say something like, the purposes of this analysis include building staff expertise and all those others.
Okay. All right.
And then the next sentence starts such an analysis, so all of it is saying analysis, 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 nothing in that paragraph actually says they have to enroll land.
Okay.
We good?
It just seems pretty drawn out, but.
With good reason. I'm asking you to consider that. We move into number 3? Okay, we're moving to recommendation number 3. In conjunction with the development of public information materials. And the outline, the feasibility analysis outlined above.
In the fourth line of that paragraph, at least in draft 5, it said on community forests as opposed to in, which is the word I would have chosen.
Yeah, we came up earlier on state land, and we tend to refer to them as being on Mount Mansfield State Forest, right, as opposed to in. That's just how we tend to talk about them,
Okay.
on the national forest. It either works, it's just our convention. We kept doing that.
I wanted to push this particular one a little further and see if anybody else on the committee felt the same. Instead of just saying that they're gonna develop a framework for providing assistance, I was wondering if it would say that FPR should work with municipalities to explore opportunities to develop a pilot carbon offset project that includes town forest and/or urban forestry activities. And are with these insights gained from the pilot effort to develop a framework for providing assistance. So it would be sort of suggesting that we do a pilot, which is more than suggesting a framework. This
Well,
pilot will also help determine viable options for aggregation and provide local examples. Is that too much to ask?
Well, no, for me, I guess I'm glad you're I'm open to anything, because I don't really understand what this one is having us do. It was vague to me, so your filling in makes.
Yeah, I don't really like the framework phrase.
I'd ask somebody to volunteer to tell us, what are we doing here? What is it that we're trying to recommend?
Same question.
Well, this was Cecilia's idea, so if your language,
Well, I re-edited it.
yeah.
So I don't, again, I don't think I suggested, no, I didn't make any suggestions to
About the
wording.
municipality.
Right, I didn't make any suggestions to wording about this initially, but I did in my other edits.
Could I ask you to zoom out to 60,000 feet and just kind of say, what is the kind of?
This is what I would like to recommend.
Go ahead, please.
Is that, that the FPR should work with municipalities to explore opportunities to develop a pilot carbon offset project that includes town forests or urban forestry activities. So I'm the chair of the Urban Community Forestry Council for the state as well, and there are opportunities or while people are at least trying to market urban forestry opportunities. So I didn't want to limit it just to town forests. So it's town forest and maybe urban or municipal, or we could just put municipal forests in general. Anyway, so I'm just putting forward that maybe we should come up with a pilot project similar to a pilot one on state projects, on state land. Can we put energy into piloting one on with town forests? Is that a recommendation we want to make? Because I think what the framework phrasing was probably means figure out how we're going to help towns to do this. Or I'd rather put up the pilot project up front and say, let's see, let's learn by doing.
Okay. I mean, I learned from you, I think, that there's real promise on the municipal side here. Maybe even more so than on state land. I got that from you. So I think it's appropriate that a recommendation would follow from that finding. And I'm open to that. And the words you used in your draft, what you're proposing, made sense to me, but it didn't, as you read it. But then it didn't when you told me that it was about a pilot, because it doesn't mention a pilot.
It does, well.
Okay, try it again. Maybe I'm just dense.
Okay.
If you would.
FPR, and I wrote FPR and county forest.
It's redundant. Just say FPR.
That's what I thought. Should work with municipalities to explore opportunities to develop a pilot carbon offset project that includes town forests and our urban forestry activities. Then ANR will use insights gained from the pilot effort to develop a framework for providing assistance to Vermont municipalities in developing forest carbon offset projects. Says this pilot will also help to determine viable options for aggregation and provide local examples of climate resilient forestry for municipalities, forest landowners, community members.
The actions there are that we would work with communities to explore possibilities for a pilot, and then do stuff with that.
Right, and
So
then
if
use
that's
that
the
as
action
learning to
item,
help with, to help others develop. And the second one, so I made the framework second, because saying you'll come up with a framework was a little bit vague.
Okay.
And we can't guarantee municipalities want to participate, so that's why I phrased it as exploring opportunities.
That's very helpful. And from what I heard, I could live with that. I can accept that recommendation.
Can you send that to me?
I
It's
can.
long for me to write out here, but the last sentence seemed extraneous, or.
We can leave that out.
Yeah.
It was just that the other one had all these purposes for the state lands, so I thought I should add purposes for the.
Yeah, and the reason I added the purposes for the state lands is because I was listening to you both saying we need to know for what purpose we would be enrolling state land. So we came up with those purposes, so that would be a directive to. So that's why those purposes, so I don't know if you need purposes for the municipal one too. If so, we can add them, but.
All right, we're going with Cecilia's modified version.
But do anybody else have any comments? Do you think that's
No, I think that sounds fine.
worth doing, or is that?
To me, it's worth exploring.
Right.
And seeing if it's viable. And
Yeah.
Everything you've laid out there seems consistent with that.
With worth exploring as opposed to must
Everybody
do
okay?
something impossible.
Okay, thank you for that. Then moving to recommendation number 4.
This is an attempt at Robert's
Right,
recommendation.
so we're back to partnership and, or is it a collaborative, whatever. This is the recommendation that flows from that finding. The agency negotiate a partnership through a formal explore. Thank you. Mechanism. Everybody okay with it? Okay then, hearing none, we'll move to 5. Recommendation 5.
This was the double counting issue.
Yep. Does it reflect our previous conversation about how we would word this in the findings? Actually, you just moved that to something different. Anybody?
Would you want to say should create or require, so that it's sort of off in the future as opposed to present tense?
Remember, this is that construction from the lead in at above, before the colon, saying that we recommend that. That if the state creates or requires a carbon accounting system, the state should develop. Does that make sense? And you're saying that should be shall?
No, I'm saying should, because it's future, or would.
If, we recommend that if the state creates, then the state should develop. I think that works.
Okay.
Do you?
Unless you wanna go, if the state were to create.
Yes.
Yeah.
Subjunctive?
The subjunctive,
Okay.
were to create, yes, okay. State were,
I would propose protocols be changed to rules.
system,
The very first sentence?
accounting system or rules.
Should develop or adopt rules.
Wait, if the state were to
So
The state should develop or
create
adopt.
or
it's-
require a state carbon accounting system or rules.
No,
no, it's the second protocol reference that I
Oh,
thought
okay.
should be.
it's in the then clause.
The state should develop
Yeah.
or adopt
Rules.
rules, okay.
Thank you, Robert.
Is that an or or an and?
And, I mean, they're
And,
not rules
yeah.
unless they're adopted, so.
And, you're right.
Okay? Everybody good with recommendation 5?
Is the example okay? I was just trying to get it so people understood what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's helpful. Okay, moving to recommendation number 6, the existing use value appraisal program.
I have a suggestion here, but I'll let it bear before I offer it.
I guess my only thought was, state rules don't necessarily preclude eligibility of land. It's that it could affect the baseline. So it's not whether the land is
Which could
eligible or
affect
not.
its eligibility, but isn't the
Well,
whole
not
point.
eligibility, it would affect the financial viability.
Okay,
So.
what would you suggest?
Maybe just the viability.
Would
lands, rural-
preclude carbon market
Preclude
viability?
the viability of,
Constrain instead of preclude?
or yeah, might constrain the ability of UVA lands to enroll in carbon markets, something like that.
The point's still there.
I mean, it's kind of awkward wording as it is, you know, there's just a lot of carbon market enrollment eligibilities. May constrain.
So it's just may constrain UVA lands enrollment in carbon markets.
That may constrain. How about that may constrain carbon offset project viability for lands enrolled in UVA?
Think that works?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
So
anything else? Oh, yeah, you have
one thought that I've had, I just want to put it out here, was whether we should encourage FBR to work with stakeholders to identify those those forestry practices that will enhance carbon storage on lands. And the reason I bring it up is because I see a time when, if this pilot that the American Forest Foundation and KNC are pursuing in the Mid-Atlantic, which would pay landowners for practices as opposed to a verified offset, that we would want to be able to identify what those practices would be here in Vermont that would also be eligible for those as that effort expands outward.
Yeah.
It's speculative at this point, but I don't see it as necessarily being harmful to pursue this, because even if that doesn't come to pass, it's still educational
Sure.
information for them.
Yeah, I totally agree, although it seems to me to be outside the purview of the working group. This, as we've taken it on, the charges are, so that's just, unless that's, I'm hearing that as outside of carbon offset markets. It's about paying them for practices.
Practices that enhance carbon.
Right, but that's not an offset market.
Well, it could play into the offset market, because those same
Right, but so
practices.
could lots of things that we're doing at the department and, you know, with best practices, et cetera. We're doing that, I get it, like, we wanna have those and take advantage of that, I just see it as a technical thing, that it's not really germane. It's related, but so are a lot of things.
Well, I don't know if I'm hearing the same thing. So what I'm hearing you saying is we should work with stakeholders in FPR to clarify or to develop or to disseminate what we're calling this good pro-carbon, climate resilient forestry, carbon sequestering and storing practices.
Right.
I think that's a really valid thing that would be like an additional to this. I don't see it as a subset of any of these recommendations. I mean, we just said that this is critical, this is what we're trying to incentivize, and yet we can't quite define it here, but if people want to know what to do to sequester carbon on the lands, whether they get paid or not, whether they get incentives or not, or whatever, I think that would be a really cool thing. I mean, that's one of the reasons I think
I do too.
looking at town forests is important, because people get to discuss, well, what does it mean? How would we change our practice? And da, da, da. Is that what you meant, just figuring out the practices?
Yeah, it's, the language I just threw together was, you know, and I'm going to Mark sort of probably react to this should, but FPR should work with stakeholders, foresters, landowners, conservation groups, and academics to identify a set of practices designed to increase the amount of carbon stored in Vermont's forests, which could be used to develop an approved UVA forest.
Already doing those things. We will not stop doing those things. Like lots of other things, though, that are good and related. I just don't think we weren't asked to do that. That's not a recommendation. Me too.
I think that a lot of that work is inherent in the recommendations, because I would think that in the analysis that you would have to be doing, you would have to be identifying pro-carbon forestry or whatever. And same with the pilot that Cecilia's recommendation covers I think I agree with you as that is a good goal. I'm sensitive to Michael thinking he's being told to do too much stuff, and I'm wondering if it's not already embedded in some of these recommendations.
Yeah, I was just going to go there as a friendly amendment, Jim. How about including it in one? As part of the outreach stuff, we add, pro-carbon silvicultural techniques, whatever. It is in there. It's like that's what you're asking us. I've accepted that as we'll take on this whole new program of helping people know how to do this stuff, which is part of our statutory mission.
Yeah, I'm trying to give your department more backing to do that.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that, because right now there's no backing.
No, I
It's just a
understand,
charge.
but the intent here is to be supportive of activities that you envision doing.
I hear that.
We're giving it, like, this group has thought about that and said, you know what, you're doing the right thing, we support it.
Right.
So I hear what you're saying, and I would be open to putting it in.
So let's work on that if you would, because I would just say also to my point, and that's shared by many, that this concern that we want to make sure that active forestry is part of this. This would be towards that. It'd be saying, this group is saying, hey, develop the tools that show this is how you do active forestry in the context of carbon offsets. So that's another reason for me to like it. I'm just trying to keep us on track.
Right, so I think in 2, which we just wordsmithed to death, if going with Stephen's suggestions of the A, B, C, D, the B would be providing a public model of exemplary pro-carbon climate resilient forestry.
We have it in there.
Which is, so that's sort of embedded. So in order to do that, they would sort of have to define it. But we could also embed it in recommendation 1, which is developing the materials.
That's what I'm going to suggest. If you're good with it, Jim, to go right in here where we say, we're going to develop public information materials, including online and print, regarding the components of offset protocols and markets, project development, additional resources available. So right in there after project development and silvicultural practices.
Yes.
I would just put it first.
Nice, Robert.
Wait,
all right.
Put it where?
Regarding silvicultural practices and the components of forest, the components of forest carbon.
But does silvicultural practices encompass?
If you want to put a modifier of the carbon.
Pro-carbon silvicultural practices.
I guess we're going to get real careful here. We don't want to over-describe it.
Okay, silvicultural practices, it covers it. You guys are the forest people, I'm asking.
That is very broad that's the toolkit for how we decide which trees to keep and cut and why and when and how and all that.
So it's implied in here that we are, it's not implied, I mean, that's what we're working for.
Right, so maybe if we don't put it first and just put it after the carbon offset protocols and markets, comma, appropriate silvicultural practices, comma, project development,
I'm good with
something
that.
like
Does
that.
that make you happy?
It makes me very happy.
All right. See, there's more progress, people. See, we got this. Thanks, Jim.
Back, we jump back to here, to number one.
You okay with that?
Yes, that's fine.
No, but you got it?
I got it's gonna be the second one, and it's gonna be appropriate silvicultural practices. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, I think that's a good addition.
Yeah, it is, thanks. Okay, where were we? We're moving along to, we did the if the state, right?
Yeah, we're on number 7.
Thank you. The state, we're moving to 7.
This was Cecilia's
The
idea.
state
so-
consider, we recommend that, the state consider developing incentives for Vermont corporations, businesses, organizations. This is about to market them, to incentivize people actually wanting them.
So,
Is that it?
well, the way it came out, it made it was, the way it came out, I figured it didn't fully capture, but what I thought it should do that, if we wanted this one, I didn't realize this was the one that I was proposing, but yes, it's the idea that we should help people with marketing, but instead it's talking about the state is now incentivizing people to purchase carbon credits, which is different than, say, partnering with an online firm to make it easier for UVM conferences to buy Vermont carbon credits, you know. Well, so at any rate, if we're gonna consider incentives, I would say that the state, the way I would rephrase it is the state of Vermont should consider including incentives to purchase Vermont forest carbon credits as part of a comprehensive approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from Vermont corporations and businesses. I didn't know if that's now sort of weighting down to people worrying about a comprehensive climate bill, but I don't think we should, I personally don't think we should incentivize people buy offsets all by themselves.
Got
It
it.
should only be as part of
Well,
a
you've offered,
comprehensive program. But what I also wanted to add is that we shouldn't just spend all our energy into developing carbon projects. We need to help, and that's how you can change price. We're saying the viability depends on price, is we should help with marketing somehow.
making a lot of sense to me.
And I don't think it
Did you put a
says
recommendation
marketing
or
just yet.
suggestion on the table? You read one. It
Well,
sounded pretty good to
if
me.
people want to keep this incentive one, then, yeah, the one I just read, but that doesn't fully capture the concept of that we would partner with public and private, or private and nonprofit organizations to help market Vermont credits effectively. I don't think did we say that somewhere else already? Because all the recommendations are about project development, and we really need to talk about the other end of it too.
Can you make a suggestion?
State of Vermont should explore opportunities to partner with public and private entities to market local forest carbon offsets. Period. How's that? Or does anybody else feel like we even need to talk about that?
No, I agree that, you know, if there's anything we can do to sort of spur more demand, it's gonna help drive price.
And help people understand that, I mean, if we're trying to help landowners understand carbon markets and how to participate, we need to help the public understand. So the Forest Service did this really cool thing. They developed this big website to help market urban forest carbon offsets. But you had to do a whole personal house inventory and all your travel habits. You had to actually make your own plan before you could hit the button and offset the remainder things you couldn't reduce. So it was a neat way to both get people to do their own carbon footprint, have a way to be able to buy off urban carbon offsets, but also you made your own plan and you could print, and it told you what you said you were gonna do. I'm gonna vacation closer to home, I'm gonna do whatever. So there are ways you can do this, and that was, federal government came up with that, and they partnered with cities and rolled it out in a few cities.
So my reaction is, you put your finger on the exposure of this recommendation in my mind, because I think people will, some people will see this as incentivizing pollution.
Right. Well, I don't know if it's incentivizing pollution, but incentivizing, yeah, people paying for the guilt of polluting or something like that.
The greenwashing.
It's just the, I mean.
So I don't approve it as it stands. If we did something, it would have to be part of a comprehensive approach. But even more so, we need to consider how to help people market. Because I know I tried it. I ran a conference one time, it's an academic conference, and I lined up these projects, and I had to make my own freaking website, and it couldn't connect with the UVM conference website. It was a mess. If it was an easy go-to thing, everybody having a wedding in the state, everybody having a conference in the state, whatever, could just say, okay, this is how you can help offset that. Their local things, they get paid a premium.
I both think it's a good idea and I'm a little concerned about it as a recommendation coming from this group. We didn't have anybody come in and testify from like tourism or the agencies who would most likely be doing this. I mean, I don't see this as something your agency would do or your department. I always get departments and agencies mixed up. It's more of a sort of tourism or economic development kind of thing. And we didn't really talk about that in here, and we didn't have them come in.
I also see it too. I mean, job as legislators, I joked in my first term in the House in Economic Development, I go, I bet in the 1970s there wasn't a group full of legislators saying, you know what Vermont needs is an ice cream company. But what you do is you kind of create this environment, and this here, the entrepreneurs will come. You know, it's my piece. They'll create the piece. You know, it's not really our job as government to create the business model on how to do that, but we can
Create the atmosphere, the climate, whatever.
Yeah.
The environment for it.
Yeah, and then there's already companies out there with APIs to offset your buy from Shopify. You can offset your shipping.
Exactly.
And so that's just going to come with regular market.
But we're trying to have it benefit Vermont. And right now, the only project we have in Vermont is Bread Loaf. And we all keep saying that the size of the project, you know, the stocking, everything depends on the price. And we have a chance to have something that's a premium price. I'd be happy if we don't have one in here. I'm just saying that we did talk about how price is important. People like TNC who are helping to develop projects, who are also helping to market it, and that's part of what makes it viable. Middlebury developed a project and they're marketing it. We can't pretend that you can just develop it and it will come.
I just wonder how.
And when we say the developers, when we get to that plan, which didn't show up in the recommendations, so I was wondering, you know, well, maybe it is there. Where's
It's
the partnership?
It's the partnership one.
It's the partnership one? Okay.
Yeah. I just wonder, I wonder how much some kind of effort, if we were to do it, would even affect price. You know.
It can affect it a lot. California and
Yeah, but that's
Sacramento
California.
Tree Foundation, no, not using the compliance market, $150 a ton, because they went out, they negotiated a project with a given company.
Right, but the state doing something, I don't know how much that would overall increase the price of Vermont carbon offsets, because, I mean, I don't know, I just don't feel like I have enough information.
And I also don't get the premium because at the end of this day, a lot of, from a perspective, to get to mainstream, they're not going to pay more for Vermont carbon off credit, for New York off credit, carbon credit, you know, for this.
But they are.
But I don't think they will. But to get to the broader market, they're going to buy one carbon ton. And they're going to buy the cheapest one. And they're going to say,
TerraPass will, or well, when there was TerraPass. But the thing is, that's what I was trying to put that down in the voluntary market, and that's the thing that Keaton's report identified and others, is that that's the benefit of the voluntary market. If you get somebody who really wants to do that, they'll pay 5, 10, or more times the going price of carbon, because that's something they believe in, that's the city they're from, that's the place they went to summer camp. It has meaning to them. But it doesn't mean we need, so another thought is maybe in number 3, just including the word marketing in that somewhere. So
Celia, I believe that people will pay more for credits that they care about. I think that the story, and I got that a lot from what you included in the report. My concern is that I don't feel like I have enough information to know what the
Yeah.
role the state could play in it
Right.
to make it successful. So if there's a way to embed marketing and something else we have as just a sort of in the list, I would be more comfortable with that than having a separate recommendation, because I don't think we took testimony on how that could work.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I'm hearing that, that's what I'm wondering if, or maybe it's number 4, sorry, we're exploring a partnership. I would definitely put it in the explore category. You know, I wouldn't, like this number 7 says consider developing, well.
That
that's
could
kind of
work
weak.
to minimize the cost and maximize the benefits. That could work.
So that would be,
It could
it's
be
kind of
of
in there, if
marketing
it's
and
maximizing the benefits, that
Yeah.
includes marketing.
It could say maximize the benefits of marketing and enrolling public and private lands.
Or you could, and say, and marketing credits. Includes the cost and minimize the cost and maximize the benefits of enrolling. No, the benefits would be the price. So if it's something that helps maximize the price, then that would fit there. But at any rate, so that concern, I'm okay with dropping 7 entirely, unless, or modifying it, but I'm not happy with the way.
I'm hearing a recommendation, I would put it on the table that we delete item 7 on that, based on that conversation. Anybody not okay with that? Hearing none, we'll delete item 7. Now, Cecilia, did you want to add something to better reflect, or leave it at that?
Maybe instead of explore a partnership, maybe explore partnerships
In item 4,
in number 4.
everybody good? Anybody not good? It's partnerships.
And instead of, in order to create a statewide partnership, maybe get rid of you'd have to change it twice.
Yep.
That could work to minimize costs and maximize benefits of enrolling private. And so maximizing benefits would include maximizing the price as well as.
Yep.
Would anybody else read that way?
Yeah, I think it's all of the above, like whatever you can do to minimize cost and maximize price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you capture that, Ruth?
Yeah, I mean, it's just essence.
Yep. Okay.
My perspective is I concur with Corey that the private marketplace is in a good position if we lay the groundwork for a solid program.
Well, should that be a finding? Because I like that notion of the entrepreneurial opportunity here. So, should we make that a finding?
Wait, that's not a recommendation, but a
Right.
finding.
Yep.
Well, we could
Do
throw
you want to
those.
give me a paragraph, Corey?
You don't know if you need a paragraph, just a phrase in there someplace that there is the entrepreneurial opportunity to market these. We crossed out Green Martin Carbon, but we did talk about additional public, private, and nonprofit partners in tourism, recreation, and business development subjects could help market carbon offsets to secure highest prices for Vermont branded offsets.
So we could,
We could just say there's an entrepreneurial opportunity for.
Yeah. Is it page 7 after the first paragraph? Sort of concluding that first paragraph that you're suggesting in the partnership?
okay.
Yeah.
I will just add a sentence about entrepreneurial opportunity to that paragraph.
Or you could just put it as a phrase in front of that last sentence. There is an entrepreneurial opportunity for public, private, and nonprofit partners in
There you go.
tourism, rec, and business
Okay.
to develop, just as it is, maybe an opportunity to market carbon offsets to secure the highest, in ways that secure the highest prices. Something
Okay.
like that.
That's excellent.
I'll work it in there. Okay.
So back to recommendations. I think having it be one of our findings is good enough. I don't think we want to recommend that some entrepreneur do something.
Can you create an app, a Green Mountain offset app? Corey?
It surprised me a bit if it's not
He's
already
thinking,
done.
he's already developed.
Yeah, they're already, I mean, you already have a ton of stuff out there. Maybe when you get into the market, it's just, they're just not in the right hands yet to scale it to where it needs to be. You know, a lot of them are run by nonprofits, which I actually think hurts it because there's not the same drive in a nonprofit as there is in a for-profit. When JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and those companies get into it, then it'll be a big deal.
Okay, moving then to what is here in the draft is recommendation number 8.
Have we covered 6? We did, right?
6
6, yes,
Yes,
we did.
we made no changes.
Well,
No, that's not true, we did
What
make
did we
changes.
make?
We changed, the last sentence, the last thing should be, the state should avoid program requirements that may constrain carbon offset project viability for lands
That's
enrolled in UVA.
That was a good one, yes.
okay, well, my point is this, we go way back to where it says, the working group recommends, and then there's all these numbers, and so you've got to complete the sentence. And yet we've got this sentence, the existing use value appraisal, so forth. We've got a whole sentence there before we get to completing the thought that started, on the previous page.
So, I hear you, so how about this, Steve? The working group recommends, then we get down to 6, given that the existing use value program is currently compatible, blah, 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 comma, should changes be considered. Would that fix it?
You're going where I would like to go. That's fine. When you get to changes, I would say, after the comma, if changes were to be considered.
Yep.
That's the way I would
Okay,
finish.
so we start with the setup is given that it is currently compatible, right?
Right.
Then we move along to forest carbon credit projects. The period goes away, it becomes a comma, and we complete the clause by saying, what was it, your preferred language? Or
If changes were to be considered.
Got it. Given that.
I don't think it needs a that because it started with a that, right?
No, that is used somewhere else.
It was the recommendation of the working group that given existing, yeah.
We have to say, given that the existing is compatible.
I think you can say, given existing use value appraisal is currently compatible, comma.
Doesn't work to my ear, but I'll stand down on that one.
I'll let Steve handle that.
No, I mean, that works. I mean, that's implied. The second that is implied there.
This is awesome. Okay, then.
You don't lose the meaning of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you read the modified version of it?
Okay, it is the recommendation of the working group that given the existing use value appraisals, UVA current use program is currently compatible with enrolled private lands developing in forest carbon credit projects, comma, if changes were to be considered in the UVA program, the state should avoid program requirements that may constrain carbon offset project viability for lands enrolled in UVA. That is a really long sentence. I would say a period after projects, and then if changes were to be made would be the second paragraph, second sentence.
Another way to deal with it would be to forget that first sentence altogether and say, the way the second sentence
there you go.
finishes, it implies that it's compatible.
Okay.
There you go.
I like it, makes it shorter too. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
We all understand? Any questions? Anyone have a problem with it?
I just want to make sure we're not losing the affirmative statement that UVA is compatible.
Yeah. Which is made in the body of the report.
So, I just think that's important.
Yeah,
Well, we could do it shorter, just say, given the existing UVA, we don't have to write all those words out, right? Given the existing UVA program is currently compatible with carbon offset projects, comma.
Yep.
You don't need all that enrolling private.
well, you could just say, it's starting with the if were, and then enrolled in after UVA, comma, because,
It's not a recommendation. We're making a recommendation here. And I think that in the findings, we say UVA is
Yeah,
compatible.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
okay.
Way to go.
Okay.
We did that.
Thank you.
Good enough, Steve, to move on?
Yep.
Okay, number 8. Beginning the General Assembly provide. Appreciate the sentiment, and certainly need that to do, especially since we've added things that would be given to the department to do. I want to be clear here, I am not in a position to support additional elements in the governor's budget before the governor's budget is released. So I want to be clear, I can't advocate for that. It says the General Assembly provide, and I would simply say for my part on this recommendation, we can't do the things that we've agreed to and you all have said we should do without additional capacity and resources. And I would say that 1.0 FTE is not sufficient. It would be at least 2 to get all of this done in the way I think you all want it done. So stopping short of saying we should add resources, I'm telling you we can't do the things you've asked us to do without those resources. So I appreciate it, and I think it needs to be at an enhanced level should it come to pass. That's my point.
So do you have alternative wording?
I think it says the General Assembly provide, and separate branch of government, and I just want to be on the record saying I'm not able to support an increased budget recommendation from the administration. I just can't do that. And I'm signaling that I appreciate your recognition that we would need added capacity. And I think I'm good to leave it at that.
If you were talking about there could be minority opinions or whatever, could we, if we put in something about the need for additional resources to support these?
Yeah, should I be, that's, be met with approval, from people that do that, or not? We can't, yes, we need that kind of increased capacity to do what you've asked us to do here, and that it needs to be more.
So looking at it this way, is this programming is not included, let's just assume it's not included in the governor's budget.
Exactly.
And so the budget he had to put together to the governor would have included that person. So if the legislature wants to expand the scope of the department, then they've got to give him more people.
I understand that. I'm just trying to make sure that.
You want to know where I'm coming from?
I want to make sure
we need more, and it needs to be more than that.
To be able to go along with the statement now without having to, I'm aiming for us not to have a minority.
Yeah, me too. And that's what I'm saying, is I think that having said that, and I'll take it up with folks, and if they'd be more comfortable with some sort of an asterisk to explain that would be something I'd ask you to accept being added late into the report before submission.
And it will go in the minutes, because
It's in the minutes.
Alan is here taking notes.
So you're not suggesting we delete it, you're just saying I can't support this?
With that caveat, yeah, exactly. And I don't mean to drag it all down, it's pretty straightforward, actually. We need increased capacity, it's not in our current budget, and I can't get out ahead of any governor on something like that. That's just the way it works. And I've said that, and you all know that.
And I have to say basically the same thing when it refers to the General Assembly. I'm proud of that General Assembly. I mean, I just talked to some of the Appropriations Committee that are looking at a Budget Adjustment Act for a new position in the Auditor's Department. There's Office of Child Advocate. We can go right down, list after list of groups like us that have met that are recommending new positions. And to me, with the $70 million gap at this point, as much as, I support a lot of the rest of this, I can't put my name to this and then advocate for it if I go before a committee and say, geez, Frank, you supported this, are we on board with one more or two more people or whatever it is? You also supported, an Office of Child Advocacy. What happened to that?
Okay.
Again, another point that should be brought out too is, I believe that if the governor was to suggest a budget that required no increases in certain departments, that would necessarily mean that you'd have to reduce certain things just because of the pay increases for employees. So a level funded budget means reduction, not even.
It's a 4.5% basically reduction for the level fund, based on that increase in cost.
So I just want to sort of following up what you said, Mark. I put this recommendation in here because I, in good conscience, couldn't say, hey, Michael, you should do all these things, but we're not going to give you a position. It seemed to me that it would be unfair for this committee to make recommendations to increase.
What's going to happen?
Wait, to make recommendations to do all this work, but not acknowledge that it was going to take more positions. in the whole grand scheme of things, like what you're talking about with when we as legislators have to weigh our priorities and figure out what we're gonna vote for, would this make the top of my list? I don't know. You know, that's something that we all have to sort of yeah, exactly, Cory. No, we all have to figure out, you know, there are other things, you know, I did, as I said, have a bill drafted because it felt like I wanted to have legislation, and the deadline was last Friday, so I had to do it on our draft recommendations before we could. Well, I wasn't sure about that because I've not been through a second, so I wanted to at least have a bill that we could work from. And it does include a recommendation to give them one position. In Michael's edits to the report, he mentioned that he would need at least 2 positions. I didn't change it in here. I sort of stayed with the one so we could have this conversation. But you're absolutely right. Like, is this something that in the grand scheme when we're voting on the budget would be something I would, you know, be like, I really need this in here? Probably not, but you know, it just didn't feel, yes, exactly. It didn't feel fair that we would ask for all these things and then not acknowledge that it's gonna take more resources for the department. And that's why I felt like it was an appropriate recommendation. I don't think it binds us, any of us legislators, to voting for any of this necessarily. It just says that in our capacity as a member of this committee, this is what we support.
It's a recommendation that based on everything we've identified, both in the findings and the recommendations, our recommendations that you would, 1 to 2 people to carry that out. Putting aside all the other debates about child services and everything, all of that's important, and I don't, you know, envy your task, but in terms of our thinking about this, it tracks with what we think the recommendation is going to need to do that.
Thank you for that, because that's kind of where I was going, is hearing all this, and saying maybe have suggest an alternative, which would be more in that spirit, instead of saying, you know, this is more of a direct recommendation that the General Assembly kind of shall. And have it kind of be that, you know, in recognition of the findings that, and the other recommendations, well, just using this sort of thing we've used elsewhere in the recommendations, like that explore, pursue. Like, couldn't we kind of generalize this a little bit to sort of back away and say, in recognition of the added outreach and programmatic analysis and this and that, that they would need, the department would need 1 to 2 FTEs to get this done. Stopping short of a recommendation to provide a position and funding. That it's a statement, the recommendation is that they would need some additional capacity to do this kind of stuff. Could that work? Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in the recommendation, I put it in the findings.
Right. The finding is that, well, in order to do this stuff, they need to.
Right.
Yeah.
The working group recognizes that if all of the recommendations, all the working group's recommendations were adopted, FPR would need more staff.
You could frame it better as more sort of generically as a finding, that in order to do, in recognition of the added things we want them to do, they would need more. And you leave it as a finding. I kind of like that. Is that a way through?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's important that we do that because really we have a lot of recommendations in this, and it would be irresponsible to make recommendations and not acknowledge that we know that it's going to take more people and we're going to have to pay for it.
Thanks, John.
It's to make the recommendation and then kind of withhold that information. But if we're not comfortable with actually recommending that we do it, then the way Michael, you're recommending wording it, I think makes sense.
Okay. How about, go ahead, Robert.
Are there, as the commissioner and knowing the inner workings of the department, are there other avenues for funding a position like this, even if it's on a short-term basis?
Sure. You know, we have a history, others do. We get grants, we get outside funding, we apply for limited service positions, we hire seasonals, temporaries. There's it's a mixed workforce with mixed funding sources. So generally speaking, yes, there are other ways to get it done. None is better than direct a position, hiring, spending authority, and the position number. And so there are others. How about what I'm hearing? We would recommend the suggestion is to make add a finding that says, in recognition of the outreach and analyses, other recommendations and other findings and recommendations, we find that the department would need enhanced capacity, resources.
And I just would add in there, since Ruth, you started to address some stuff down there, which is also, it's another opportunity to emphasize the importance of our forests. You know, it's not just that we found out that our forests are really important for a lot of reasons, including carbon, addressing this need.
You want to make a suggestion to describe?
Wait, so Mike listed off, like, you had listed that, based on all the findings.
Based on our findings and recommendations.
That the department would need additional capacity to carry out the work we've identified. I would add in there, before you even get to like all of these recommendations, but it's also like, there's just this broader overall like societal need for protecting our forests from I'm having a hard time articulating this. I'm trying to get to the point that our forests are our best climate strategy right now. And elevating it to that level makes the case for why we as a state should be investing more in positions in your department.
So I was thinking, sorry, someone else, the investment word as well, to hear that, because the goal for this is actually to bring in revenue in order to protect, forests and pro climate stuff. So it isn't just we're spending something to meet a need, but there's actually a chance to invest in something that brings in revenue to the state. Now, whether it's in the state coffers or in the private hands, depends on.
I have a general problem with the way we use investment in this building, because considering when everyone says if we invest in this, we'd save this and we'd save that, I think it was Governor Snelling one time who said it. If we saw the returns on investments that everyone promised, we wouldn't need any tax revenue. So I think that we use investment very loosely. I get the point of where you're going to investment, but I think as someone who's been in the building 5 years, everybody says this is an investment that we can't afford not to make. VHCV, every dollar we spend is an $8 return. Well, if it was really that good, everybody putting their money into it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We get our $8 return real quick. I think eventually people stop looking at that term investment. They see it used too liberally, and so then when you hear investment, you just kind of shut down and go, So I think you're better off to
Well, that's
have it
good
at space
to
time.
hear, because you're one of the legislators, so that term isn't resonating, but it's a little different than other things where all these ecosystem services, we can pretend it's worth X, Y, and Z money, but nobody ever sees that money. But this is one that actually is supposed to generate dollars and cents. It's turning ecosystem services into a market benefit. So it's a little different,
Yep,
but I
and I think that was good, helpful back and forth, informing. We need to keep rolling, and I think we have a finding on the table here. Ruth, would you be willing to read what we have?
I just have written on, based on our findings and recommendations, FPR would need additional staffing and resources to carry out the work required. That's all I've written down so far.
Okay, and before I forget, I think it's, given what we have suggested, it really should say A&R and FPR.
Okay.
Maybe just A&R, but is that what you were going to say? I knew it. Anything else, Jane?
No, I was just going to recognize that most of these do fall to FPR, but the analysis and then subsequent
It
enrollment.
specifically says A&R, so in fairness, it would say A&R and FPR. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Steve?
Yeah, so I represent private landowners here, sort of.
Yes.
So I would like to see a recommendation that the working group recommends that owners of private forest land be free not to participate in carbon offset projects. Now that's pretty stark. And if you want to change the wording a little, fine, but I really think it needs to be said that private landowners, there are a lot of reasons why we would not do this, certainly for the foreseeable future, until this sort of thing has been developed by private business.
Gotcha.
And so I'd like something said in here.
Thank you. I'm going to just table that for a moment. I've noted it because we want to finish this orderly process where I want to make sure the last one that led to a finding. Are we good with that? And then we'll come back to a conversation about additional recommendations, starting with yours, Steve.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
This is my first legislative study group. So do other ones make recommendations about the resources needed to carry out their recommendations? Do they typically do that? In which case, even if we think it's going to compete with social services and a lot of other things I care a lot about, it seems like maybe it should show up in recommendations, not just in findings.
My take on your question is yes, but not always. So I've seen some that make a direct recommendation like that.
And get to the point of how could this be funded, maybe softening it by not just saying the General Assembly will provide it, but maybe saying something like.
Explore possibilities for providing needed adequate capacity.
Yeah, it seems like if you don't ask for it, just kind of hide it in findings, then people won't realize in order to do all these things. I guess I'm agreeing with Ruth. It seems honest too.
Fair enough. So let's finish with we've gone back to put it as a finding, and that can then lead to a recommendation.
Yep,
So,
I put it in
good
the
with the
findings,
finding?
it's just brief, I can fluff it out a little bit when I write it.
By saying things like, those awesome people.
Yeah, exactly, especially give them.
Thank you. So, we're good on the added finding, back to recommendations. We want to look, before we move to additional ones, I think it's fair to say Cecilia's suggesting perhaps modifying 8. We took it and made it a finding, and now you want to contemplate putting some version of it back in that's a little less direct?
Or I just think I agree with Ruth that and if that's customary, if we don't ask for it or say it's needed, it needs to show up here.
Yeah, I think, and given that you mentioned other potential revenue sources, we could say something like it is, what my wording is, the working group oh shoot, I just lost the wording. But essentially exploring the possibility of providing additional resources to FBR to explore providing additional resources to FBR to carry out the work of this.
That's what I suggested earlier, like the explore word.
Yeah.
As a way to back it down and then just make, because it's consistent with other recommendations.
Because there may be, like Blue Source has a grant program that they could do a grant.
Maybe a final way to put it is like to look into like what would the budgeted need be? Like develop the budget and potential funding sources. Like the recommendation.
That's another recommendation. That's more work.
But it also becomes a different, because it goes to a policy committee first, and I think you guys are going to see it, but like we're not going to worry, policy committee's not going to worry about the dollars. Because what happens with any bill is they pass what they think is the good policy, then it goes to appropriations. And appropriations is going to rip out anything that they want to rip out, i.e. the money, and they do anyway, and then we'll pass it on the floor and it'll go through, and if it makes it through both bodies, they'll work on it in the budget and try to find that money. So that's the sausage making process of it. So when you ask the policy committee to do the budgeting, the first thing the chair is going to do in that bill is go, not our job. You know what I mean?
So,
but if we haven't asked for it.
Yeah, I
so
do think we should ask for it, and I think we could acknowledge in the recommendation that there are potential multiple different funding sources for it, and
Okay.
Yeah.
We've ripped out the recommendation in the draft that would recommend a certain number of FTEs and FPR, and we've instead made a finding that would be something would be needed. That's where we are right now. Now, I'm also hearing a suggestion to put back in a recommendation that says something about capacity. So please offer some language. Whoever wants that to happen.
Ruth, you had.
I stumbled over it. I don't know. And I'm not even sure who should do the exploring. That's what I think I'm stumbling over it. Like,
right.
Is it your job to do the exploring? Is it our job to do the exploring? Is it?
Not his job.
Thank you.
Well, so that's what but who do you assign? That's why I said the General Assembly here, and I understand, Mark.
Unless this is part of the governor, I mean, he works technically for the governor.
Yeah.
And so unless it's part of the governor's programmatic changes, the governor's not going to give him the capacity to look for that funding because it's not what the governor wants. So if we want it to change that policy, which we have the right to do, we have to find that funding.
But it also could be a situation where, you know, if it's grant funding, we're not applying, the General Assembly isn't applying for the grants. It's, you know, so it could be generic. I hate this phrasing, but it could be something like, we recommend that it be explored. You know, and so we are vague as to who does the exploring.
Yeah, but then they get to passing a law and they say, yep, we did a Google search, it was explored. No money,
Well,
move on. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
that's,
that's fine, but at least I think they need to know what it's gonna cost. If we're sitting here hearing, it's gonna cost 2 FTE to do this, and we're recommending they do this, I think we need to say up front, you know, given the need to expand FPR capacity by 1 to 2 FTE to address these recommendations, I don't know what we wanna say as a group, we urge the governor, the assembly, and the Agency of Natural Resources to explore funding opportunities to expand their capacity. Something like that.
What do you say, folks?
Just the last sentence is what you're saying should be added?
A new recommendation.
Well, I added a
would be-
given statement, just to acknowledge, because we had a given statement regarding,
So go ahead, take it
EDA.
from the top, Cecilia.
I don't really have the ending of it, but given the need to expand FPR, or it could be ANR capacity by 1 to 2 FTE to address these recommendations, we urge the governor, the assembly, and ANR to seek funding to support these personnel. I don't know, I forget how it's going to support the capacity development, whatever.
how about, given the need to expand by 1 to 2 FTEs, recommended that.
To address
So
these recommendations.
options be explored.
Funding options?
Why do we have to say 1 to 2 FTEs? Because again, that's gonna come back to you as far as who gave that recommendation, who said that.
Yeah, and it's a, you know, a wild something guess.
He just said this publicly right here.
I did,
Public
as
meeting.
an estimate of what, well, you know, reasonably what it would take, right? Which is, I've done, do that in appropriations committees, tell them what my best estimate is, you know?
Right.
We don't know, we didn't do an analysis. But Mark's point is just underscoring that we don't know.
Okay. And we could leave out.
Just say the need to expand ANR/FPR capacity. Funding options be explored to provide additional staffing and resources.
I'm good with that. Okay? That's now recommendation 8. Anybody want to speak against it? Great. Now we've moved through all. Thank you for that. I think we want to just give an opportunity. Are there any other recommendations, folks, that are not listed that someone would now like to add? I'd start with Stephen Webster's recommendation that we find that something to the effect that private forest landowners remain free not to enroll in carbon sequestration offset projects.
or maybe we understand that the current economic environment may lead current private landowners to the conclusion that this isn't economically viable for them, and we support their right to make that decision on their own.
It needs to be in the form of a recommendation.
I guess
That's one
I
fine.
think that's what Steve wanted.
It's really, you know, in some ways,
It's a finding.
I agree with the sentiment, but it's also baked into these protocols. You have to sign an attestation that you're not being compelled to do this.
Yes, that's the whole thing of it being voluntary.
And
What
we
do you
also,
make of that, Steve? Does that change it for you at all? Given that the very nature of it is voluntary and you have to attest that you're not being coerced into this?
Right, but, I mean, I think we should put a piece in it, like, it shouldn't be attached to, because I can see,
It's mandatory.
I can see a legislature go, well, to get current use, you gotta be willing to put your land in this.
You wouldn't be able to be enrolled. I mean, if you are being told you by through regulation or fiat, you can't enroll in these protocols.
It wouldn't stop the legislature from trying it.
I'm hearing they want, given that's a fact, Jim, that there's a sentiment that we want to be like overt about that. Given that it's true, why not just say it?
That's fine. I'm
We
just
okay with that?
pointing out, a point of fact is,
Yes,
if the
which is helpful.
legislature would do that, you basically, none of those landowners could participate.
We do a lot of things that we're not allowed to do as a legislature. I mean, the GMO thing, that was against federal law. GMO labeling, we still did it, cost us $8 million as a state to fight those court
I
cases.
hear you, I'm just
So I'm just saying, so
I'm just making
I think
a
to
point,
explicitly
but
put it helps.
Okay, then I'm gonna suggest on Steve's behalf, I guess, hearing all that we add a number 9, open to reordering if you'd like, but that would be that the working group finds that it's important, sorry?
These are recommendations,
Sorry,
not findings.
sorry, recommends that, thank you for that. Boy. The working group recommends that private landowners remain free to choose and.
Or you
How
could
about
say,
nothing in, that recommends that nothing, that sort of like, that, what does that statement?
You
It
could
says,
say-
nothing in these recommendations would compel private landowners to,
Yeah, I like that.
yes.
Okay,
No, what's that wording?
it's a disclaimer.
Yeah, a disclaimer,
And
essentially.
then you wanna add
you
that?
could
I mean,
say
I
in
agree with you, Jim.
accordance
I
to
understand how it works.
certification
Like,
practices.
It's impossible to
Yeah.
force somebody to do this.
Go ahead.
You could say in accordance to industry standards, we reaffirm the individual landowners' autonomy to make decisions on the use of their own property, something along those lines. So we recommend that the Vermont legislature reaffirms.
It's gonna be awkward to make it as a recommendation, so I'm kind of picking up on this idea that we make this as a disclaimer about the recommendations. So we finish with, note, none of the foregoing recommendations should be construed to compel a landowner against their wishes. So, it's
Yeah.
a disclaimer as opposed to another recommendation.
Yeah, because I don't,
okay.
You okay?
okay.
All right, so
Yeah.
can you work on a disclaimer that, none of the foregoing recommendations is to be construed as a mandate or whatever and it should not compel a private landowner to enroll.
So is it worth adding to findings that the protocols prohibit
Yeah,
compulsory participation?
consistent with our approach here. We have findings and then we reflect them in the recommendations. And in this case, a disclaimer. So how about drafting another finding? Cecilia?
I'm gonna lean on Jim for this.
I know, I'm like trying to do two things.
Jim, what's the finding? You're the expert who taught us this 5 minutes ago.
Write it out for me, Jim.
We find that
We find that the protocols
you had such a concise.
I know.
Well, we actually don't use "we find that" anywhere. We just say summary findings. You can leave that part off if it makes the grammar hard.
Yeah, I was just teeing them up to fill in the
It
rest.
could go right here under where we describe the protocols and say protocols
There, nice.
prohibit, or these protocols prohibit the compulsory participation. That's in a negative though. All participants must voluntarily agree, according
That
to.
you attested that you are voluntarily participating in the project.
I mean, that's a huge thing, of course, because of, indigenous groups and others who might not have control of their land, they have to show that nobody's compelling anybody. So it's taken very seriously by the carbon folks.
Let me read the note. A note below the recommendations, note, none of these recommendations should be interpreted to compel private landowners to participate in forest carbon offset projects. Is that fine, Stephen?
Right, or
Let's compel not
add against their will or
compel against their will.
against their will.
Okay,
I'm happy to support this, but it feels gratuitous.
I agree.
Yeah, but you haven't done the way some other landowners have of being forced to do things with their land by governments, either the federal.
But I am a landowner.
Yeah, you are, but you aren't the only one,
No.
so. That's all.
I agree, Robert, but,
I'm fine with supporting it.
but how about in the findings, Jim, the section that just explains that there's not a way, can you just send me a paragraph
Yes.
that I can insert in here?
Into the findings.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I actually might work on this today or tomorrow, so I don't forget
Keep
all
it
of
fresh.
this. And then,
Don't let it lie to you.
Are there further recommendations to be suggested from a member of the working group? Okay.
So it'll be clear, there'll be a new draft 7 that will come out that we can,
yeah.
at some point? Or?
Yeah, so I'm not gonna make any promises on the timing at this point, because I have so many other things I need to get to, and I was hoping to put this aside for another week. But what I'll probably do is go in the next couple days and do these first 2 sections where you all gave me a lot, because it's all just handwritten, and update it, and then send it out again as a version 7. Right, and then if you can, from version 7, if you want to do just copy editing type things on it, that would be great.
We need to provide an opportunity for public comment. We need to come to an agreement about, are we in consensus, or there needs to be some other mechanism. And we still have that pesky business of larger edits and how to, that may be in the offing, and how to.
Wait, larger edits?
We talked about minor edits, and then we talked earlier today about coming back to whether there are any larger edits or whatever. In the body of the
I
report.
thought that I thought we were beyond that point right now. Because
No, we jumped beyond it. We said we need to focus on the findings and the recommendations, and we've done that. We also noted that we will need to give people an opportunity to comment on the rest of the body of the draft, given that there were changes made that we didn't see. You walked us through them, and are there any others? And so we said, and I said very specifically, we need to have a plan for whether or how and how to do that. So we're at least talking about whether to do that.
my impression was that we were talking about the first 2 sections, and that the
No, I
major
mean,
body
listen to
of
the
the.
tape. I said, there's stuff
Don't
that
get defensive, Michael. I'm just trying to understand what is happening with this never-ending project. And the
Yeah.
dozens of hours I've spent already on this, so I didn't ask for a study committee for it. Let's just be clear, not my idea.
We're close, we're beyond the time, and I'm committed to providing an appropriate process here. And that includes discussing some stuff that was, I'm defensive because you've indicated that we didn't talk about that, and we did talk about it. And I want to be clear, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you. So, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
I don't want to extend this out or whatever, but I do have a question, and it's on Robert's example that you gave of a 3,000 acre parcel. And my understanding over some of the conversation through these meetings is, and tell me if I'm wrong, but there's a possibility or for some of these credits to come back early on in the process, dwindling towards the end of a process. So I didn't really see that in your description of that was made clear. And I wonder about that. Again, if that's a possibility, the individual who purchases a piece of property after a certain period of time could definitely lose out in regards to any carbon credits. Am I right on that?
Yes.
Do you feel that that's addressed in your example well enough?
I think that there are comments in there that say there are obligations that go with the property, and that there's a table, I believe, that shows that there are initial periods, and that's one of the reasons I put that table in there, because it shows the distinction between first year and annual.
Okay.
And so I think it's an important point to recognize. In terms of the property transfer piece, are you selling a piece of property with an obligation and no income? The potential is there for that, but it's wrapped up in a whole bunch of other things. So that if your forest is in the state where it's so highly stocked and maybe won't be generating a whole lot of additional carbon credits, then most of the benefits is going to flow to the person who owns it in those earlier periods. But in most situations, there'll be a flow of credits over time. And on the flip side, the expenses that accrue to that obligation, that 40 years, that's uncertain. It's hard to know how much monitoring will be required to satisfy that obligation. So, I'm not sure what the returns would be over time. It's very speculative. The fact that, yes, most of them are early on, and some are later, but a lesser amount is later. I think that's evident from this table and also from what Jack put in his section. I think it's still captured in there, if I can check, but he makes the same point, so I don't know if that's sufficient.
Well, thanks for that. Helps me.
Okay? Okay, I'm going to suggest, looking at our agenda, that we pause, allow for public comment, then finish with a deliberation about consensus, possible vote if need to, and the next steps to completion, including are there other edits, and how, if so, how do we do that? So, good with that?
Bruce, you've got 9.5 hours still left in this day.
We've come a long way. Let's pause, and is there anybody who wishes to provide public comment?
Well, let's see, who's here from the public?
Oh, I might have things to say.
Happy to yield to.
Ed, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah. You know the world here.
You know the drill.
All too well. And I do acknowledge the hard work this group has done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ed Larson. I'm here representing the Vermont Forest Products Association. I am also a consulting forester. I write about 6 to 7 UVA plans a year, manage several thousand acres here in central Vermont. I love trees. I love management. I represent an industry that is very important in Vermont, as we all know. And I've been with the VFPA since 1999, so I've had 20 years, most of the 20 years I've been representing them. Before that, I was representing landowners in the current use program. And so I've been very close to the policies around land use and taxation and all of that. And one of the earlier years, some of you may remember Art Minute, who was a lobbyist for the Farm Bureau, who's got a very lovely farm in Westford. He brought a photograph of his farm that showed up in a New York magazine. It was a beautiful picture. And you want to talk about ecological services, well, scenic views is a bit of a service too. He said, I didn't get a dime for that picture. And it kind of got you thinking, you know. And then the conversation about ecological services came up. And again, we don't get a dime for the clean water, the clean air, the wildlife habitat that our landowners generate for us. And so this is a logical conversation to be having when there's an opportunity to put some money on the table. So I can see landowners are going, wow, okay, this is very, very intriguing. But it is very, very complicated. And it is very, very scary. 100 years, even 40 years, it's a long time. You're basically tying up 2 generations, locking them into something that maybe those generations weren't really interested in. Now, some of the caveats that comes right off the surface when I look at these things. I also represent a lot of folks that look at the role of government and supports a role of government that is in education. Supports a role of government that may even be role modeling. And that's a big direction that I see coming from the work of this group. So it's something that from the surface is very supportable from our point of view. It's even easy to not oppose, notice how I said that, a feasibility analysis for such a project. Where we kind of get nervous is that now you're going to put a pilot on publicly owned land. That raises a lot of questions, even municipal land.
It's not the recommendation.
I understand that, but that has been kind of the thrust and the genesis of this whole working group. Was language came from the Senate version that would be a pilot on public land, on a state forest. So I have done the best I can in my busy life to monitor this. Keep in mind that I am only paid by the VFPA while the legislature is in session. So this is pretty much pro bono work on my part. I do have a life out there, so I was unable to stay last meeting to be able to participate
in the public hearing portion to give you some of my concerns and caveats. Tomorrow, I will be among many of my peers, and this topic will come up. So I am asking to revise and extend a little bit because there may be some thoughts coming from the wisdom of my peers that would add to the statements I'm going to make today. So I hope that you give us that opportunity and stay tuned that there may be more to offer. So I'm going to focus on the recommendations, since that is exactly what most of us will be reading for the most part anyways. We're okay with your first recommendation. However, when you look at the word, the Vermont Use Value Appraisal Program, I wrote a little flag next to it, which I will come back to later. Number 2, you did a lot of wordsmithing. I tried to keep up. I was reading it similar to the way Mark was reading it, the "and" in the first sentence. We support analyzing the feasibility of developing a forced carbon offset project, and we would even support studying the feasibility of whether it is a good idea to have a pilot program on a piece of land in Vermont to use as a role model. I think it's important that we define how the public can be involved in that, such as the respect that you've given the public in this proceeding. It needs to be carefully understood that when you do your feasibility, you have this report, that there's an opportunity for us to chime in on that as the public, that there'd be plenty of time for us to warm up to the idea, to gather the buy-in you're going to need from the industry. Now, we're the industry that wants to see trees cut. We want to see trees in the economy. We want to, so this whole idea of storing carbon means that less trees are being cut. So, we're asking a lot of questions. What does that mean to us? And our landowners are key. Our landowners are the most important component of our industry, because so many of the policies that we talk about in this building and talk about in other forums all land on the landowner. They all rest on the landowner. Every time we come into a world market where the markets change and we lose revenue, it isn't always revenue that the logger takes a hit on, the trucker takes a hit on, the sawmill takes a hit on. It all comes down to the landowner. So cost always goes to the landowner. So we're thrilled that we're looking at putting money into the landowner's pocket rather than taking costs out of the landowner. But I'm not so sure that always will happen even here. So when I'm looking at number 2, the question I have is, will there be a report? To whom will that report go to? What are the next steps? And how does the public get involved? I think those need to be clearly understood. Number 3, the very first 2 words, in conjunction. That tells me that it's in concert. At the same time we're doing number 2, we're doing number 3. And I'm not so sure that they are in conjunction. My take is number 3 really should be, we're waiting for number 2's report to come out before number 3 takes place. I think in conjunction is the wrong preposition.
Just to add, when I edited that, I got rid of that whole phrase, I agree with you.
Okay.
So hopefully it'll just start with FBR.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'm not sure where you're going to land all of that, but it's some of the same concerns we have with number 2 on state land rest with number 3 on municipal. I appreciate some of the changes that were done in number 4 to explore. Thank you, Robert. And also to maximize price. I think that's an important part of it. You're not going to bring landowners to the table because it's going to cost them more to do the enrollment than the revenue they're going to get for doing it. So it just makes sense. Every time I see nonprofit organization, I circle it and I go, well, why is it just nonprofit? Why can't there be for-profits? Now, I understand that there are really only 2 nonprofits that are really engaged in this, the Nature Conservancy and the Land Trust. They're both nonprofit organizations. But are we really going to just be that, is there other opportunities for a for-profit contractor to step in and create that partnership?
The suggestion is to strike private sector. I mean, nonprofit, just go with private sector, which includes for and
And without private sector? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good.
And that's pretty clear in the body of the report.
Okay, I'm just reading the findings, just reading the recommendations. In the state, number 5, you did keep that one right. I tried to follow there too, change of protocols to rules. Okay, this concerns us, concerns me anyways, and maybe it doesn't concern my peers, but I think it does
What's your
concern all of
concern?
us. The word "if" the state creates or requires a state carbon accounting system. Now, when you start counting or accounting for carbon, you set goals. Well, with goals comes mandates. That's the segue I see happening. And there are plenty of examples in state government where we have a voluntary program that turns into a mandatory program. And if indeed leaders of whatever accounting system is set up feel that we are not reaching goals, then it's time to tighten the screws a little bit and force certain behaviors. And I don't represent that. I usually resist that. I usually make statements to resist those kinds of things.
These
I
are,
worry about that.
given that these recommendations are intended to be pursuant to the charge that we were asked, which is broadly stated as, we will study how to create a statewide program to facilitate the enrollment. That's our charge. Would you be more comfortable if this said, reflected that? If the state creates or requires a statewide program to facilitate the enrollment. Like, that's what we've been asked to address, and that's what this all is about. So we can't deviate from that. Would that make you happier if it didn't say accounting system and we actually tied it to the language that we're using? Would that help?
But
It doesn't change my statement, and it isn't a statement meant more for the concerns of your work. It's perhaps rhetorical in that way.
Okay.
It's more to let you know that our fear is what happens when carbon accounting takes place and is formalized, and then goals are set, and then goals are not met, and then mandates are set.
Got it.
And it's a more of an awareness.
It's happening.
Yeah.
It is happening.
Well, I hear what he says, and can we just delete the "or requires"? So it's just if the state creates a carbon accounting, all we're trying to say is if somebody else does this, be aware of double counting. But I can see how a reader would say, oh, wait a minute, we're talking about requiring something of us, let's just get rid of the "or requires." If they
That's a
create
thought.
That helps. It's a good word on the record.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I just think we're not suggesting, this group is not recommending that we do this. We're just saying that if someone else does,
we're recommending
that we don't double count.
I know. I should have prefaced it with this is not something that you're doing, but it's something that could be done, and you were recognizing that it could be done.
Right.
And probably will be done. And you want to make sure there's no double counting.
Right.
I would like to add, make sure there's no mandate. But
That's not part of our, that's not in our.
But that's just.
I think we're good. You've made it clear.
It's fine, you can tell
flagged it.
somebody else when that comes up. You can tell me later in the session.
Thank you. I think we leave it the way it is.
not get rid of "or requires"?
But I'd be remiss if I don't tell you these things.
The required, we can get rid of that if that makes
All right.
fewer words and it's a trigger word.
It's fewer words.
Okay, how it goes. Creates a state carbon accounting system. There you go.
Were to create, we're keeping with Stephen's grammar there.
Yeah, word to create.
No, number 6, and again, I refer to the current use program in your first statement. Circling back a little bit now to number 6. I support what you're saying here, but there's a flip side. There's a flip side, and that's the fear I have. Now, for 27 years, I have been protecting and defending the Youth Value Appraisal Program with the lens of a landowner, the eyes of a landowner. And, you know, the flip side is, if it's such a good idea, that, and Mr. Shalley, you went there, and I was, whoa, you want to have a nice way of rewarding landowners, just say, pay for practices, okay? It's a nice way to incentivize landowners to engage in a management plan, a prescription that is carbon friendly, carbon storage friendly, okay? Well, that limits a lot of choices that landowners may have with respect to the condition of their forest, to what's in their land. It may force them to go through a change in landowner goals, a change in prescriptions, a lot of changes. And it may start with some financial rewards, some incentives of some sort, but it doesn't ever stay that way. Again, I'm going back to how government takes an idea, sets a goal, and then when they don't reach the goals, they mandate it. Well, sometimes they run out of money, they can't reward you, but you're gonna have to continue to do these things. And I worry about those segues, I worry about that mission creep. It's my job to say these things, it's my job to let you know how a landowner looks at these things. I want to represent landowners and maximize their opportunities. On the surface, that's what you're trying to do, maximize their options, expand their options to keep their forest intact. I can see ways that this could do just the opposite and limit their options and limit their opportunities. And it isn't the work of your group, but it is what the next step could be, or the next step after that.
So that should be interpreted as another sort of rhetorical comment that you want us to consider?
It has to be said, it has to be understood.
Okay.
You need to know going in with your eyes open that what you're putting out there are ideas that folks take, and we all think it's a great idea, and I've seen great ideas just turn into a nightmare. And I'm just being frank, being honest, and doing an impromptu. This is a perception I think a lot of landowners will have and do have, and from an industry perspective, we don't want our landowners to feel like they're in a box. We want options. This is an option, so I'm trying to find ways to keep this option landowner friendly. And without mandates, without policies that drive them, that force them, that even incentivize them. Let the incentive be the credits. And if that's enough, fine. But let's not say, oh, we're not getting enough credits bought and sold. We're gonna do something else, like pay them for practices.
So I point of clarification, that the program that the American Forest Foundation and the Nature Conservancy are developing does not involve public dollars being paid to landowners. These would be an additional protocol or credit that would be available through one of the registries for companies to purchase. That income would then go directly to the landowner to apply those practices. So I think we're in total agreement that we are trying to get more resources to landowners to do better forestry.
And that it is completely voluntary. And it's a complex deal, and you said that right off the bat, and I couldn't agree more. And it's a real challenge to get messages like this across to the public. And we tried to embed some of these things in the body of our report. But one is, this is private capital for the most part, that undergirds this entire program. It's not state money. We have made no recommendations that says the state should do a program other than provide information to facilitate, which is what we're doing.
And my lead-in was education and role modeling is a great role.
Yeah, and I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying that it's a challenge to conceptualize this as really new money in a lot of ways that has the opportunity here, and we have to find a way, hopefully, to pave a path for that to happen with complete autonomy left with the landowners.
Great.
Well, I would just recommend, I don't know, I couldn't keep up, did you add a phrase that kind of adopts the concept that Jim and Ms. Danks is putting in, or agreeing to for some sort of a forest practices, some sort of incentive?
We deleted that.
That's good, I would say just be silent, I would urge you to be silent on that.
That's what we did.
So that we don't plant a seed.
Okay. Do you have further in?
You're free to do it on your own, Jim, but I'd rather do it that way than through a study committee. Oh, you want me to get done?
Well, we need. We want you to have your time, but we have to keep.
I understand, and I appreciate that. I think the most important recommendation you made is the one that Mr. West put on the table.
Great.
The message that we are free, that landowners are free to opt out, to not even be considered, to consider this. And again, I'm going back to, we want to maintain all the options for landowners.
Even when we
thank you for that.
We noticed that it's a requirement that they're free to do it. We still said, sure, we'll put it in there.
I'm not sure, I agree that it's gratuitous. I think that is important. The message is key. That we need to recognize that landowners are free men and women, and that their property rights are theirs. So I can leave it there.
Great.
I'll be back.
Thank you, Ed.
And I look forward to those of you who are going to join us tomorrow.
Great.
To hear out more.
Thanks for taking the time, sharing your thoughts. Anybody have any follow-up, Fred? Okay. So with that, any other public comment? Hearing none, we let's wrap this up, and I'd like to propose. Let's see if we think this through.
Excuse me, just one point. A couple of meetings back, we had a visitor here, Robert Lemmert, who I believe may have submitted testimony to you. he said he was going to, I don't know
Yeah,
if he ever.
it was added to the website,
It's added to the website.
with all the resources that we received.
Does it belong as an addendum to the report?
Well, thank you, that's where I was gonna go next, is now we just have a few minutes, we could think about, like, how do we get done, what are we missing, and can we agree on something? So that would be one, we'll start there. So we have your presentations, the background reading that you and others helped us find, and that's all been part of the record. I don't know, I'm expecting it doesn't need to be added to the report. It's there, it's part of the process, and it's publicly available. That would be my take.
What
We don't-
are we talking about? I'm confused. The stuff that's on the website?
So specifically, Robert, I broadened it to a larger category, but Robert started with the stuff that Mr. Lemmert on biochar submitted to us. I said, sure, you can send it in, we heard you, and that's been added to the study group's website, the legislative website.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I think that's sufficient, and that we considered it, and it doesn't need, per se, to be added to the report. Okay, does everyone agree with that? That's it.
Yeah, it's just testimony, just like in committees, you put testimony up.
That's right.
in most.
And background information,
Yeah.
et cetera. So, good, Robert? I had a similar one, is it appropriate to make Appendix C that would just simply provide the minutes of all the meetings? I would suggest that. Do you think
Do
that's
people really want to read, this is a report
I
to
think
legislature.
it's similar.
similar? It's out there, we don't need to?
We don't need the minutes on
Great,
here.
I just wanted to check that box.
The one thing we could,
Because then you're gonna end up with a 500-page document.
Yeah, it's gonna be-
They're pretty short, thanks to them.
No, but once you have those.
I just wanted to make sure we considered it.
if people know where to find them,
They're
if they
there.
care.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
So a link in the document to the webpage.
That's what I thought, we should have a link in the document to where all the background documents
Ah,
are.
what do you think of that?
Sure. I could put something,
Maybe right here, like
yeah, so C, blah, blah, blah.
for the testimony, background information that was considered in the process. Great, that's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
So that wasn't a point of order, that was just a comment in the time to make that comment. So are there any such about what's missing, what's left? I think we talked about outlining the executive summary, that there would be 1-2 paragraphs is the goal. Ruth said she'd take a crack at that. Robert, you said we should have an outline of it. I don't want to, again, I'm just trying to keep us on track. Check the boxes.
I don't have the time, I'm gonna pick up the daycare.
I would be willing to let Ruth go through and summarize the executive summary.
Yeah, you want a 2-paragraph executive summary. I would basically just put, these are the sections of this report.
Exactly. And then
In
these-
paragraph form.
Exactly. I think that gets it done. There are other versions, but that would work.
Is that,
You okay with
I
that?
mean, you guys can see it.
Okay.
That was the big, go ahead, we'll look at it, is whether we're supposed to look at this again.
Right. So that's the last piece. Well, second to last piece, because what I'd like to do is determine whether there's anything further, and then if not, or could we say, I'm prepared, frankly, right now to say, given the good work today, the edits that we've agreed to, and that Ruth is willing to make happen, I'm prepared to support this as amended today as our final report. I don't know if anyone else is ready to do that. I'm ready to do that. I have questions and some concerns about some statements, things I asked to be changed that didn't get changed. And, given what we've discussed and the importance of the findings and the recommendations, I'm willing to let those go for my part. I'm not telling anyone else who might have lingering concerns or questions that they should. I'm just starting this ball rolling by saying I'm prepared to vote yay on this as discussed and amended today being our final report. And I wondered...
I would move that to the floor, that we make a motion to accept the report as amended.
That's a motion. So is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, now we have discussion, which can include reasons to not do that or whatever. So is there discussion? We have a motion to adopt the as amended today, and then Senator Hardy will make final as our final report.
Can we clarify that motion with at least if a grave concern arises after reading the final draft, you could possibly change your
I think what we'd have to do, if I understand this Mark, and respectfully, we want that to be possible, would be that would be something that we would include as a minority statement, that we would add to the document. This is what the group agreed to, and here's some disclaimers from some members who want to point out. You could say, for an example, I suppose say I can't say anything about money. That kind of thing. You could say, I have a problem, good with this whole thing, but on reading it, the final version, I realize I have a concern about this. But the committee's work would go forward. Is that sufficient for everyone as a mechanism?
Can I just ask, so I mean, I heard from all of you who sent in, except for Mark, because his was short, sent in that I didn't capture all of your, I tried to get, Corey, I've got all of your comments in there. I actually find it actually heartening that all of you are like, oh, you didn't do everything, which means that there's a saying like, if everybody's happy or everybody's annoyed, then you've done a good job or something like that. So I do want you all to know that I tried to get as many as feasible in there, and it was, I had to make some editorial choices about what could go in.
I think we all appreciate that.
Okay.
You did an amazing job.
Very much.
And if there are still major concerns, I think we should talk about them now, because we're not going to have a chance to talk about major concerns after this.
Okay.
So
Anybody?
I would feel uncomfortable if somebody brought a major concern to me offline that the rest of us
No,
didn't have
that's
a chance
inappropriate, and
to discuss.
that's right. That's what we're trying to head off now. And other than saying, boy, when I finally read the final version, I'd like to just make this point. I think that's fair, but it stops short of saying sort of it's a train wreck. You're not allowed to do that.
I didn't mean that at all.
Right, I didn't think so.
But I did see from draft to draft drastic changes in the drafts.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
if what we agreed upon today comes out written the way that I believe.
That's the
my
intent.
intention is to change what we all collectively discussed in the first two sections, to get some citations from Cecilia, to change minor things, maybe some copy edits that Stephen suggests.
And then the changes to the
if there are any factual changes that maybe Robert sees in there that he says, oh, that's not correct. I was going to add Robert's table as an appendix. Jim was going to get me a paragraph on something now. Cecilia, thank you. Cecilia already sent me something. So I think what I would change was what we've all collectively discussed right now, and I wouldn't make substantive changes to the full body of the report. So that's why I want to know right now if people have substantive changes to the full body of the report. I feel like we should discuss them now so nobody thinks that I went back and changed it without this group talking about it.
I would offer just one then, Ruth. On page 20, I think it's a fact change. It's really not me disagreeing with anybody. But tell me if you know otherwise. Towards the bottom of page 20, third line up, some halfway through, after steep rate, despite the fact that over 55% of the forest land in the state is already enrolled. That's just it's not true. It's almost 50% of the eligible forest land.
Okay, yeah, and this was one that I think all three of you had different, so I was trying to figure out.
Despite the fact that nearly 50%, you could say nearly 50% of the eligible forest land in the state is already enrolled.
I thought it was closer to 60% of the eligible land, 50% overall.
No, it's 45% of the eligible.
So this is why I was confused, because everybody gave me different. Okay,
So
despite the fact that nearly 50% of eligible forest land in the state is already enrolled.
What?
Okay.
Never mind, if you agree with that, that's it.
Okay. I can do that.
Any others with the sort of factual, that was pretty much
That was minor,
factual. But
yeah.
to Ruth's point, she wants to be able to go forward, making the changes we've agreed to, and not feeling like knowing that no one's going to say, well, you didn't do this or that.
Right.
Anything else?
Don't want you to feel like I'm doing something behind the committee's back.
So I have no major changes, but to be completely honest, I haven't read the entirety of today's version. So I'm not, it's possible as we work on minor things like, what were you saying, citations, then citations are listed with facts. Anyway, there may be minor changes, and I'm just wondering if that's okay, if there are minor editorial things. You can make a call, Ruth, on whether or not you think that's minor editorial, that's fine, or that's major, I'm uncomfortable. And we can accept it, understanding that there'll be minor changes that we haven't talked about today.
How about if, when I send you the next, I'm gonna try to make these changes in the next couple days, send out a version 7, then hear back from Stephen and others with more minor changes. And I will list if I've done something beyond what we've talked about. Like if Cecilia finds something that she's like, oh, we have to change this, I'll say, we changed this on page 18. Is that okay? I'm trying to figure out how to make this the most, the easiest for sure, because I'm really sick of this document, but also to have integrity and trust that I realize that I'm partisan by nature, so I want everyone to trust that I'm not being partisan when I'm doing this.
Appreciate that. Okay, good work. I have one other that I'd ask, like flag is, maybe I'd put this as a question. I think it's to you, Robert. Page 21, the top next to the graph. The UVA program, while vital to the state's interests, also represents an increasing strain on the state budget. This is in the economic rationale. I guess I just don't understand why that needs to be there. Everything's an increasing strain on the state budget. And I don't get how that's sort of relevant here. And the reason I flag it is that I'm worried that it just focuses legislators on, well, then let's kill that. And that sort of unravels a lot of what's good. So I thought I would like to see it not be there. But I wanted to give you the courtesy, I'm assuming it's you, to say, well, here's why that's different.
Yeah, so I struggled with this section, and I tried to build an economic case on a specific point, which was use value.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I'm happy to take that kind of feedback, and I don't have a vested interest in the way it's worded. And that's the whole point of this. We haven't gotten to this point in this process until today, where we're actually looking at giving feedback on specific things that have been put out there.
I love the idea of private capital being brought into this and all, but the implications for current use, and then saying that's kind of good, it would help this situation. I get that, and that's good. I don't really know what to alter, but I think I flag it as a very dangerous statement that's just too easily taken out of context.
Yeah.
Your intended context.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I agree, just hearing the comments so far today is, we don't want to have trigger things in there that take people down a different rabbit hole. And we're not criticizing this article. This is not about the UVA program.
Right.
It's about the, increasing.
So could we?
How we can tap additional value for our forest.
Does it need to get modified, or should that paragraph just come out and end the economic rationale with Robert's good analysis on the previous page about the tax obligation increasing and the property taxes increasing, and just leave it there? You're okay with that?
When I edited this, I took that out.
Me too.
Because I just felt like.
Yeah, so what I tried to do was soften the language to respect, but is the economic, Robert, do you feel like your economic analysis is, with just these 2 paragraphs is sufficient? If we take out the last paragraph?
I think so, yeah. I tried to summarize. If I didn't do a good job of it, then let's take it out. I defer to you guys, really.
I think you did do a good job. I'm just saying that it's dangerous in that it doesn't have, you can't have a bunch of other stuff to kind of caveat and explain it. And I think that goes sideways in a hurry.
Well, I'm just curious as if he makes if we take, because the sentence, for example, from a statewide policy perspective, inducing private capital into the revenue stream for landowners. That I think still needs to be in there.
Yeah,
so
I
if
like
we strike
that
the whole paragraph,
so let's
that
go
would
with
strike that.
So maybe the paragraph begins, from a statewide policy perspective, inducing private capital into the revenue stream for forest landowners is good and may help with a lot of things, not just it goes towards keeping forest.
That could even be added on. The previous paragraph talks about current use, right? And how it's growing.
Right.
So maybe that could end up being the concluding sentences or sentence. Can't tell. Is it a really long sentence?
It's not.
Could be a concluding one for the previous paragraph. I don't know. I was just wondering if we're getting rid of all of that.
I think what we're talking about now is getting rid of the first sentence that begins the UVA program while vital. just beginning this paragraph with, from a statewide policy perspective, inducing private capital into the revenue stream for landowners may mitigate the impact of increased property taxes. I'm good with that. And we could say, now I'm considering, and reduce the amount of land removed. I think that becomes too speculative. I would stop after property taxes.
Okay, so may.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
And strike the rest of
Why
it.
it would be
Okay.
nice land removed from EV.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert,
Yes, I did.
considering that.
And any increases in education tax would possibly reduce, no, I'm just kidding.
All right.
Different conversation.
Thank you for that. With that's all I had, and I'm grateful for your allowing it in there. Anything else? We're at the point of saying we have a motion, we are in discussion, and a second, we're in discussion of shall this be as amended and as discussed here. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I will call that question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Hearing none, we have unanimous consensus to approve, and that is really a wonderful thing. John, did we hear from you?
Sorry, the mute button was on, but you did.
Okay, so we got a yeah from you.
Yes, you did.
Thank you for that. With that, does anyone have any next steps? Anything else? We know what we're doing, and thanks to Ruth, she's going to jump on it and get it back to us. We have this opportunity to say, here's a question about that, but otherwise, we're good to go to completion. It's remarkable. Go ahead, Ruth.
How do we actually submit this?
So I was going to bring that up just next and say, when you're done with all this, I would be willing to offer that we do I can make the production happen and then submit it on your behalf as chair under a cover memo, like I would do normally.
Okay.
Question?
Please.
Does Lynch Council need to review anything in this report?
I don't believe so. Ellen, would you? Yeah.
So the timeline would be Ruth delivers,
We package it up.
package it up, and it's available for distribution or
Yeah.
feedback.
And I will be in touch with you all about those things happening, but that's not a next round of review or whatever. We've done it. Okay, everybody good? And we want to do that, it's on or before the 15th, and we'd love to, without ruining Ruth's holiday, we want to do that in advance, I would think.
Yeah, I'll try to get you a version 7, and then version 8 should be the final version. And
Super.
after that, don't tell me if there are mistakes.
Okay. Yeah. Anything further? Wonderful. Thanks for sticking through for an extra hour and 10 minutes, folks. Really appreciate it. For everything proceeding, that's really good work. I think we've done something that's a contribution and totally credible, and I'm grateful. Thank you all. We are adjourned.
I'm Douglas Farnham. I'm the policy director in The Economist. As I was telling someone before, Sean Morris was the primary author and kind of mechanic putting this presentation together. In the back, we have Acting Commissioner Craig Bolio from the Tax Department. And then, I'm sorry, my colleague from the Agency of Education, Bill Bates, sorry. I need to memorize things a little bit better that are outside of the tax realm. Tax data I'm good at, everything else not as much. So, as I said, this is a complicated topic. I'm going to do my best to answer questions as they come up, but I will need to defer on some things, and some things I'll be able to drill into. The reason the tax department put this presentation together is that our opinion from the questions we get from taxpayers, the conversations with the legislature, is that this is a massively complex topic that not enough people understand. So we're trying to go around the state, we're trying to help people understand. We are also working on developing more educational materials to put online or to provide electronically, but it's a very complicated topic and it's difficult to explain. I liken it to trying to teach calculus online. You can't transmit all the minutia without a person there to respond to. So the cartoon on the front here, if you're not close enough to read it, we have some formulas leading to, and then in the middle, a miracle occurs. So I think for many of us, this gets at, in the professor saying, I think you should be more specific here in step 2. So in the education property tax system, I think that there are several of those miracles that occur that people don't really understand what's going on. They have a good feel for the general kind of, if I vote up school spending, something bad will happen, but it's very hard to get specific and to actually know what that's going to be. So I need to go this way. So just as a warning, this is not intended for all audiences, although it is a little bit. It will have jokes about tax data, and it will have complex calculations. So please bear with me if you're not a fan of tax nerd humor. So we're going to be going into the labyrinth of education property taxes today. There's a lot of complexity, twists and turns, and there's some monsters lurking in there that I'm going to help you understand. The CLA is the common level of appraisal. Income sensitization, I think that's been around for about 20 years now, so most people have a general idea of what that is intended to do at least. And then my favorite, which was introduced a couple of years ago, the property yield and the income yield, which are commonly referred to as the yield, but they're different things, even though they have similar roles. So that was created in about 2014, I think. So, talking about those yields. Every year, the yield bill is passed by the legislature, and generally speaking, around the end of the session, whenever that may end up being. If things are going okay, it's early to mid-May. If things are not as okay, late May, or sometimes even June 27th. So this bill traditionally has the property dollar equivalent yield, and that is, it sets a dollar amount where if you spend that amount per pupil, you get a $1 homestead tax rate in your district, which can translate to town, but not always. We'll get there. Income dollar equivalent yield, that's used for income sensitization. So that is the amount of money you can spend per pupil in that district and still get 2% of household income for the purposes of the property tax credit. So those are the two yields. One does the base tax rate, one does income sensitivity. They also affect different years. The property dollar yield is going to affect the upcoming tax year, the one you're entering right then. The income dollar equivalent yield is going to affect the claims that you file the next spring because they look back. So they kind of affect the same property tax year, but they hit at different times. And then the non-homestead base rate is set. Now that used to be called non-residential, which as someone who's done property assessment work, saying something is non-residential when people live in it and it's residential property was always confusing. So I'm one of the people that supported changing the word from non-residential to non-homestead. So you'll see in places in this presentation where non-residential is still used, and that's because some of our templates still had non-residential because the law was recently changed. So any questions about that yield bill before I move on? I think the reason I want to put that up front is that it's important to know that every year for taxes, these things are set by the legislature, and generally speaking at the end of the session in May or June. All right. So the way I want to approach this is to try to dissect a property tax bill. Now, this is basically the template that we worked out with NIMRIC after a law change recently. But towns, cities can use, they have control over there are some required elements, but towns and cities can have different layouts if they want. I don't know at this point how many towns and cities are using the NIMRIC template. I think it is most of them at this point since it was recently changed. Yeah, it used to be a lot more custom templates, and I think the law change actually pushed everyone onto the template, at least for now. So we're going to start with that top portion of the bill. What we have here is we've got summary and payment, so your bottom line is in your bottom right. You've got your assessed values up top, and this will reflect any exemptions like current use, or if you have a statutory exemption for being a church or a private school or something like that. You'll see those exemptions up there, or the veterans exemption is generally $40,000, I think, in every town now. The municipal property taxes are going to be on that left-hand side, and you'll see that there's a lot of space there. I think municipalities legitimately need more space because there are different rates, different highway district, fire district. There's a lot of complexity that can go into those municipal tax rates that you'll have more potential tax rates than you have with the education side. And then education property taxes are going to be on the right, generally right above that summary and payments amount. So within that, you've got your homestead and non-homestead. So homestead is the principal dwelling of a Vermonter. We have about a little over 170,000 principal residences of Vermonters, owner-occupied, statewide. And then non-homestead is everything else. It's a catch-all. It can be a renter, so it could be a single-family residence, a standalone house, but it's just not occupied by the owner. It could be a commercial apartment building, but it could be the mall, or any type of business property, commercial or otherwise. So your homestead is that value up there will feed down into the rate calculation and the tax calculation right there. And then you see I still have non-residential education there. This means the same thing as non-homestead for property taxes now. So going into non-homestead first, because that makes my head hurt less. This is where we are most similar to other states, just in the manner it's approached. So you have your non-homestead base rate that was set in that piece of legislation in May or June, divided by the common level of appraisal. That applies in every city or town in the state. Everyone gets their own CLA. I think that's important to recognize because it can be a unique number and it will move every year. It's a very precise calculation. And I think towns and cities can have a good idea of what's going to happen, but they don't generally know exactly what that number is going to be until December. And then you multiply that by that taxable homestead property value. That's your listed value, your assessed value. How much your property would be worth if it was sold on the fair market. And then that gets you your non-homestead education property tax. As I said, that's not that different from many other places. The main difference is that no one else applies the CLA into the tax rate. Equalizing, studying where listed values are in relation to fair market is common practice, best practice around the world. but it's generally used for informational purposes in other places. It's more of a report card. It's saying, you know, you're slipping away from the market a little bit far. You might want to consider reappraising. So it's used more for guidance in other places. To be fair, there's also no statewide homestead or non-homestead rate in other states. So we have a somewhat unique system, and that's our way of adjusting from town to town. So the CLA, and as I said, it's a study of fair market value. It's the last 3 years of sales, and they have to be arm's length fair market transactions. So we work with the cities and the towns. We try to find out what's arm's length. We try to throw out sales that aren't arm's length. And then we have a thing called influential sales. If a particular sale, a massive sale, is moving the CLA of a town too much, we have a criteria for eliminating those. Because while you want everything to be considered that's valid in fair market, you don't want one particular sale to drive the results too much. And that's like, what, John, a 6-month process? Generally, it's rough in Burlington, I know.
Yeah, I would say 6-month process.
Yeah.
Sure. There's a lot of review that we do internally. I'm the city assessor of Burlington.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot.
No, it's totally fine, but we work a fair amount with the state district advisor. And then when we receive the response, we start scrubbing the results of the study to see if is there anything that doesn't make sense, and sometimes we go back to the state and say, you know, second thought, these 3 sales don't make sense.
Right.
And quite often they're removed because the state's good for it.
And thank you. I think I just wanted to highlight it because this is definitely a rabbit hole. I could do an entire presentation, a whole day, on the common level of appraisal, the equalization study, how we work with the towns and assessment professionals like John to really make sure that that measure is fair as possible. And in small towns in particular, it has a tendency to fluctuate. Burlington has a larger, more robust market, but a smaller town, you might only have 3 or 4 sales. And bouncing people's tax rate around based on a small number of sales, while it's legally legitimate, doesn't always feel like the right outcome from a fairness perspective. So, going back to that tax bill. Now I'm going to go into the homestead tax. You can see how excited I am about that. So, we have this tax rate times the grand list value equals your taxes. That seems simple off the face of it. Everything that goes into that is not so simple. So, district education spending is where you start. So I'm going to walk through. We start at the district level, school district level. You have excess spending penalties. That is only going to apply to a small number of towns in the state. It has to do with if you're above a certain threshold of average of the prior year spending. Now, I would defer to my colleague at AOE to really get into the nitty-gritty of all the pieces and parts that go into district education spending. That's not really my specialty. But that's the bottom line there is that, you know, everything that's it has to go into that school budget for that district goes into that number there. And then there's a potential, if it's over a threshold, to be double counted. And then that's over the equalized pupil count. Equalized pupil count, again, comes from the Agency of Education. It's published every year. It's based on information submitted by the school districts. I mostly just want to say it's not a one-for-one. It's a very specific and kind of rigorous process. And I understand that UVM is kind of studying that and may make recommendations on how to update the weighting formula, because English as a second language and elementary school students, high school students, they're all weighted differently, because realistically they cost different amounts to educate. So it can't just be a head count, because that would be unfair, because pupils have different costs of education. So this first step is a lot of work between the school districts and the Agency of Education. So it's pre-tax department really getting involved. Per pupil spending is the product of months and months of work every year. So you get that per pupil spending number. And that's very important because that actually drives a lot of how the formulas, how the outcomes work for the towns that are voting on school budgets. So you take that per pupil spending, and then you put it over that property dollar equivalent yield that was passed in May or June. So that's important to remember. We have per pupil spending that's determined by education spending voted at the town budgets, the school budgets voted at the towns in town meeting day, and then that's over that yield, which is generally published in May or June. That gets you your district level homestead rate. So then you have your your district levels. And I always get this wrong, but I'm going to try anyway. I think it's a little bit over 150 school districts that are still the zone we're in statewide after Act 46. You take that, merger incentives, if any. Now, these are phasing out, so going into future fiscal years, we don't really have to worry about merger incentives for the moment, but these are an element that gets reintroduced every once in a while. Before Act 46, we had other merger incentives that were put in place. So I think this is a part of the formula that's going to crop up from time to time. If the legislature wants to incentivize certain behavior, they'll create things that can affect the district level homestead rates. Now you multiply that by the proportion of the town students expected to attend each school district. So what I mean here is if you're in a certain town and you have, you're sending, 25% of your kids to this elementary school district and 50% to that high school district and 25% to a different one, you're going to have a composite rate. Generally speaking, we don't have towns with more than 3 different school districts right now. That's been consolidated from what it was in previous years. But it's important to know its proportionality. So you start by determining the district, and then each town's tax rate, your town tax rate will be weighted by how many students you're sending to that district. So if you have a low spending elementary school district and a high spending high school district, as your student population ages, you may see your tax rate go up just because you're sending students to a higher spending area.
Can I just ask one question, which is
Yes.
going to be to the AOE? You have the term district ed spending in your first calculation there.
Yes.
It's really not an accurate description because, for instance, in South Burlington, total amount of money spent is about $51 million, but the amount of money raised in the community is considered to be $40 million. That's what's used to get the per equalized pupil spending. So to say district ed spending, the community spends a lot more than what is used in the calculation of determining per pupil spending. So I don't think district ed spending is the correct term to use here. The amount that's used for the per pupil calculation is a subset of how much the community spends. You know what I'm saying?
I do, and full disclosure, I've been on the job all of 4 months.
Okay.
So I would be happy to take your the conversation today.
Okay.
And circle back with you.
Okay.
And talk to the folks back at the office that would have a better insight into the definition that's used.
So just to clarify for everybody, there's certain sets of money which are used in the community for education, which are not included in the determination of per pupil spending.
Is that federal grants and stuff like that?
It's federal, state, tuition dollars, so if you have students from other communities coming, that money is not included, but in the per pupil spending, the number of tuition students is included. But their money that they bring with them is not included. It's a very, very strange set of determinations, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that's fair to say. District education spending is a term that's defined by the Agency of Education, and some things are included and some things aren't. Like the per pupil spending that's determined here is not the same as the total per pupil spending if you determined it through the federal criteria. So yes, it's true. Not everything goes into that district education spending number, but that's the way it's defined and calculated under
The problem is,
Vermont law.
if you look nationally when they give statistics on how much states spend, our numbers are always lower than what you'll find by the Census Bureau, et cetera, because they look at the amount of money you spend, whereas we look at it as a subset. And it creates a conflict in really finding what's the real number of how much you're spending per pupil. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, yeah. So once you've determined your town tax rate for that district, again, I said it's weighted by which districts you're sending your students to. You add all those up, and then you put it over that common level appraisal, that study of fair market value, and that gets you your actual homestead education tax rate. If you subtract the common level of appraisal from this, it's actually not, well, you subtract the common level of appraisal and possibly the yield from this, it's not that different from how property tax rates are determined in other states. A lot of this complexity and these parts, you do see some of those parallels in other states for determining school budgets. It's not the simplest process in the world. The introduction of the yield and the common level of appraisal are really the most unique elements of Vermont's structure. So that gets you your actual homestead education tax rate. Are there any questions on this slide before I move on? Oh, one thing I have in gray down here. It's in gray because it might be a flash in the pan thing, it might be something that's reintroduced later. But in Act 46, throttling was introduced to limit the change from year to year to plus or minus 5% when districts were merging. So it was intended to not have anyone suffer too much or profit too much from a particular merger decision. That, of course, is really not affecting anything going forward, but it's something that happened in prior years and may happen again. Yes?
You describe non-homestead generally as commercial and other kinds of property. Doesn't non-homestead also include acreage beyond the 2 acres?
No. So, to clarify that question, does non-homestead include the acreage beyond the 2 acres? So, that's another concept that's fairly unique to Vermont. Vermont has this concept of a house site. The house site is 2 acres. A house site is a homestead, right? Is part of your homestead. But your homestead can be any amount of acreage as long as it's not put into commercial use. If you have 20 acres, you have 18 acres of forest behind your house, you don't use it for business, it's part of your homestead, that will all get the homestead tax rate. So for income sensitivity, that 2 acres house site is very, very important. But yes, we have another layer, which I actually don't even have in my presentation, which, you can't add everything, but you have a house site, which is part of your homestead. So the base tax rate for that additional land will be the same, but then income sensitivity only applies to that first 2 acres. Any other questions? All right, so all of that gets you your tax rate, which will be the same for every town, and then multiplied by the value of your particular property, your home, gets you your taxes, at least your top line amount. So, income sensitization. I think this is, again, a unique element of Vermont where we go a lot farther in trying to fine tune it than you see in other states. So, we have two general categories. And these numbers change every year. But resident households with income less than $136,500 for fiscal year 19. I think it was $138,000 and a little bit of change for fiscal year 20. It'll probably be a little bit higher for fiscal year 21 if there are no big law changes. They're eligible for income sensitization, a property tax credit, which shows up on your tax bill as a state payment. Above that amount, residents are not eligible for this program. So that's about 32% of Vermont households, so about 50,000 Vermont homeowners are not eligible for income sensitivity and just get the tax rate as we've walked through it. That homestead rate applied to the property value, and that's going to be the bill.
Am I correct that that's around 67% of the public is subsequent?
Yes.
Falls under?
Well, depending on how you define public, 68% of primary homeowners are eligible for income sensitivity, which is 120,000 households.
Is it reasonable to extrapolate from that 67% when they go to vote on the school budget really have no skin in the game?
Absolutely not. I can explain why that's not the case, but that is great that you pointed that out because that is a very common myth about income sensitization. that it removes your skin in the game, that it removes financial impact on you. And I believe I demonstrated in this presentation why that's not true, and why. Now, does it influence behavior? Has it influenced behavior? Yes. Because I've heard of towns that told people, oh, if you're income sensitized, you can just vote for the school budget, it won't impact you. So those people likely voted under the premise that they weren't being impacted. They were. Their tax bills did go up because of their vote. So I will definitely show you how that happens going into this. So again, above 136 or 138,000, no education state payment. Under that threshold, there will be something in this line. We issue credits down to, I'm pretty sure I've seen $1 property tax credits. If the person bothered to fill out the form, we would issue the $1 credit to the town. Now, it's part of a big file, so it doesn't actually increase our operating costs that much to send it. So, because it's a file transfer to the towns right now. So, just breaking out those two larger categories. Again, greater than, we're done. We've basically calculated how you're going to receive your tax bill. Less than that amount. The complexity here is what I believe feeds into a lot of the perceptions that there's no impact. The slide that we walked through to calculate the district level homestead rates, if you take that and you replace the property dollar yield with the income dollar yield, then you multiply the result by 2%. You get the household income percentage for that town. So every town in Vermont has a unique household income percentage that is hooked to their per pupil spending. Through this formula, if you increase per pupil spending as it's defined with the types of spending that are counted, then you will get a number. The average, it was 2.47%, I believe, in fiscal year 19. So on average, Vermont towns, the property owners are paying, 2.5% or so of their income in property taxes before a credit's calculated. So that's why there's skin in the game. As you vote up higher spending, the amount of income, the amount of taxes you have to pay before a credit will be calculated for you also goes up. So effectively...
Does the credit also go up commensurately?
No. So if your town votes higher school spending, your property tax credits will be lower. In general, there are some very, very narrow circumstances where truly low-income people might be insulated, but that is a tiny fraction of the Vermont population. Out of our 620,000, I'm talking less than 10,000 would have the capability of being fully insulated. Now, so it's important to say that 2%, 2.5% average, a high spending town, I've seen towns with over 3% because their per pupil spending is very high. And then not many towns below 2%, but I have seen towns go down to about 2% in a lower spending district. So that's the mechanism that helps sink. It's like the metaphor I've used before is that it's water level. So as your per pupil spending, your water level rises, your threshold before the credit goes up as well. So you're effectively reducing the credits when you vote for higher school spending. So if you remember from the maze, the Minotaur, and again, a little nerd humor there, that's household income. I wish actually that I'd put a version of the household income form on this for you to see. We have 25 separate components of income. Our definition of household income in Vermont is more complicated than anything I've seen used anywhere in the nation. For context, Medicaid, federal program, uses modified adjusted gross income, which is federal adjusted gross income plus 4 things. 4. So you can go to your federal form, you take that AGI, you find those other 4 things, which very few people have 3 of the 4 things. So it's generally AGI plus 1 thing is the most common. Instead, we fiddled with the definition of AGI over the last 20 years and created this massively complex 2-page form where you have to add up all of these different income types, basically almost recreating a federal tax return. It's more complex than our personal income tax return. So I think in complexity, getting at this household income figure is a big hurdle. And it also requires every person within those walls, whether or not they're part of your tax filing unit, has to contribute their numbers to that household income schedule. So if you have an unrelated party, I was actually talking to someone who hosted someone who was homeless, which is, I think, an excellent charitable act. They had to talk to that homeless person that they were hosting, get a detail of the income that person had, some of them from, public subsidies, include that on their household income schedule, and their property tax credit was reduced because they had given a homeless person some place to stay. So it's complicated and highly inclusive. Anyone within those 4 walls that you don't have a lease agreement with, the department is going to expect you to put the income on that. So, first I'm going to talk about above 47,000. 47,000 to 90,000 of income, you're going to sensitize, and this gets into that house site question you asked earlier, that 2 acres. Up to 2 acres and your primary dwelling can be included in that house site. That's your house site value, and if you're between 47 and 90,000, up to $400,000 of house site value can be included. For context, that's up to the top 3% of homes. Only 3% of homes statewide have a value over 400,000. In fairness, I'm in Chittenden County, so I can't just breeze over it. Local markets do have different percentages, so I wouldn't wager that the ratio is 3% in Chittenden. So a $400,000 house is not as extraordinary in Chittenden as it is in the rest of the state. But statewide, that covers 97% of your homes. If you're 90 to 136 or 138, so the 47 and the 90 are fixed in law. Those are real numbers that don't change every year unless the law changes. The 136 is the result of a calculation by the department. If you're 90 to 136 or so, you will include up to 225,000. And that's closer to median statewide value. So that covers, I believe, 80% of Vermont homes, but that house site value is more average. That was actually reduced from 250 to 225 a couple of years ago. This was reduced from 500 to 400, which 500,000 actually covered up to the top 1% of homes. Now, then you subtract the amount household would have paid based on income. So that is, as I talked about, how every town has that income percentage that's calculated based on the spending. So generally between 2 and 3%. You multiply your household income by that percentage and you get the amount that you would have paid based on income. That's where the control is for increasing spending reduces your credit. And then it's capped at $5,600 as the education state payment. All right? So any questions on that before I start on 47,000 and lower?
I have a quick question on just what you just talked about.
Yes.
So the city of Burlington conducts a citywide revaluation and we bring values up to market. There's going to be a lot of properties that are over 400,000. Is it a lagging study? In other words, their income will be based on the prior year's income, but then the new values take effect and they're higher. I'm wondering how that plays out in the formula. Because they'll have a higher, well, technically,
right.
Okay, the CLA will become 100, not at
right.
75% so there will be an offset.
That's a great
Maybe
question.
I'm just thinking ahead a little bit, but
no, it's actually a great point to raise, John, because in your homestead tax rate, the CLA, the common level of appraisal, that sales study, adjusts for things like reappraisal. Honestly, the amount of education taxes you pay as a town or as a city should be roughly the same before and after a reappraisal. Now, certain high value properties could cause some things to fluctuate because a big enough property will move the needle. But in general, residential properties, Burlington's 79, 78 on the CLA right now.
We're at 77, but in
77.
reality, we're 72, 73%.
Right. So
That's the CLA percent?
Yes.
yeah. So that's adjusting Burlington's tax rate up right now. After the reappraisal, the CLA will go up to 1, meaning the tax rate will go down, but the values under on the grand list will have gone up. In the income sensitization program, this 400 and 225, these are hard-coded, they're written in law. They're not adjusted or accounted for. So a reappraisal like the one seeing in Burlington, it will have the potential to reduce people's income sensitivity and reduce property tax credits. It's math. I can't pretend that it wouldn't. Because we use these fixed statewide house site values. It's just a consequence of the formula. So I know that the legislature looks at these numbers over time, but that is an element of the current system, absolutely. So 0 to 47K, similar but completely different. So you have that 400,000 on your house site value. I'm going to start with the education tax row. So for 0 to 90,000 of income has the same house site value that's eligible. Sorry for jumping around. I just want to throw one thing out. When you hit 90,001 of household income, if you have a $400,000 house, you'll lose about $2,700. So it's a cliff in our current system. There's a cliff at 47,000 and there's a bigger cliff at 90,000. So it causes people to make certain decisions. If you can control your income, you might control it in a way that you would stay underneath these numbers, which are not indexed and have, the 47,000 has been in place for at least 15 or 20 years, I believe. And the 90,000 was created, I think, around 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, but those numbers don't move with anything. They don't move with the median income in Vermont or anything like that. They're just...
But are they also based on the net income or gross income?
The gross, the household income, the 25 elements of anyone living in those walls include absolutely anything you can. My least favorite instance is when someone has their elder parent move in with them to care for them, and then that elder parent's Social Security income results in a reduced property tax credit. Even though the amount that they're spending caring for their elder parent, they're not making any money. They're not in a better position to pay their taxes because of their elderly parent moving in with them. And you know, adult children have the same effect. If an adult child hasn't quite figured out a way to afford their own place, they're going to reduce the parent's property tax credit. So for 0 to 47,000, there's an education credit and a municipal credit. The education credit has fixed brackets. These brackets are not linked to local school spending. So it's 5%, 1.5%, 2%. They result in a credit of up to 56,000. But again, this audience that is under 47,000 is much more limited. And if they're receiving the maximum credit of 5,600 already, because it's capped, then any increases in the property taxes will overflow. Basically, the credit's capped. So if they vote to increase school spending, that results in more taxes than 5,600, or more taxes than 6,540 then you're going to see impact on their tax bill.
On whose tax bill?
On a low-income household, 47,000 and under, again, that cap of 5,600 creates a situation where if they vote for higher school spending, but their credit's already capped out, then they will have to cover those taxes themselves.
Has that number stayed pretty constant for the past couple of years? Has it changed? 5,600?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's not constant. So I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, I could be wrong exactly when, but approximately that long ago, an $8,000 cap was put in place.
I remember that, right.
Yeah, there used to be credits of over $12,000. So an $8,000 cap was put in place some time ago. And then last year, or sorry, when I say last year, I mean the 2018 legislative session. The $8,000 cap was split into two elements: $5,600 for education, state,
Right.
and $2,400 for municipal. So it was separated. That was done in a generally revenue neutral way, meaning it didn't, on a statewide level, increase or decrease the amount of money we were putting out for these credits, but it did change some people's experience. Generally speaking, if you have a higher municipal tax rate, then it's much easier for a low-income household to come up against $2,400 of municipal taxes, which, yeah. So I think that's the top row is the state. The bottom, that prior year municipal tax on house site value, I think it's important to note here, that is not the $400,000 cap. That is prior year municipal tax on anything included in the house site. One reason we don't do that is because there's no such thing as an equalized house site value for municipal tax purposes. It's apples and oranges. We don't equalize at the municipal level because it's all within the town. And then there's two rates, 1.5% and 3%, which results in a max at $47,000 or $46,999. You would be expected to pay $1,410 of municipal taxes on your own before a credit's calced. So to get max credit, the numbers work out to be about $3,800 in municipal taxes at a $46,999 income household would get that max credit. So that is often referred to as super circuit breaker, and the main reason being that municipal tax relief program pre-existed the Act 60, Act 68 income sensitivity. So this row is kind of an older serving program that I think has been around for 30 years or longer, where there was some municipal tax relief. So that is all going into the calculation of this number here, this education state payment. And that is one reason I personally think it is difficult to impossible for most people to understand all of those moving parts and pieces and parts to know what their education state payment is going to be. Now, we do, after the yield is published, we put up a income sensitivity, we put up a credit calculator to help people try to figure out what their credit's going to be. But that is based on the prior year's income yield, and it doesn't reflect the decisions that are going to be made in the spring when voting on school budgets. Because again, that property tax credit is based off last year's income and last year's property taxes. So we have in yellow the education state payment, in blue the municipal state payment, and again those are separately capped